Il est mon devoir
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation.
Member for the electoral district of Battlefords Lloydminster by resignation effective Monday, October 2nd, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill the vacancy. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur...
I have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General Act, the fall 2017 reports of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to the House of Commons. These reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
No. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Monsef for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Correct Certain Anomalies, Inconsistencies, and Errors, and to deal with other matters of a non-controversial and uncomplicated nature in the statutes of Canada, and to repeal certain acts and provisions that have expired, lapsed, or otherwise ceased to have effect. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Monsef for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture, ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, I would like to table in both official languages a charter statement on Bill C-60, an act to correct certain anomalies, inconsistencies, and errors, and to deal with other matters of a non-controversial and uncomplicated nature in the statutes of Canada, and to repeal certain acts and provisions that have expired, lapsed, or otherwise ceased to have effect.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Report de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to present in both official languages the 39th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed concurrent. We met to examine second reading of a Senate public bill and recommended that it not be designated non-votable, that it be examined by the House. Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed concurred in.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Boudria, seconded by Mr. Marcel, asks permission to table a bill titled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, it is my honour today to table a private member's bill that would amend the Canada Elections Act in order to reinstate public funding of political parties. This issue has been debated in this House in the past, and I hope, with the support of all of my colleagues from all parties, that we will study this in an appropriate manner in order to improve our collective democracy and also to eliminate the ethical haze around the funding of political parties and to reestablish public confidence in our institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Boudria, seconded by Mr. Merci, move that this bill now be read a first time and printed. It is deemed adopted. First reading.
This bill.
Quand ce projet de loi
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Urdiga, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Firefighting Equipment. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour today to table my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Firefighting Equipment. This bill would amend the criminal code to establish specific penalties related to the theft of firefighting equipment. It would also create an aggravating circumstance for sentencing if mischief involves firefighting equipment. And finally, it would establish sentencing objectives in relation to theft of such equipment. This summer, I was shocked to hear of reports of firefighting equipment being stolen and vandalized during the worst wildfire season in British Columbia's written history. After researching the criminal code, it was apparent there was a gap when it comes to denunciation and deterrence of theft or damage to firefighting equipment. The bill's proposed amendments would bring theft causing actual danger in life in line with a similar scenario regarding mischief in dealing with the same equipment. The amendments would also provide prosecutorial discretion over charges laid and judicial discretion and objectives in sentencing of cases involving theft or mischief in relation to firefighting equipment. I look forward to debating this bill in the House and hope for the support of my colleagues and the brave women and men firefighters right across the country as I move it forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Urdiga, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Tough crowd. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
Not today. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. 1 second. The Honourable Member for Davenport is writing on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on September 20th, when I introduced my private member's bill, which was called Portuguese Heritage Month, there is a correction and a clarification that I'd like to make for the record. So I misspoke at one point, and so I'd like to correct the record. At around 12 minutes and 45 seconds into my 15-minute speech, I said the following statement: there's no Portuguese fundraiser that is not supported by Local 183 and Local 506. I want to thank Jack Prazeres, business manager, for his extraordinary leadership. I said the name Jack Prazeres, it should be Jack Oliveira. And then for Local 183, I did say 183, but unfortunately in my, I kind of made a pause that didn't come across clearly, so the record currently says 182, but it should say 183. So I'd like to make those two corrections.
I thank the member from Davenport for correcting the record. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning consultations on proposed tax changes, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves that given the proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations, as outlined in the Minister of Finance's paper, Tax Planning Using Private Corporations, will have a drastic negative impact on small and medium-sized local businesses, the House call on the government to continue until January 31, 2018, its consultations on these measures. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Here. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The government says it wants to avoid unintended consequences with its proposed tax changes. Here's one. What if these proposals simultaneously raise taxes and reduce government revenue? Let's consider the government's new tax on so-called passive income. Under the present system, when all is said and done, small business earnings are taxed at the same rate as wages. The only difference is timing. Assuming a 50% personal income tax rate, a wage earner pays 50 cents on the dollar in the year it was earned. A business, by contrast, will pay 15 cents in the year it is earned, and the remaining 35 cents when she takes the money out of the company. The government claims that this is allowing the business owner to invest that 35 cents inside her company and grow a bigger nest egg than she would if she had paid all the tax up front. This, according to the finance minister, is unfair. According to prove it, the finance minister's so-called consultation document has a table showing how much better off this small businesswoman is by investing the after-tax proceeds of $100,000 of business earnings versus investing the after-tax proceeds of $100,000 in wages. In the first instance, the business owner has a starting capital of $85,000, with the small business tax rate being roughly 15% in most provinces. As an employee, she would have only $50,000 as starting capital. The result is that if both her and her employee had the same money and invested it in the after-tax proceeds, she as a small business owner would have $62,000 at the end of a 10-year investment, and the employee would have about $58,000 using round numbers that the government provides in Table 7 of its consultation paper. $62,000 at the end of the day, at the end of the 10-year period for the small businesswoman, and $58,000 for the employee. Not fair, right? But wait, there's one key detail that the Finance Department excluded from this table. In fact, the only detail that matters was excluded, and that is who actually paid more tax, the small businesswoman or the employee, after the 10-year period, assuming a 3% rate of return, as the department's table does. The government omitted that calculation altogether. They didn't want people to know who paid more taxes at the end of the day.
If they know, it's going to be.
So I had a respected tax modeling firm headed by Jay Goodis, the chartered professional accountant and CEO of Tax Templates, do the math that the government left out of the consultation paper. So let's break it down. It is true that the employee paid more tax up front, $50,367 to be exact. He then paid another $8,023 on the interest earned in the subsequent 10 years for a total tax bill of $58,390. The businesswoman, on the other hand, paid admittedly less money up front, $14,400. Then she paid another $5,412 on her interest. So far, it's true, the business person has paid a little bit less. However, at the end of the 10-year period of investment, when she takes the money out, she actually pays a whopping $45,238. Because that money, that tax was not avoided, it was merely deferred. So she paid a total of $65,050, or about $6,700 more than the employee.
That's not fair.
Now, how is it possible that the small business person actually paid more tax and had more money at the end of the 10-year cycle? The answer is that the money on the deferred tax grew to a larger total. So when she pulled it out, there was more money to tax. In other words, both the business owner and the government are actually better off. This, again, under the scenario that the government put in its consultation paper, lest my friends across the way try to accuse me of contriving the right circumstance to get the right result. Now, to be fair, we need to take account of inflation. The business owner did pay the $35,000 in tax at the end of the 10 years as opposed to the beginning, during which time the value of money declined. The Bank of Canada has a target rate of inflation of 2%, which reduces the value of that $35,000 by $6,403. But still, even if you subtract that $6,403, the small businesswoman paid $250 more in tax than did the employee in this scenario. Now, Mr. Speaker, that scenario, of course, was perfectly contrived by the government to produce the best possible result to make its case. Now I'm using it to make mine. But if that business person and that employee had earned, say, 6%, still a very reasonable return, then the businesswoman would have paid almost $8,000 more tax, even after inflation is factored in, than the employee in the exact same circumstance. Also, the calculation is extremely conservative. I'm here excluding the benefits of having the entrepreneur invest the money up front and pay the taxes later. For example, the companies that she is lending to or investing in are paying her 3% for a reason. They're using her capital to hire people and buy profit-generating assets, which also generate tax revenue for the government. I'm excluding all of that revenue from my calculation. Now, the finance minister suggests that these types of passive investments inside a company constitute dead money.
Shame.
Now, he's dead wrong. In fact, this bizarre claim contradicts his own consultation paper, which calculated these very investments generate every year $27 billion in income. The only way these investments could possibly generate these returns is if the companies receiving the investments use them to fund their own growth. How much of that growth would be lost altogether if the government deletes the initial investment by forcing the business owner to pay that extra 35% up front on the principal, or a new double tax of 73% on the resulting income? Mr. Speaker, $27 billion in growth is a lot of money, and it can't be the result of dead money, because we know dead things don't grow. Now, the calculation that I put forward also excludes other behavioral responses that would inevitably result from the government's proposed tax increase. With the punitive 73% tax rates the government is threatening to impose on passive income, how many of these investments that I just described will simply not happen in the first place? How many young people will look at the diminished reward and simply say, why bother taking the risk? Or why not invest in another country other than the one in which he or she is born? Even if none of these behavioral changes happen, even if you believe the contrived scenarios the finance minister has developed to make his case, the government is still getting less lifetime revenue, according to Jay Goodis at Tax Templates and the calculations that he has provided. Now, when I asked finance officials these questions, they said, yes, it's true, we'll get less revenue, but it will be more fair because it will be more neutral. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of negative, adverse thinking that this government has towards our entrepreneurs. This is not a policy of wealth distribution. It is a policy of wealth destruction.
Hear, hear.
The reason the government wants a policy that will reduce its revenue is because it will increase the revenue in the very short term as money floods out and into the coffers, because this Prime Minister wants to spend the money now, and so he wants to tax it now.
Correct.
Our view is that he should consult more, fix these problems, scrap this tax increase, and focus on growing the wealth of the nation so that the rising tide will lift all ships.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this government, through the current tax system, is unfair in terms of the need for change. Since the professional making $250,000 a year who takes advantage of the current rules could end up paying lower tax rate than the middle-class employee on salary. What is very clear, Madam Speaker, is that we have the Government of Canada that understands and appreciates the true value of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. And once again, we see policy coming from the government that reinforces that a strong Canada, it means a strong middle class. And yet again, we see the opposition taking the position of trying to defend, Madam Speaker, the government's ability to be able to ensure that there is fairer tax for all Canadians. Why does this opposition oppose having a fair tax system?
The honourable member for Carleton.
This July, the Prime Minister and Finance Minister made a selfless announcement that the rich should pay more tax, meaning, of course, that the Prime Minister might have to give up the inherited Mercedes he got from his father, that the Finance Minister's billion-dollar company would pay much higher tax rates, and that both of them would make great sacrifices so that everyone else could pay less. Just kidding. In fact, they won't pay a penny more. The billion-dollar family business of the Finance Minister is excluded. The family fortune of the Prime Minister is excluded. Just the plumbers and the electricians and the farmers will pay new tax under this particular proposal. But speaking of fairness, let's deal with the inegalities that they are creating in the system. Passive income, that is investing in someone else's business, will lead to higher taxes than investing in one's own. There will be a 73% tax on so-called passive investments within a small private company, but no tax increase in a larger publicly traded base rate company. There will be pension splitting for workers of government workers and corporate workers, but no retirement income splitting for retired business people. The farmers will pay higher tax to sell to their kids than to sell to a foreign corporation. If they're just trying to create neutrality in the tax code, why are there so many new inegalities and so much more unfairness?
Questions and comments?
Comments, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague, first of all, I'd like to remind him of some of the things the Liberals don't like us reminding people of, and that is that in the Liberals' election platform in 2015, they said they wanted to look at all tax measures that cost us billions of dollars. They didn't talk about targeting small and medium-sized business. They said they were going to look at everything, a holistic approach to tax reform. But all they've come up with is this targeted measure for small and medium-sized businesses. And the Liberals bungled their consultations over the summer and only talked about this one topic instead of a broad range of topics. So could we have more consultation on a broader range of issues as the Liberals had promised? The honourable member for Carleton. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, it's true. The proposed changes are very surgically targeted to avoid touching the wealth of Liberal ministers and their cronies. For example, tax havens, which the honourable member talks about very frequently. Tax havens were completely left out of this reform, and one has to ask why. Why isn't the government looking at these places where big companies and billionaires sock away their money to avoid paying any taxes here in Canada?
Of my speech, I said less revenue might result from these increased taxes. That is exactly what happened from the government's first tax increase. They said they would collect more money in taxes from the rich. In fact, according to the Finance Department's annual report, they showed they got $1 billion less tax revenue from the wealthiest Canadians as a result of the changes they brought in their first year. How much will it cost, by the way, to fund the compliance of these new changes? Will they actually be making money, or will they cost more money to the taxpayer just as they increase the burden on small business?
Resuming debate.
Leader of the official opposition.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll begin by thanking
Colleague, the Shadow Minister for Finance, for sharing his time with me today. Madam Speaker, today our Conservative opposition is demanding that the government give Canada's local business owners a little respect.
Hear, hear.
Ces derniers mois,
in recent months, our Conservative opposition has heard from Canadians all across the country, from all walks of life. They live in cities and rural areas. They are owners of small businesses, local businesses, and people who work for those companies. They're mechanics who maintain our cars and their employees. They are corner store cafe workers. They are farmers providing fresh produce and food, and they want to be able to transfer the family farm to the next generation. And they are unanimous when it comes to the minister's tax hikes. The proposed hikes are a major threat to jobs and communities. Small businesses are the cornerstone of our economy for small and large communities. That is where you get your first job and where people make a fresh start.
cannot stand by and allow this Liberal government to attack the very people. We've been hearing for months of the very real threat these tax hikes pose to local business. The government needs to listen to these voices. That's why we're calling for the consultation period to be extended. There's simply too much on the line for so many hardworking Canadians for the government to get this wrong. You know, we're not talking about big multinational corporations. We're talking about our neighbors. We're talking about people like Bowen Liu, a first-generation Canadian I met last week in Markham. Now, Bowen owns a company that sells hardwood flooring. He employs 5 workers. He came to Canada from China because he believed this was the right place to build up his business and raise his family. Now, Bowen wants to expand. He wants to open up another location. He wants to hire more workers. That's job creation in action. It's a small business hiring a few more people. But the Liberal government's new taxes on passive investment and income are putting his expansion plans in jeopardy. They'll make it much costlier for him to save up within his company. Now, this government likes to talk about fairness. They say they're raising taxes on business operators like Bowen in the name of making things fair for the middle class. That makes no sense. Ce n'est pas équitable.
It's not fair. Small business owners are honest, hardworking people. They don't get paid vacation, they don't get EI, and they don't get overtime. Instead, they put everything they have into their companies to employ people and make the community stronger.
Demeans people like Bowen and the millions like him by calling them tax cheats. The Prime Minister said that, quote, small businesses are actually just ways for wealthy Canadians to save on their taxes. That's astonishing. But you know, I have no doubt that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister run in the kind of circles where many people do set up these types of corporations to avoid paying their fair share of cans. But the millions of Canadians across this country, like Bowen, are doing it to create something for their family and opportunity. The Liberals are targeting local business owners with a political campaign that plays the politics of envy and resentment, pitting one group of Canadians against another, dividing us instead of uniting us. Ces hausses d'impôts sont le choix.
These tax hikes are the government's choice. They have a serious spending problem. They broke their promise to keep the deficit to $10 billion. And they will not balance the books before 2019. According to their own projections, Canadians will be paying off their debt for the next 35 years. The government chose small business to pay back their out-of-control spending, and they should shoulder the responsibility for that spending.
No one. But this Liberal government is determined to impose a massive tax hike with no care for the cost to jobs or the impact on local communities. Ce gouvernement libéral nuit.
This Liberal government is undercutting the very people it claims to want to help. They claim that they're helping the middle class, but 80% of the middle class are paying $800 more a year in taxes as a result of a series of tax and payroll hikes that this government has ushered in, and the cancellation of tax credits and TFSA limits. And that's not all. There's a national carbon tax. These hikes are yet another blow against Canadian families and companies.
To the rhetoric coming from the government, we're asked to believe that this is about fairness. Well, we've already established that what the Liberals are doing isn't fair, but let's explore that a little bit deeper. The Liberals are creating a whole bunch of people who will lose out with these proposals. Anyone who has ever used a passive investment account to save during good times to get through the bad. Any female entrepreneur who decided to self-fund their own maternity leave. Any successful business owner who wanted to save money to open a second location. And you know, perhaps for some years that money wasn't invested directly in the business. Instead, it was put to work elsewhere in the economy. It was invested in any number of productive enterprises that helped others grow and expand. And after those funds were out there for some time, helping with that growth, earning interest and compounding, then the owner used that money to open that second location. Anyone who did that is going to lose out under these new proposals.
That's right.
And by the way, this is not dead money, as the finance minister would have us believe. I mean, I don't know how he's going to show his face around serious economists after he said that. Does the minister actually believe that money that is saved in investment doesn't do any good? Is he going to tell all his millionaire friends who got exceedingly rich taking money from Canadians and investing it for them, that they have somehow damaged the economy by doing that? And his solution with that dead money is he's going to take these defibrillators full of tax hikes and he's going to revive that dead money back to life with a 73% tax rate. That'll get the job done. Well, so many people are going to lose under these proposals, we have to ask ourselves, where are the winners? Who's going to be better off? The big answer there is nobody. The government admits that the current rules on passive income doesn't cost the government in the long run. At the end of the day, the tax is not avoided, the tax is deferred. So in other words, nobody else has to pay higher taxes because of that particular tool. Nobody will benefit from tearing people down. The answer must be, it's just that they can't wait. They need the money now. There will be a temporary spike in government revenue in the year these changes are made as the deferral is essentially eliminated. And that's why he's doing it. They're desperate for cash after raiding the savings that the previous Conservative government left them.
That's right.
Just as this Liberal government is indifferent to the needs of hardworking Canadians, our Conservative opposition is here to give them a voice. We won't stand by and let this government cripple local businesses and threaten jobs with these tax hikes. That's why we're fighting these increases every step of the way. Today, this Liberal government has the chance to start repairing the damage they've already done. They have a chance to demonstrate some good faith towards Canada and local business owners. They can extend the consultation period on these tax proposals until January 31st, 2018. And my question for Liberal members would be, why not? What's the downside? What could possibly be wrong with listening to Canadians for a few more months and getting that feedback? La prolongation des
Extending the consultation period would give local companies and farmers a chance to truly be heard. It's just a question of respect for hard-working Canadians who create jobs. It's time the government started showing local businesses their respect. Canadians expect nothing less. Our Conservative opposition will always be there to stand up for them. We are in favor of prosperity for all Canadians and opportunities for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. Middle-class Canadians and hardworking small business owners are not the focus of these changes. In fact, Madam Speaker, 83% of all passive income is earned by individuals who make more than $250,000 per year. We also know that a professional making $250,000 a year who takes advantages of the current rules could end up paying a lower tax rate than a middle-class employee on salary. So my question to the Leader of the Opposition is, how is that fair?
Exactly.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am sure that every single local business owner has to lay off an employee after these changes go through will take solace and comfort from knowing that they weren't the target of these tax changes. That they were hit hard accidentally, and they'll feel much better about themselves and about this government knowing that the government didn't mean to kill those jobs or hurt those opportunities. They'll feel much better when they go home at night and write that big check to the taxman instead of the employee, knowing that it wasn't really the intended target. I don't think any Canadian's going to buy that. That's not going to comfort anybody who loses their job because of these tax hikes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I want to thank the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition for his speech, and I want to ask him a little bit what he thinks about all the broken promises of the Liberals. I guess it will be very interesting because they were supposed to help small businesses reducing their taxation from 11% to 9%. They did nothing. They were supposed to study all the system of tax evasion. They are targeting only small businesses. They were promising to tackle the loopholes of big CEOs that is costing us almost $800 million per year. So why are they targeting families and small businesses and are leaving their friends of Bay Street safe and alone?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that tough but fair question. And the answer, he's pointed out so much in his question that I think more and more Canadians are starting to realize. And the issue here is that no matter what the Liberals say they're trying to do, it's always the people that they claim to help that are hurt the most by their policies. And whether it's protecting their friends on Bay Street while attacking all those on Main Street, this is just another example. All the finance minister's friends on Bay Street, his colleagues at Morneau Chapelle, all those that attend those $1,500 a ticket, Cash for Access fundraising, they won't pay more. If they own shares in publicly traded multinational companies, they're not affected by this. That's what's so hypocritical about these Liberal proposals. And what has struck me over the past 2 years since this Liberal government took office was that every time they see a problem, the answer is always to raise taxes. When Conservatives see an issue or a problem or aspect in our tax system, we are always looking for ways to lower taxes. That's the fundamental difference.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for doing his presentation. And we are all here to solve a problem. And we all know that small and medium-sized enterprises do create jobs. Madam Speaker, through you, to the honourable member, he suggested that the proposal will affect contractors, plumbers, and small and medium-sized enterprise. I would like to know from the proposed changes, because I have them in front of me, which section really applies to that. I'd really love to know.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, that question exhibited the need for this motion because she clearly hasn't been listening to all the Canadians who are coming out to town halls and explaining how it's going to affect business. So, since she has just demonstrated to her colleagues why we need a longer consultation period, because clearly Liberal members haven't been hearing enough from Canadians, how will she vote on this motion today? Will this be a free vote? Will Liberal members who are hearing from their constituents be allowed to vote in favor of this motion to extend the consultation period?
Before I go to resuming debate, I know that there was some question as to how I went to the government side for a second question. I do want to remind the members that the Deputy Speaker also raised this issue in the House on November 3rd, 2016. And he indicated that we recognize that the time for questions and comments is often the most valuable time for an exchange between members. In accordance with the procedures and practices, we will do our best to ensure that time is generally afforded to the members of the parties who are not associated with the member who has just spoke, but not to the exclusion of that party. So that this is the way we will do it, and we will also be attentive to members who are particularly present during the day. Anyhow, I just want to indicate, because the Leader of the Official Opposition had spoken, and usually in a 10-minute period, the party who has just spoken, who has made the speech, will get one question within that 10-minute period. Within the 5-minute period, normally we will allow at least 3 questions to go to the individuals, the parties who have not spoken. Point of order, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that point, but I also want to point out to this House that the rights and privileges of members in this House to speak, to ask questions, to provide comments, do not accord to the parties of this House, but to individual members.
Yes.
And so, in light of the fact that there are a lot of members in this House on both sides of the aisle, I think that needs to be taken into account before giving political parties in this House, recognized parties in this House, these kinds of rights.
I appreciate the comments made by the member for Wellington Halton Hills. I will certainly discuss it with the other speakers, and we'll get back to the House on that. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak about our government's plan to resolve the issue of tax planning using private corporations, and also to reduce unfairness. Like many people in this House know, our government concluded its consultations on tax planning, and within those consultations, we heard Canadians from one ocean to the other. I myself met several Canadians about these proposals, and I was in Regina last week, where I met owners of small and medium-sized businesses and representatives from the farming community. On behalf of the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the many stakeholders and participants who participated in these consultations, because it is important to address these issues. What is the best way to achieve vigorous economic growth, to grow the middle class? And what do we need to do to make the playing rules fair when it comes to tax planning? These are issues that the government wants to hear as many opinions as possible on, and our consultations allowed us to hear Canadians from one side of the country to the other. However, Madam Speaker, there is a lot of misinformation about the intentions of our government and about the consequences of these measures. What has come out clearly out of the proposals and the tenor of the motion today is that this is in fact happening. Our government is determined to establish a healthy economy, one that encourages the ability of Canadian businesses to invest, to develop and create jobs. Our government wants to make sure that we have the best conditions in place that will allow all Canadians to succeed and allow our economy to develop. From the very outset, one of the main priorities of our government was to guarantee that the playing rules be fair and that everyone have access to these measures.
I should say, allow me to underline and outline key achievements of this government to bring about this increased fairness and to help support middle-class Canadians. When our government came into office 2 years ago, it made a commitment to invest in Canada's middle class. We started by lowering personal income taxes for middle class and raising them for the top 1% of income earners. In so doing, we reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians, a measure the opposition voted against. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pocket of 9 out of 10 families. The CCB is better targeted to the families who need it most, low and middle income Canadians. With payments delivered to eligible families every month, the CCB is helping lift approximately 300,000 children out of poverty in Canada. That represents a reduction of approximately 40% in child poverty in 2017 from what it was just back in 2013. The introduction of the Canada Child Benefit represents the most significant social policy innovation in a generation. The Canada Child Benefit is complemented by other initiatives to support children and families, such as the Multilateral Early Learning and Childcare Framework, signed with provinces and territories on June 12, 2017. The government has also prioritized the movement of people and goods by investing in infrastructure. The government invested for the long term in our infrastructures because we saw this as critically important to the future of our country and our economy. Recognizing the important role infrastructure plays in building strong communities, creating jobs, and growing the economy, Budget 2016 provided $14.4 billion for public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure, infrastructure at post-secondary institutions, and for rural broadband. In addition, Budget 2017 laid out our long-term plan with an additional $81.2 billion over 11 years. This money is going to support public transit, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, transportation that supports trade, Canada's rural and northern communities, and smart cities. Improving the way Canadians live, move, and work. Transit investments will allow Canadians to benefit from shorter commute times, reduced air pollution, access to more good, well-paying jobs, and stronger economic growth. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the economic performance of Canada. And what I should say actually is the impressive economic performance of Canada over the past 2 years. We are currently the country whose economic growth in the G7 is the fastest. Our economy grew at 4.5%, which is the highest growth rate since 2006. In the 2 years following our election, 400,000 jobs were created, and most of those were full-time jobs, thanks in part to strong economic growth and to thoughtful investments on the part of the government in Canadians. Our budgetary situation is better than that we had forecast in March. In fact, the fiscal year that ended on the 31st of March represented a budget deficit of $17.8 billion, which is $11.6 billion less than what had been forecast in 2015. Madam Speaker, we would be one of the first to recognize that small businesses are the cornerstone of our economy, and it is thanks to them that the economy is functioning so well today. Our purpose is to encourage businesses to develop and to create jobs. And it is that is the reason why Canadian small businesses have an average tax rate, federal, provincial, territorial combined, that is one of the lowest in the G7 countries. We have a combined tax rate of 12 percentage points less than that of our main trading partner, the United States. And these low rates will stay low.
Capital gains exemption of more than $835,000 for capital gains realized by individuals on the disposition of qualified small business shares. The exemption is $1 million for qualified farm and fishing property. All these things add up to Canada being a great place to do business, and that's all good news. Yet business investment in Canada isn't as strong as we would like. Canada's business sector labor productivity growth has generally lagged that of the U.S. on average over the last 25 years. Part of the reason is that American businesses invest more than double on average on things like information and communications technology. These investments lead to higher productivity and create more growth and more jobs. In Canada, we have a system that encourages wealthy individuals to incorporate just to get tax advantages not accessible to the vast majority of middle-class Canadians. That's right. We don't think it's fair, and we will take actions to level the playing field. We understand that setting up a private corporation offers hardworking middle-class business owners the ability to sell shares, raise capital, and limit liability. As I've mentioned earlier, it gives them access also to the lowest small business tax rate in the G7. But we know, however, that for some, incorporation offers something different. That's what we want to address. In some cases, it can allow a high-income incorporated professional to be taxed at a lower rate on their personal income than a salaried Canadian. During our consultations on tax planning using private corporations, we wanted to hear from business owners and how we can encourage them to invest in their active business to help create more growth and even more jobs. After all, that's what Canada's low and competitive tax rates are meant to do. They're meant to support and encourage active business investment to spur productivity, growth, and job creation. But creating growth is one thing. We also want to work to ensure that growth and prosperity in this country be inclusive. We need an economy where all Canadians, and not just the most wealthy, can participate in and take advantage of economic opportunities. And there is work to do to ensure fairness for middle-class Canadians. That is what we are talking about when we talk about improving our tax system, ensuring that everyone benefits from economic growth, not just the wealthy few. From the very beginning, we've been perfectly clear about our goal. We want to create an economy that works for the middle class and all those working hard to join it. And at the heart of that goal is a very simple premise. Every Canadian needs to pay their fair share. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, before concluding, I'd like to correct some misinformation that has been around. First and foremost, we are not going to be increasing taxes on small businesses. Canadian small businesses will continue to benefit from one of the lowest small business taxes amongst G7 countries. It is the government's intention to ensure that these proposals will have no effect on the ability of businesses to save for professional reasons. Proposals on tax fairness will not affect the ability of individuals to incorporate. It will not prevent small business owners to employ members of their family. Under the proposed changes, we are not targeting in any way middle-class Canadians. For example, for income from passive investments to provide more benefits than the average Canadian, a corporation has to have more than $150,000 in income. According to the Coalition for Tax Fairness, 2/3 of businesses earn less than $73,000 per year. We're also aware that there are small businesses that have saved and planned for their retirement. I want to reassure everyone that the changes that we are proposing with respect to taxes on passive investment will only apply in the future. Our intention is to make sure that no current economy or any current investment will be affected. Finally, we have heard about many women owners and women professionals, and we have heard that they are facing many specific challenges, and we thank them for having told us about their concerns. We want to understand in what way these changes will affect women differently from men. We want to make sure that the measures we are taking will contribute to the success of women and that they will not be harmful. We also want to thank the small business owners who reminded us of something that we never doubted, and that is that it takes courage to do what they're doing and to face the risks that they risk. The government's changes in tax planning will not harmfully affect the ability of businesses to invest, to allow them to be competitive and to develop. Our proposed changes targeting the passive investments, but not money that is invested in the business. We want to make sure that the money that is taken out of businesses is taxed fairly. Madam Speaker, we have heard from thousands of Canadians throughout the countries who participated in this important discussion. They had an opportunity to talk in open discussions at roundtables, in events that were organized from Vancouver to St. John's. The Minister of Finance also met with members of Parliament and met the Standing Committee on Finance. Madam Speaker, a fair tax system is beneficial for all Canadians, and it will allow small business owners to see their work bring about fruit. When it benefits the wealthy rather than the middle class, then it has to be changed. The government has called on Canadians to help us do things properly, and we're listening to them.
Will not raise tax rates on businesses or make it more difficult for them to incorporate. Business owners can continue to have family members actively involved in and appropriately compensated by their business. And as I've already mentioned, changes to passive income taxation would only apply on a go-forward basis they won't affect existing savings or investment income from those savings. And the government will take no actions that will impair a business' ability to invest, to compete, and to grow. Canadians have made it clear they want a fair tax system, and that's what we're going to deliver. And as the economy grows, Canadians need and deserve to know that their tax system is fair. And right now, Madam Speaker, such is not always the case, and I think we can do better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was with great interest that I listened to my colleague from the Quebec City region on the other side. And I have to say that I am completely shocked. I'm shocked to see that this member who comes from the same region I come from has not heard the same cry of alarm that I heard. We met everyone. We held meetings with tax experts, with farmers, with small and medium-sized businesses from the Quebec City region. And I'm going to say it again, that this is not, that what they said is exactly the opposite of what the member opposite has said. That's not at all what we heard. And I hope that he can be frank enough with us to say that he has heard the same thing we heard. Hundreds of letters have been sent to us every day. Our SMEs are afraid. We have a crisis now, and it's not just a crisis in Quebec. It's a national crisis. Everyone is writing us. Everyone is coming to us. So it's not just me as a Conservative member who's speaking. It's a member for all the people in my riding in this country I'm speaking. We've met more than one tax expert. And I'm asking my colleague from Quebec to tell me the truth, not just his party lines. He should tell me that he heard the same concerns I heard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Quebec City region, for the passion that she puts into her work. And I can tell her that, yes, I heard many concerns. I heard concerns from various sectors, and that's why we were holding consultations over 75 days. We went from one end of the country to the other. I'm going to tell her about other things I heard. I heard wage earners who said, I even heard doctors, I heard friends who said that the current system is unfair, that a professional be able to incorporate and sprinkle his income when these benefits are not available to the vast majority of Canadians. So that they be able to save $48,000, for example, when the individual is making $300,000. I have heard many say to me, we want more fairness. The current system does not have that fairness. And I'm also going to say that I've heard a lot of misinformation on the part of my colleagues from that region about the impact of our proposals. Madam Speaker, perhaps they didn't read the proposals or they've misunderstood them.
That's the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. And I listened closely to what he was saying. And what I didn't hear was anything about reducing the small business tax, which was promised by all three parties in this House. And what I didn't hear was talking about real tax fairness and talking about the motion that the Liberals supported that the NDP brought forward this year that would have eliminated tax havens and closed the stock option CEO loophole. And so, Madam Speaker, the question that I have is the question that I'm getting in my riding and being asked by a lot of progressive people as well. And so my question to the member is, why is the scope on this so limited?
Our Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question, and perhaps it's worth reminding that in Budget 2016 and Budget 2017, we've invested close to $1 billion to identify money that's going to tax havens. It's allowed us to identify $13 billion and to recuperate something like $5 billion. And the previous government, and it was mentioned by the former Minister of National Revenue recently in the media, Mr. Blackburn, who said under the Harper government, this was not a priority. So going after tax evasion was not a priority. It's been a priority for us since day one, and it's all part of this plan to bring more equity in our tax system, and that was part of our ambition when we raised taxes for the wealthiest 1% to lower them for 9 million Canadians. That was part of our ambition when we modified the Canadian Child Benefit to make it more fair, more progressive, a child benefit that will lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty because we've made it more fair and more progressive. So I think that should speak to progressive across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Liselat, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning at 7:30, we met with the Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce. There were 4 individuals who were before us, and I can guarantee you, Madam Speaker, that these people were completely dumbfounded by everything they've been seeing and hearing from this government. It makes no sense. First, the consultation period of 75 days began in the middle of the summer and ended yesterday. If you just think of farmers, well, it's a sure thing that from mid-July until today they're in the field. They haven't had time to look at these reforms, and yet this reform will affect them in a particular way. And it won't just affect farmers, it will affect all businesses, contrary to what the government is saying. They'll be affected directly or indirectly. And the Federation of Quebec's Chambers of Commerce is asking this government to at least extend the consultation period and to make structural changes to the reforms they're proposing. Those that would be winners in the current system are asking for this. So I'd like my colleague to tell me whether or not they will extend the consultation period so that everyone can really participate in it and take stock of the effects of these reforms. The Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. I think it's important to note that we are listening. We have been listening over the past months. We continue to listen to ensure that the changes do not have unintended consequences. The Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, I will be meeting with them this afternoon. We want to hear from them. We've heard from Chambers of Commerce from across the country. In Saskatchewan last week, I met with the president of their Chambers of Commerce, and we heard their concerns. And we are listening to ensure that we make changes in the right way. But I think the goal of increasing tax fairness in our system where it is lacking, I think there's consensus in Canada that that's the right thing to do. Regarding farmers, we are listening to farmers. The members of a farm family will continue to be able to do so. We support family businesses and we will continue to do so. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide some of his thoughts or reflections on the statement that I would make in the sense that the Liberal government, in its very first budget, gave a tax to Canada's wealthiest 1%. They also gave a tax break to Canada's middle class. I was very, very proud of that particular budget. And then we take a look at what we're proposing now is to ensure that there's a higher sense of tax fairness. And I'm wondering if he could provide his comments combining the two and how that enables Canada's middle class.
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre des Finances.
Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The member for his question. I think it speaks volume about the ambition that we've put forward when we campaigned in 2015 to say that we would be the government that works for those who've been neglected for 10 years. So the middle class Canadians, and those who seek to be part of the middle class. And when you look at the former revenue minister under the Conservatives saying that tax evasion was by no means a priority under the Harper government, and the investments, on the other hand, that we've made to go after tax evasion and tax havens, I think it puts into contrast our perspective and who we work for with theirs. And when you look at some of the last things that the previous government did was double the TFSA limit to $11,000. You know, Madam Speaker, how many Canadians max out their TFSA at the current level of $5,500? 3% of Canadians. It begs the question, who are they working for? And the American who originally designed the TFSA said it was madness. So we know who they work for. We work for the middle class and those seeking to join.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague, for whom I have great admiration, but as the culture critic, I'd like to tell you that your consultations, well, you hear, but you do not understand. I'd like to remind the member to speak through the speaker. A brief question. Yes, my question is, would you accept to at least extend the consultation period? That's what everyone is calling for. It was to be addressed to me, not to the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a brief answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The consultation was put forward in Budget 2017 in March. We were already talking about these three aspects of our tax system that we wanted to look at to increase fairness. It's funny to see the NDP try to straddle the fence on this. Are they for tax fairness or do they oppose it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Rappel au règlement.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Madam Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition spoke earlier, and you gave the floor to the government and to the second opposition party, you said that it was to the discretion, it was that you didn't want to exclude the party whose member was speaking, but that is what you did effectively. In the previous statement by the Leader of the Opposition, now I'm rising, and you're giving the floor to a government member. I can't follow your logic on this. Can you explain how you're managing this House? To the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, in my comment earlier, I explained that in a 10-minute question and comment period, which is what the government had, there would be one opportunity for one question on the government side if somebody rose. There were two questions from the opposition side, the official opposition, and now two questions from the other opposition, the second opposition, and just one question from the government side. When the Leader of the Opposition rose, it was during a 5-minute period. So there wasn't the opportunity during that time to have a question on that side. Therefore, as mentioned, I'll bring the question to the other speakers and we will provide an answer to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to inform you right away that I will be sharing my speaking time with my wonderful colleague for SX. I'd like to congratulate her on her great work since she's been elected. She's a wonderful recruit. Madam Speaker, to begin, I'd like to take a minute to talk about the Liberal platform, the Liberal promises that have been broken one after another in the first 2 years of their mandate. We were told that the government would help the middle class, support middle-class families, and one of the first things they did was to make tax changes in the tax rates that completely left out all those who earn less than $45,000 a year. That's the definition of the middle class of the Liberal Party. They're completely out of touch. They keep company with the rich and the powerful, with their wealthy Canadian families and Bay Street people. People who make $30,000, $35,000 a year, $40,000 a year. They're not part of the middle class to them, so they don't get anything. Zero. It's pretty straightforward. Those who make over $180,000 a year, those are the ones who benefit the most from the tax changes brought in by the Liberal Party. That's the difference between what the Liberal Party says and what the Liberal Party does. I'd like them to go into Canada and tell people who make $21,000 that they don't need any help. I think they'd be told straight in the face that that doesn't make any sense. We were also told that small and medium-sized businesses were very important. To assist them, they were going to decrease their tax rate from 11% to 9%. Surprise, surprise, Madam Speaker, nothing was done. They've been in place for 2 years, but the government hasn't done anything to help small businesses, families that set up small businesses to make the money they need to feed their family. And I'm familiar with small and medium-sized businesses. In my writing, that's 11 square kilometers, there are only small businesses. But I'm going to try and focus on the tax aspect, which we are discussing today. But we could talk a long time about broken promises, electoral reform, the fight against climate change, the same targets and plans as the previous government, the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia. But let's get back to our topic. The Liberal Party promised to launch a comprehensive review of tax measures that allow tax evasion and tax avoidance. That's what the Liberals said during the last election. And now, surprise, that's not what they're doing, not at all. They're conducting a review that looks at only one aspect of the situation and the problem, which is small and medium-sized businesses and healthcare professionals. At the NDP, we're not saying that shouldn't be a profound review, but we're saying that would only be one aspect of the issue. And rather strangely, a lot of people and companies and multinationals and banks are set aside, even though we lose out on much more money from them than what we could gain by targeting the people who are the focus of the Liberal consultations we saw over the summer with the Minister of Finance. At the NDP, we want to recognize the contribution of small and medium-sized businesses. We find it unfortunate that the government's words on this, when they claim that they are cracking down on tax frauds, are making small business owners out to be tax cheats, people abusing the system. I will try to explain later how that is not the case for the vast majority of SMEs that don't make enough money. They don't make enough money, enough profits, enough revenue to try to use the system the Liberal government is trying to target right now. It's as if you took a bazooka to try to kill a fly. There might be collateral damage, Madam Speaker. Small businesses create jobs in our communities. That's important, and we need to take care of that. Currently, there are many aspects of the reform or the pre-reform that are raising fears. Why does the NDP agree with the principle of tax fairness, the notion of tax fairness? That's at the heart of our political platform and our vision as Social Democrats, so that the wealthiest and the biggest businesses can't avoid contributing to our collective capacity to take care of each other. Let me explain. There's a Mr. Holmes, not Sherlock Holmes, another individual who said something important at a certain point that I really appreciate. He said, when I pay tax, I buy civilization. When I pay my taxes, I buy civilization. What does that mean? It means we give ourselves the means through our social programs to build a better civilization where nobody is left behind. When everyone pays their fair share, the middle class, salaried employees, SMEs, healthcare professionals, banks, and millionaires, we can give ourselves good programs like universal health care that is free and accessible. That is at the heart of our Canadian and Quebec identity. We want to ensure we have access to doctors within a reasonable time frame to be treated. How are we able to have this? Well, it's because we have tax fairness, because we have redistribution of wealth, because we go find the money to be able to pay for programs like this, which are absolutely essential. We could talk about health, Madam Speaker, or post-secondary education. Why is it that our tuition costs are much lower in Quebec and Canada compared to the United States? That's because everyone pays their fair share. So as a principle, as a political party on the left, the NDP agrees with tax fairness. We want to pursue that goal because we know it's part of the solution to have sufficient income to pay for the programs we need, to have social affordable housing, to provide health care to Indigenous children. These are funds that we need to pay for a green economy so that we don't depend so much on carbon and coal. So there could be good reasons to go after iniquities. There's a recent study that tells us that tax avoidance through private corporations, which is the current target of the government, is used by the 0.01%, the richest in the country, people who earn over $2.3 million per year. If that's a problem, could the Liberals not just ensure that they target those people and not scare everyone else? Not everybody will be affected. Statistics Canada tells us that 2/3 of SMEs earn less than $73,000 per year. So most SMEs would not be directly affected by the proposed changes. But the government hasn't been able to reassure them that that won't be the case. And there's a lot of contradictory information out there, a lot of confusion on the ground. So there's total chaos right now. And it seems that the government and the finance minister were unable to be clear about this. They're not looking at the real problem, which is the tax avoidance of the 0.01%, people who use private corporations to reduce their tax rates. But it might not be a coincidence that the government isn't able to explain its position correctly, that they give the impression that all SMEs are potential tax cheats. The Prime Minister himself used 4 numbered companies to reduce his tax rate over the years. So that's part of the problem. What we're saying is that there need to be more consultations. We need to really target real tax frauds, those who are doing tax avoidance, banks and CEOs, the friends of the Liberal Party.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his contribution to the debate today. One thing is very clear. The fact of the matter is if you are an unincorporated professional, you're making $230,000 a year, your average tax rate will be 36% after it's all factored out. If you're a police officer, a good, hard-working, unionized member of the police force, and you're making $98,000 a year, your effective tax rate would be 22%. Now, if you are an incorporated individual, you have a spouse that's not working, 2 adult children, you can effectively sprinkle your income to them, and your average tax rate will be 20.5%, less than that police officer. My question for the member is, does he think that's fair? And if not, will he vote with the government on this?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very legitimate question. We recognize it from the outset. The difference between a salaried employee, I hope a unionized member, as he said, doesn't have the same opportunity as someone who's incorporated themselves. Yes, we need to find a solution to that because the alternatives for each of those individuals are not equal. However, the current government proposal goes much further than that. It's creating a lot of confusion and a lot of fears among many healthcare professionals and farmers. The impression is that the solution they put forward is not the right one. What I would ask him, Madam Speaker, is to be consistent in his position against tax shelters. The government voted in favor of our motion to fight tax shelters, but then they signed an agreement with the Cook Islands that has a 0% tax rate for businesses. Frank, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fact is, the NDP and the Conservatives voted against the tax increase to Canada's wealthiest 1%. The fact is, the NDP and the Conservatives voted against the tax break to Canada's middle class. And it appears today that the NDP are going to be joining the Conservatives in voting against tax reform that's going to make the system fairer, which will benefit all Canadians, in particular Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. My question is, what does the NDP or the Conservatives have against Canada's middle class? That is the class that is generating the jobs that Canada needs. The healthier the middle class, Madam Speaker, the healthier Canada is.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because it gives me an opportunity to repeat something I said in my speech, and that is that the Conservative liberal middle class tax plan left aside everyone that earns less than $45,000 because as far as the Liberals are concerned, if you earn less than $45,000, you don't need help. They're more concerned about people earning $150,000. So if the Liberals were truly there to defend workers and the middle class, they would have helped people earning $30,000, $35,000, $40,000 a year. But the Liberal government chose not to do that, and they also refused to deal with CEOs' bonuses, which cost us $800 million a year. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Rosemont Petite-Patrie for his passionate speech here today about tax fairness and the importance of tax fairness. And really, my question to him is about the Liberals breaking their promise that they stood here and voted with the NDP in March on to end the CEO stock option tax loopholes, to end the elimination of offshoring, to talk about these inequalities that are about $800 million a year. I just wonder if he shares that frustration with me about this narrow scope that we're being brought by the government today, and if he could speak on that.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie has 10 seconds. Excellent question, excellent comment. The consultations were in the middle of the summer, far too short. They were haphazard. It ended yesterday, the consultation period. People would like to see a broader consultation on the whole host of tax measures.
Debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about tax fairness for the farmers and the small business owners in my riding. My riding of Essex is a rural riding with 5 municipalities where towns are filled with small businesses, and the space between them is filled with gorgeous farm fields. We have some of the richest soil in Canada and the largest number of acreage under glass in our greenhouse sector. The hardworking people in Essex are so angry and confused by this consultation by the Liberal government, which is now officially closed. These are hardworking people who have now been told that they did something wrong, that they are tax cheats, or that they were intentionally not paying their fair share. Madam Speaker, paying our fair share is something that is deeply important to New Democrats. Fighting for fairness is the foundation of all of our work. Fair share is a phrase that we use with pride about our contribution to our communities. We pay taxes to our government so that we can collectively take care of each other. And Canadians place trust in the government to fairly distribute the wealth of our society so that we all benefit from services that keep our communities healthy and thriving. This is a basic tenet here in Canada. It's one of the things that I love about Canada, and why I ran to become an MP was to protect and fight for our social services and for their equal delivery. And this is why so many of the people in my riding are also very proud to pay their taxes, to pay their fair share. They work hard for their families, for their communities, for their family traditions and their family businesses and farms. They pay that fair share, and they work to pay for the health of their community as well. This summer, when the consultation started, there was a lot of rhetoric being thrown around by the Liberal government about tax fairness. People in my riding were being told that they were cheating the system, that they were taking away from that community that they love and help to build, where we were raised and where they raised their children, instead of adding to it. Not only did they feel targeted by this language, they were using a system that was in fact perfectly legal and one that they had been encouraged to use to grow. They understand and support tax fairness. But the main question I get is, why did the Liberals only bring in these proposals where they're only looking at small businesses? Where was the consultation on CEO stock option loopholes, or the consultation on how we end offshoring and snow washing? The Panama Papers came up quite a bit, Madam Speaker. I understand why farmers and small business owners are angry. What I can't understand is this government limiting the scope and the time of this debate in Canada. This government has many opportunities to bring forward real and tangible tax fairness. I believe in tax fairness, but real tax fairness, not this limited version being proposed by the government. Real tax fairness could have come when New Democrats stood in this House in March and introduced a motion to eliminate tax havens and the CEO stock option loophole. Why should CEOs be able to hide their salary and stock options to keep from paying their fair share? The NDP proposed the elimination of the tax break on stock options used by rich CEOs, a loophole that costs the government and communities $800 million per year. The government voted in favour of our motion, but has done nothing to address the issue. And, Madam Speaker, I heard them talk about the provisions in the budget that they brought forward, but this does not end this loophole. This does not eliminate the loophole, and these are very different things. Real tax fairness could have been accomplished by the Liberals if they had passed my colleague, Private Member's Bill C-274. This bill would have helped small business owners like farm and fishing businesses transfer between family members. Madam Speaker, we have a system in Canada where farmers pay less tax if they sell their family farm to a stranger than if they sell it to a family member. How on earth is that fair? But again, the government, who says on a constant basis how much they care about farmers, voted against this bill, which would have made it fairer to succession plan, something that Canadian farm families are struggling with across the country. I recently spoke with a farmer in my riding who told me that he and his wife had taken on payments to be able to buy the farm from his parents. They have a 16-year commitment to do this, and now they are very worried that they've made the wrong decision and will pay the price for this government's complete lack of understanding about farm management. This is not a multi-million-dollar farmer, Madam Speaker. This is a family who is teaching their children how to farm and keeping our community in fresh local food. Now, instead of the government using viable options to make our tax system more fair, to tackle the real and serious problem of inequality, this government has put forward these consultations, which are now over. Madam Speaker, when we talk about income inequality in Canada, this is a real and serious issue for all. Recently, the census revealed that Canada's income level of inequality has worsened over the past 12 years. Due to past government inaction, the richest 1% of our population has seen a rise in their median income of 14%. According to the census data, the richest 1% now makes 6.8 times more than a worker making Canada's median wage of $34,204 in 2015. The changes that the government is consulting on will do nothing to alleviate this gap. In the Windsor-Essex area, the United Way says about 1/4 of our youth live in poverty, which means that in 2013, 19,900 children under the age of 17 lived in families where the income was less than $17,000 per year. We need to seriously address this gap and work hard to close it. That is why this consultation must include all avenues to do that, not just the narrow scope that the government has introduced. In fact, it was in the Liberals' platform to address these inequalities. But this measure is so limited in scope that people are learning once again that the Liberals say one thing during an election and never follow through. If they are serious about helping small businesses, then where is the small business tax reduction? Something that all parties in this House committed to during the campaign. Madam Speaker, we are 2 years in to the mandate, and we still have not seen this proposal come forward, which is so incredibly important to the 98% of our businesses in this country that are small and medium-sized businesses. If, Madam Speaker, the Liberals are serious about helping small business, then where is this helpful proposal coming on? Where is the legislation to ensure that businesses can see the tax reduction that they were promised and, quite honestly, were moving forward and producing their future on? So another broken promise to our most important job creators. Madam Speaker, no one in Canada today thinks that the Liberals are standing up for small businesses. I want to talk about the consultations for a minute. These consultations release a tidal wave of misinformation that has only scared and worried people across the country. The government caught Canadians off guard, leaving many small business owners and farmers in Essex wondering about the vague language, the implications of the proposals, and many others are confused by the complexities of the reforms. And Madam Speaker, I heard some Liberals today in the House talking about whether or not the NDP would vote on this. To my knowledge, there is nothing to vote on at this point. We don't know what's going to be proposed. We kind of have some vague understanding, but again, this confusion that exists for our small business owners and farmers. The Liberals launched these consultations in mid-July, and they are over as of yesterday. How could they have not realized that this time of year would be problematic for farmers? This is harvest season, and for many farmers, they won't be able to get to their accountants or their tax planners in time to get detailed advice about how these potential changes to the tax system could affect them. I know when I'm traveling in my riding, I'm seeing all of the tractors running full speed, and it's been very tough for those farmers to connect because they simply have to be on the farm during this critical time. I also don't understand why the government has decided to rush the consultation process. Surely it makes sense for them to post their proposals and wait for honest, well-thought-out feedback. Why don't they give everyone the time to study these changes? Madam Speaker, if the Liberals are serious about tax fairness, then they will expand the scope, extend the deadline, and have a true comprehensive review. That's why, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, that the motion be amended, A, by deleting the words, will have a drastic negative impact on small and medium-sized local businesses, and replacing them by the following: unfairly target small businesses while ignoring the largest abuses of Canada's tax system. And B, by adding after the word measures, the following: and to expand the consultations to include measures targeting large corporations, loopholes for CEOs, and tax havens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's my duty to inform the House that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be made with the consent of the moving party, and the government leaders or whips can provide or decline to consent to such a proposed amendment.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech, but we cannot accept the amendment that she has brought forward.
Since the acting whip has indicated that there is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech and her genuine amendment proposal to our motion today. But I think, as my colleague said, this motion is something that's very important because of the feedback we've heard from across Canada. And my colleague spoke on that as well, is that to try and make some of these profound tax changes, which are going to be detrimental to farmers, ranchers, small business owners, professionals across Canada, to try and make those changes and say that you've had legitimate consultation in 72 days, I think is disingenuous. I think when we made similar tax changes more than 40 years ago, those consultations took more than 2 years. So I would like to ask my colleague, does she agree that the Liberals are clearly trying to ram something through without legitimate consultation, and will she be in support of our motion to extend the consultation till January 2018?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his question. And I do think it's incredibly important that we talk about this consultation process that's happened, because we see the Liberals opening consultation processes in a lot of different ways. The problem is that they're all over the map. None of them actually create a space where people can have that fulsome conversation. We see, multiple hearings, a whole summer spent on electoral reform, and then we have these changes coming in the dead of summer, and folks trying to scramble to be able to deal with them. So it really is the inconsistency of this government when they use the term consultation, because in this particular case, an extension to the time period is more than warranted. It's necessary for people to be able to bring their issues forward so that they can be responsibly heard by the government. So that it's not just this talk that the government does that they're listening, it's that they actually listen. And they actually are allowing people who, like I said, the farmers in the fields right now, don't have the ability to be able to go and participate in this process. And another thing that small businesses do across our country quite well is they affiliate to larger groups, they join together in their efforts, and again, this very short time period did not allow for them to be able to go to their membership in a way that would benefit all small businesses and bring that forward. So the extension is important.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great amount of respect for my colleague from Essex, but I'm very troubled by what she said in her speech earlier. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, that this government lowered taxes on the middle class and increased them on the top 1%, something that the NDP voted against. But more directly to a comment that she made, we also lowered the small business tax rate from 11 to 10.5%, another thing that the NDP voted against. So I think it's extremely unjust to stand there and accuse the government of doing something and insisting that they do something else when, in fact, they had been doing that all along. I'm wondering if the member will now vote to make a more equitable system in particular when it comes to income sprinkling, so that people will pay their fair share of a tax rate for those, that is equitable to those that don't have the luxury of being incorporated.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I find it galling, to be honest, that the member talks about how amazing that they lowered by 0.5% the small business tax when 2% was promised. 2% was promised to Canadians. And this very narrow scope, this very short time period, is not serving small businesses. I support tax fairness. The NDP supports tax fairness. We need to ensure that taxes are being fairly distributed across our country. It's important. But my question really is about the CEO stock option loopholes that they still have not eliminated. So if they're serious about repatriating some of that money, then why is it that the 1% gets a pass from the Liberals and they put this narrow scope on where only our communities, our farmers, our small businesses are impacted? If the Liberals are serious about tax fairness, they can't put a microscope on a tiny piece. And they can't ignore very real solutions that have come before this House. And that's exactly what has happened in this Parliament. We have Liberals who are talking out the side of their mouths on tax fairness. Tax fairness needs to be a comprehensive approach. It cannot be this limited scope. So an extension of the time, expanding the scope so that we're talking about true tax fairness is incredibly important for all Canadians.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the hardworking member from Foothills and want to thank him for all his work for his constituents. Today we're debating the motion from the official opposition calling on the government to continue consultations. And that's quite reasonable. The consultation process to this point, just a quick review, it was launched by the government July 18 and went until October the 2nd. Now, if you were to look at a calendar, you would see that that's during the summer. And it was announced during the summer after people had made plans for the summer and were doing busy Canadians doing what they do during the summer. So surprise, there's these consultations and the position paper from the government. If you look at the time that these consultations were held, particularly in the fall, it was often when people that weren't on holidays that were at work, that's when the consultations were held. A neighboring community, they had the consultations in the middle of the week at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when Canadians, hardworking Canadians, are at work. Not people living on trust funds. We're talking about hardworking Canadians. So throughout the whole process, there had been the question, is this a genuine consultation? I fear not. Also, through this process, hardworking Canadians have been called tax cheats. That the government has said that they want a healthy middle class, and yet they're attacking the middle class. They want tax fairness, yet the wealthiest Canadians, some of them sitting in this House, what's being proposed is they are exempt from this. It's not hurting the wealthy Canadians, it's hurting hardworking middle-class Canadians. We've also had a report during this process that Canadians actually, if you go through the GAFLBAB and you look at actually how is the Liberal policies affecting Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians are paying more tax. They have less money in their pockets than what they did with the previous government. So the policies are disingenuous. The consultation is disingenuous. And so during these, the consultation, so-called consultation period, as it was approaching the end, the October the 2nd, which is yesterday, the consultations, the number one thing that I heard from my constituents is that they didn't believe the government was listening. They believed that this was going to go ahead anyway, and that this was just lip service. It was smoke and mirrors, that they were having the so-called consultation, and the government was moving ahead anyway. In our local newspaper, there was an article written by a neighboring member of Parliament, Liberal member of Parliament, and he went on to write this and put this in the paper. He said, "So far I've heard from constituents, including small business owners and incorporated professionals."
Order. L'honorable député.
The honourable member has a point of order. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like there to be a count to see if we have quorum. I think this is a very important topic for all Canadians. We have NDP members, members from the Conservative Party. I think my colleague's speech is very important, and I think there should be a count done.
C'est-tu affaire? Excuse. Oui, on a quorum maintenant.
We have quorum.
Le débat, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always nice to have enough Liberal members in the House that it's true consultation and consideration. So back to this letter written into the local newspaper from a neighboring Liberal MP. It says, "So far I've heard from constituents, including small business owners and incorporated professionals, hearing their concerns and proposals for moving forward. We have had 2 town halls with participation by 60 persons, so it's approximately 30 at each of these town halls. and received emails, letters, and phone calls and held individual meetings. Key themes have emerged through these consultations. The first, that residents indicated to me, is that they believe the consultation period is too short for such broad reforms. He went on, continuing these consultations for a longer period would exasperate the current air of uncertainty for small business owners. The current due date allows the government to deliver a framework for the new system to allow business owners time to plan for the changes ahead. In other words, it's going ahead. There is confusion, and we don't want to exasperate that. Well, where did the confusion come from, Madam Speaker? It came from the ill-advised, poorly created policy of taxing unfairly against one part of our economy, the hardworking Canadians, small business. That's where the uncertainty comes from. Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell a little story of some of the constituents that I've heard from. One of them is Tamara Jansen. She is a small business owner, together with her husband. They've had the business for over 30 years, and when they started off, it was very, very small. It is now today one of the biggest greenhouse companies in my riding of Langley Aldergrove. Tamara Jansen and her family, they expected that they would be able to roll over the company into their next generation, to their children. And for the first 5 years, she got no salary. And the salary for her husband, Byron, was just enough to live on. So they kept reinvesting everything back into the company. They now have a very successful company which hires a lot of people and provides very good agriculture product to the community. They would, at some time in the future, like to be able to retire and pass the business on to their children. And it's always nice, that's a dream, is to be able to pass your business on. With what's being proposed by the government is they won't be able to do that. The tax structure for them to pass it on to one of their children, they're talking up to 93% taxation, which sounds that it's impossible to grasp how the government would do that. Yet the taxation is way lower if it's a foreign entity that would buy them out. So it discourages families from being able to pass on the company that they've built up over generations or decades, now to be able to pass it on to the next generation, and it stops that. Now, Tamara Jansen and I did a little interview, and it's available on markwarwood.com and on YouTube, so I encourage people to watch that. Another one is Scott Johnson, who is the past president of the Chamber of Commerce. I did an interview with him too, and that's very good. He's a corporate lawyer, represents a lot of small business, and we're hearing from across Canada and in my constituent that they want more consultation. Now, I think back to 2004 when I was first elected here. It wasn't my party leader at that time, Stephen Harper. He did not vote for me. He was running in his own riding, and it was the constituents that voted for me and got me here. And in 2006, 2008, 2011, and 2015, it's always been the people of Langley Aldergrove, that have elected me and sent me here. For what purpose? Well, to represent them, to be their voice in this Parliament. And I believe that is fundamentally our responsibility. I know what the members of Langley Aldergrove, how they want me to vote, and the voice and the message that they want me to bring. And it is here today now to this House extend the consultation period. And to extend it for how long? Well, the proposal of the official opposition is to extend it to January 31st and to start true, genuine consultation. To every member in this House, I can pretty much guarantee that that's the same message that they're hearing, is extend the consultation. So the question for my Liberal friends, and I respect them, they are in a very tough position. They have their leader, the Prime Minister, is telling them how to vote, and providing script, talking points, and what they're to say to the media and to their constituents. We're looking out for you. We're looking out for your best interest. We're wanting to build the middle class. But in reality, they're hurting the middle class. And, Madam Speaker, I encourage my Liberal friends to ignore what the Prime Minister is saying, represent your constituents, and vote to extend the consultation. Good.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I am somewhat disappointed in the official opposition because at the end of the day, when I canvass my constituents, I can tell you what a vast majority, and when I say vast, I'm talking 95%, that believe that Canada, where we can improve our taxation policy and our system, that we should do just that, Madam Speaker. And what we have seen is a Minister of Finance and a Prime Minister, in fact, the Cabinet and the caucus, at least on one side, one party, that recognizes what's important to Canadians is not only giving the middle class a tax break, not only having that 1% tax or that the tax addition on the Canada's wealthiest 1%, but also to deliver on tax fairness. And that is what this government is doing. My question is, why does the Conservative Party vote against tax break to Canada's middle class, and when it comes to tax fairness, they vote against that too, Madam Speaker? Why?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member speaking for the government as the Parliamentary Secretary is regurgitating the jargon, the Liberal nonsense, but the real question that he should be asking is, will his members, his colleagues, his Liberal colleagues, listen to the constituents? And I'll repeat what his colleague, his Liberal colleague, said, that there's themes that they have heard that have emerged during the consultation, and quote, the first thing that residents indicated to me is that they believe the consultation period is too short for such broad tax reforms. So the question back to him, Madam Speaker, is will he listen to his constituents? Will he encourage his Liberal colleagues to listen to the constituents? And the message is clear to each of us: extend the consultation period.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask through you, the member, we here in the NDP totally agree with his call for extended consultation, and that's what I hear too from my constituents, whether they're doctors or farmers or businessmen. They all want that consultation extended, but they also say, why are you picking on us? Why hasn't the government gone with their promises to cut down on the CEO tax, the tax loopholes for CEOs, the offshore tax havens? Why are they picking on the little fish instead of the big fish?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Yes, Madam Speaker, because the government says it's tax fairness. As he points out, it's not tax fairness. They haven't kept their promises. They haven't lowered small business taxes they said they would during the 2015 election. And it's important that a government keep their promises, and they represent all Canadians, and that we create an economy where jobs are being created and taxes are being lowered, and we have a prosperous future. That's exactly opposite of what the government is doing. They're hurting the very people that they say they're there to help.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess my question to my colleague is, there was a Carter Commission back in the 60s, I believe lasted for over 4 years, a Royal Commission on Taxation. That's 4 years. So my question is, if a Royal Commission that made such dramatic tax recommendations and changes, it's been over 40 years that there's been such an overhaul like this, how on earth could this government suggest in 4 months what was almost difficult to do in 4 years under the Carter Commission back in the 60s?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that point. He's absolutely right. To do it right takes time, takes true consultation, true expertise, and the experts, the accountants and legal experts in our country are saying that the government is wrong in doing what they're doing. And to ram it through and say, we've heard enough, October 2nd has come and gone, we're done, we're going to move ahead, really is disingenuous and disrespectful to Canadians, and to call them tax cheats is shameful.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Langley Aldergrove for his intervention on this issue as well, and for all the hard work that he has done to raise awareness about these unfair tax changes. And I think one of the things that concerns me the most with this entire debate and what has transpired over the last 4 months is, whether they meant to or not, the Liberal government is trying to depict and paint small business owners, farmers, ranchers, professionals across Canada as tax cheats, people who live in gated communities and somehow are circumnavigating the system, have these secret bank accounts in the Cayman Islands that they aren't paying their fair share. Well, it's obviously clear that the Liberal members have not met my constituents, the rural doctor who takes that midnight call, the small business owner who works endlessly and hour after hour to ensure that their business can be successful. They haven't met the farmer who works the 16-hour workday during harvest to try and get his harvest in the bin. They haven't met the cattle rancher who braves the bitter cold at night during calving season. These are the small and medium-sized enterprises that these tax changes will hurt. So to me, it just goes to show how out of touch the Liberal government is with actual hard-working Canadians. Our small business owners, our entrepreneurs, our risk takers, our job creators. These are the ones that they are proposing to always help, but these are the ones that these tax changes will absolutely hurt. So today I stand to rise and speak on behalf of the thousands of my constituents who have voiced their concerns with these unfair tax changes. And their first question is, why are they trying to do this so quickly? Why are they trying to devastate small businesses? Why are they trying to take away my family farm? So our motion today, I think, is quite genuine. Will they extend that consultation period into January 31st, 2018? To try and make these substantial changes in just 4 months is simply impossible. To say that you are listening to Canadians when a vast majority of our farmers and ranchers are in the fields during harvest. Many of our professionals and small business owners just simply aren't paying attention to these things during their busy summer season. I don't think we are asking, I know we're not asking too much when we put a motion forward to the Liberal government. If you are so confident that these changes aren't going to hurt small business, if you're so confident that these changes that you are putting forward are not going to end the family farm, if you're so confident that these changes aren't going to hurt our professionals and impact access to health care in rural communities, if you're that confident, then you will not oppose extending this consultation period to truly hear from Canadians, because that is not what they have done so far. But I don't think they're going to. I think later on this afternoon, they're going to vote against our motion, despite massive opposition from Canadians across the country. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have been quite vocal, quite open. They fully intend to move ahead with these tax changes, regardless about what comes out of the consultation over the last 72 days. They gave us 2 days in committee to talk about massive tax changes. 2 days. 4 months to talk about massive tax changes. The last time it happened 40 years ago took 4 years to make similar changes to our tax code. Why the rush? Why are they in such a hurry to get these things done? My constituents have asked me that every single day. Why the panic? Why the extreme rapidity to try and get these things done? The only answer that I can come up with is they need the money now. It's that simple. They see an opportunity to try and make their balance sheets look a little better, certainly not balanced, but maybe a little bit better. And to do that, they are going to rob our small businesses, our farmers, our ranchers and our professionals to try and help their financial spreadsheet. And that is just not right. And it's disappointing that that is the answer that I have to give to my constituents. And we've heard over and over again from the finance minister that he's out there listening. Well, I've had phone calls and emails from small business owners and professionals across the country. And I'll give you a great example. Two business owners from Nova Scotia. One has a sporting goods store. The other one is a rural doctor. They went to go and see their Liberal Member of Parliament to discuss these tax changes. You know what the response was when they went to his office? Closed door. I'm sorry, our Member of Parliament is not taking meetings on this issue. A Chamber of Commerce in Nova Scotia invited 2 Liberal members of Parliament to their town hall to talk about these tax changes. It was a great opportunity for those Liberal members of Parliament to step in front of their constituents, their small business owners, the ones that they profess that these tax changes aren't going to hurt. It was their chance to stand up in front of them all and explain how this isn't going to impact them. They didn't show up. So for the Liberals to come in for the last 4 months to talk about how much they're listening to Canadians, I'm not sure what their definition of listening is when their constituents can't even get in the front door or can't even get a meeting with their member to talk about their concerns, or at least have an opportunity for that Liberal Member of Parliament to explain these tax changes to them and maybe address some of their concerns. So to say that they are listening, I think is false. But who is listening is the Conservative Party and the official opposition. We have held town halls, community meetings, roundtables in every single province of this country. I know I've held several in my riding. It is unanimous. People are concerned. They are worried that they're going to be losing their small business, their ability to sell that business to their next generation. Our farmers and ranchers are worried about how they are going to be able to maintain the legacy of their family farm. Those are the things that we are hearing. So for our Liberal friends across the way to say over and over today that the majority, the people that they're hearing from have no concerns with these changes, it's just, I don't know who they're hearing this from. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Western Wheat Growers Association, the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the Canadian Cattle Feeders Association, the Canadian Medical Association, all of these groups have come out and spoken in opposition to these tax changes. That's just a fraction of the ones that we have heard from. And I'm sure if you ask all of us on the Conservative side, we could give you lists and lists of groups and associations, professional associations, agriculture associations, small business groups, Chamber of Commerce across the country, who have spoken openly in opposition to these changes. The first thing they are asking for is give us more time. Give us more time to understand these changes. I've heard from several accountants, tax lawyers, who have said in 70 days there just simply isn't enough time for us to possibly understand every scenario, every situation, every ramification that could come from these tax changes. These are the people who are going to be having to talk to their clients and explain the implications that these will have on their livelihood. So if even the professionals who deal with these changes or tax code every single day don't understand them, how can we possibly expect your average Canadian to try and live with these changes? And more than 80% of the small business owners that we've heard from are in opposition to these tax changes. But I would also like to talk about my farmers and my agriculture community. They are looking at this as another blow to losing their family farm. You talk about a carbon tax, eliminating deferral on cash grain tickets. Now these tax changes. It's going to be almost impossible for them. For us on the Conservative side, we do not see that you should be punishing those who are working hard to be successful, to grow a business, to create jobs. We should be celebrating them, thanking them, and ensuring they have every tool possible to be successful. As Conservatives, we will not support these tax changes. We are asking our colleagues to extend the consultation period at least until January 31st, 2018. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, the previous speaker just said the Conservatives will not support these tax measures, but then said, but we would like to consult for another 4 months. Well, what's the point in consulting if you already know you're not going to support them? My question specifically relates to the fact that the consultation that's going on right now, Madam Speaker, is with respect to the passive investments. After the consultation's completed, we'll then have an opportunity to see draft legislation and comment on that. We've already received a lot of consultation, and the Parliamentary Secretary said earlier that one of the biggest concerns, and identified by some of my constituents, is the fact that people have been planning for years and years and years using the mechanisms that were legitimate to them. And they're worried about that being pulled out from under their feet. But the Parliamentary Secretary said earlier that that's not going to be the case, that it is only going to be from this point moving forward. So what's so bad about seeing the legislation so that we can then start to really debate it instead of continuing to try to confuse Canadians?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know what can happen during a consultation? Things can change. As of right now, we will not support these. But if you extend the consultation, maybe you can actually listen to Canadians.
Remind the member that he is to address the questions and comments to the chair.
My colleague can listen to Canadians and make some changes that Canadians are asking for. And I think that's what happens with genuine consultation. Now, to answer his question is, that's great if you're saying you're not going to impact the passive income that's already there. Well, if they're worried about having the rug pulled out from under them, why do you think it's okay to pull the rug out for them later down the road? What that does is it stifles their ability to save for their retirement, save for maternity leave, save for that down year. That's what that passive income is there for. They use it. So why would you think it's a good idea to take it away?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his good speech. And I just wanted to comment quickly on the last questioner who criticized the Conservatives, who said they're not going to support this legislation but wanted to increase the consultation period. That's exactly what the Finance Minister said when he opened the consultation. He said, we're going to have this consultation period, but be warned, we're not going to back down on this. So it's the same kind of attitude. But I wanted to just ask him about what he thinks of the Liberals' plans for getting at tax fairness when they're going after the small fish, they're going after small businesses, and they're going back on their promises to get at the CEO tax loopholes and the offshore tax havens that would really make our taxes much more fair, and yet they're ignoring that.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much for my colleague's question. It's true. It's just another broken Liberal promise. They started this consultation, but 3/4 of the way through, it became very clear from the comments of the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister that they were going to be moving ahead with these tax changes regardless of what happened during the consultation period. And I think all of us in this House would be more than welcome to take a look at tax reform. We would take a look at trying to simplify it, make it easier, not add things like reasonability tests that are going to make it much more bureaucratic, much more red tape, much more convoluted and confusing. But I think the crux of this question here is we don't believe, and I'd say a majority of Canadians don't believe, that this consultation has been genuine. That's why we're asking to extend that consultation to have a real opportunity to talk to Canadians.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Struck by the comment from across the way from the government where they're saying this won't apply in the past, they're going to apply from this point moving forward. It's obvious, I guess, more evidence of how little they know about small businesses and the planning that they need to do for the future. I just want to ask my colleague, does he think the Liberals are now running scared? When they first introduced this, the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister were bound and determined they weren't going to change a thing. Over the last couple of weeks, media reports, connected media, have been saying, oh, this won't be that bad, there's not going to be that big a change. And I'm just wondering, is there any hope for Canadians that these people will actually listen to them and turn around and get rid of these changes?
The honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that's a great question, and today we'll find out. It's clear almost a dozen Liberal MPs have come out publicly in opposition to these potential tax changes. Today, they're going to have an opportunity to vote in favor of extending the consultation period. If they do not do so, it's quite clear that they have not been listening to their constituents, and instead they're listening to the finance minister.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Fundy Royal. Madam Speaker, before I get into the heart of the matter, I want to tell you a little bit about my background. Madam Speaker, I grew up in St. Philippe on a small family farm, harvesting the earth and producing milk with my mom and my dad. Today, I don't have letters behind my name because the farm income was starting to be insufficient for our family, a family of 4 children. I had to leave school at age 15 to help my mom with the herd and the fields, while my dad worked outside the farm. Then, in 1976, my mom got sick, brain cancer. She succumbed 2 years later. I knew right away that one day it would be my turn to take over the farm. So I went back to school to acquire the skills I needed to gradually take over the farm during the 80s. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that I am familiar with the life of a farm. I was alone in taking over the farm, and I had to deal with many challenges that are familiar to many Canadian farms. Crops destroyed by weather events, accidents, diseases that hit a herd, and all of the financial stress that comes with a small family farm. That is why, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak today about tax fairness for all Canadians. It gives me the opportunity to say how much our government cares about supporting a dynamic Canadian agricultural and food industry. The Finance Minister, with whom I've spoken personally, said a number of times, and we've all said it very often, that tax advantages that are designed to help family businesses grow and create jobs and innovate will not be affected. I would also like to clarify a few things. 1. The tax changes that we are proposing will not increase the tax rate for farm businesses. 2. They will have no impact on the ability of farmers to incorporate, invest, or pay their family members for work they do on the farm. 3. Farm business owners will continue to benefit from a lifetime capital gains tax exemption of up to $1 million for their property. When they sell business assets, they pay taxes on the capital gains of the sale up to a maximum amount of $1 million. 4. The proposed changes will have no impact on farmers' ability to pay a salary to family members who work on the farm. Madam Speaker, let's be clear. The Finance Minister and the Agriculture Minister know that farmers play an essential role in the country's economy, and that is why we want to be sure we take the appropriate measures. We are listening to the points of view of farmers, and we have met with industry representatives numerous times. We have heard the point of view of farmers to determine if and how it will be possible to facilitate the transfer of farm businesses to the next generation. I can guarantee that the points of view of the agricultural industry will be taken into consideration as we go forward. The proposed changes would eliminate tax advantages that only the wealthiest Canadians can benefit from. To be clear, middle-class Canadians and small business owners are not targeted by these changes. The changes will only affect a small number of wealthy companies. We support small businesses, we support farm families, and we support their contributions to our communities and our economy. We will ensure that we do not increase the burden on small, middle-class businesses that work hard. Our priority is to ensure tax fairness while avoiding unintended consequences for farmers who work non-stop. Rest assured, Madam Speaker, that the government will not modify tax measures that seek to assist family farms to grow, create jobs, and innovate. Madam Speaker, we know full well that farmers are business people who face risks and unique issues. That is why we are working with them to ensure that our programs provide them with the tools they need to take advantage of new opportunities. Starting on April 1st, 2018, the Canadian Agricultural Partnership will have federal, provincial, territorial investments of over $3 billion on 5 years to help the sector innovate, grow, and prosper. The partnership will focus on essential priorities to optimize the growth potential in the sector, including research, innovation, domestic competitiveness, and international trade. Within the partnership, producers will continue to have access to business risk management programs that are comprehensive, receptive, and accessible. The agri-food industry and agriculture are one of the main economic drivers of Canada. Madam Speaker, we are talking about a gate-to-plate sector with over $100 million of our GDP and over $62 billion for exports. Trade is a major priority. We estimate that on average, nearly half of the agricultural production in Canada is exported. We are the main global exporter of canola, flax, pulses, and wild blueberries, and the third for wheat and pork. Agri-food exports from Canada will increase by about 10% every year, and our goal is to reach $75 billion in exports by 2025. We are working tirelessly to reach this goal. We are proud of the comprehensive economic trade agreement we reached with the European Union. The industry believes that this will increase Canadian agricultural and agri-food exports by $1.5 billion per year. That is good for agricultural businesses, job creation, and economic growth in Canada. Asia is another essential market for our industry. The middle-class population was set to increase by 3 billion people over the next 2 decades. Exploratory discussions to assess the potential for a free trade agreement between China and Canada set a goal, which was to double trade between the two countries by 2025. We're also studying the possibility of reaching an agreement with ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, an economy with one of the fastest rates of growth in the world. And we are working tirelessly with the United States and Mexico to reinforce NAFTA, which has quadrupled agricultural trade in North America over the past 2 decades. To ensure that our products reach our international clients reliably and efficiently, we have legislative provisions to strengthen our rail network. Research and development are at the heart of global agricultural success for Canada. Ongoing investments in the public and private sector for research is essential to allow Canada to keep feeding the global population. Madam Speaker, Canada has the best farmers and processors in the world. We will continue to work with all farmers, family businesses in the farm sector, and all processors on these tax measures and other issues for the agricultural industry to be able to be a world leader and the main job creator for the Canadian economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague who has a farm background for his good speech. I'd like to ask him exactly what I asked his colleague earlier. I won't talk about Liberals and Conservatives, but I'll talk about an MP from a rural region who receives letters from everyone, who listens to everyone. I would like to know, honestly, and not from party lines, if he, like me, has received hundreds of letters from people who are very concerned. It's not based on party affiliations. When we are a member for a region, even though we run under a party banner, we become the member for everyone. We met with a number of people, including the Federation of Quebec Chambers of Commerce. They are all afraid. So I will ask one last time. Is the member aware of how much the agricultural world is concerned regarding these proposed tax changes? They are worried about losing their family farms. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, I have met with a number of farmers directly in my office, in my constituency, and they shared their concerns with me. But what I'd like us to keep in mind is that based on the speech I just made, farms will not be attacked through the tax system. Farms will continue to be passed on from generation to generation. That will still be possible. And the concerns I heard expressed in my constituency office were about the myths that are being spread to scare people. People are saying, is it true that we won't be able to pay salaries to our family? Is it true that we won't be able to transfer the farm, hand it down to the next generation? And it's not true. And that's what I've reassured people that I've met with in my office. So I think you need to be positive here, not negative. Farmers work hard. They don't always have time to inform themselves and to separate the fact from the myth. But I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that these changes will not affect our farms. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. But I think when he's talking about farmers, I can tell you that I have been contacted by many, many farmers in my riding, and this is the middle of harvest, Madam Speaker. This is an incredibly busy time. I can tell you, I can read from one of my farmers, Josh Mayhew, who said that he was talking to his accountant yesterday. He has a direct example on our farm that could cost us thousands of dollars a year in tax implications. I would have no choice to pay. We signed a succession deal with my parents, and I have 16 years left to finish it. I would love to get together. He wants to talk about why the government is pushing this through during this critical time and why they are not allowing for a broad span of scope. So my question, in terms of the farm, does this member not agree with me that extending the consultation would allow farmers to be heard and allow them to properly engage in the process, considering they are so busy right now during harvest? Does he not agree that we should extend it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. You have just under a minute to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. You know, I didn't just consult farmers in my riding and those that came here to the Hill. I also asked for an agricultural tax specialist to give me an opinion, to be able to reassure farmers that these changes And by the way, don't forget that we're still consulting. The committee will also examine these changes, these proposed changes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind members that when someone is speaking in the House and has the floor, that person deserves the respect of being heard. We may not be, you may not be in agreement with, thank you for that, in agreement with what the member is saying, but we need to do that listen respectively to what a person is saying. They do have the floor. And point
of order, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île de Charlevoix, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, the member said he met with a tax expert. I'd like him to give us that person's name. That's a point of debate, not a point of order. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on the issue of tax fairness and our government's efforts to bring greater fairness to Canada's tax system. Madam Speaker, at its core, this is about our key commitment that our government has made during the election campaign and has worked every day to deliver, and that is to build a stronger middle class and help those that are working hard to join it.
Quite simply, our government has always said that when the economy is working for the middle class, the country is working for all Canadians. That's why one of the first things our government did was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% of the population and lower taxes for the middle class.
Our current proposals have the same objective, which is to make our system fairer for all Canadians and ensure everyone pays their fair share. In our platform, we had a specific commitment to address the use of corporations to reduce personal income tax obligations for high-income earners. Currently, Madam Speaker, an incorporated professional earning $300,000 can use a private corporation to get tax savings that amount roughly to the average Canadian earnings for a year. We understand that these tax planning strategies are legal. However, when we consider that these strategies are not available to all Canadians, it's clear that they are not fair. À l'heure actuelle,
currently, a single mother with a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old whose business is incorporated could have a higher tax rate than a married woman in the same with the same income with a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old whose business is also incorporated. That scenario is unfair. The changes we're proposing would eliminate advantages that are legal but unfair, that enable wealthier people to use corporate structures to shelter income from tax, and which enable the wealthy to pay lower tax rates than individuals, non-incorporated individuals.
Information out there about these proposals, and I would like to take a few minutes to address some of the more notable misstatements that I've heard. To begin, some have said that these proposals are an attack on the middle-class small business, and that could not be further from the truth. As the Prime Minister has said, as the Finance Minister has said, and as so many others in this place have said before today, this is absolutely not true. We know very well just how important small businesses are to our economy. Small businesses employ approximately 8.2 million Canadians, and this represents 70% of the private sector workforce and approximately 30% of GDP. We are deeply committed to supporting the middle-class small businesses so that they do thrive and create good, well-paying jobs. We know just how hard these business owners work to provide for their families. Madam Speaker, it's worth remembering that 2/3 of businesses in Canada earn less than $73,000 a year. These hardworking, middle-class, small businesses are not our focus. We are supporting these businesses in many ways as they invest, create jobs, and drive growth throughout our economy. For example, Canada's average tax rate for small businesses is the lowest in the G7 and the fourth lowest amongst the OECD. This allows small businesses to retain more of their earnings to reinvest, supporting growth and job creation. Madam Speaker, other commentators have expressed concern that our proposals are an attack on the family business. This is also not accurate. La famille est
Family is often essential to the success of a small business. I understand that, and the government understands it too. If a family member is paid for their work in your small business, our proposed changes will not affect you. Your family members will be able to keep working in your business without any repercussions. However, we feel that wealthier individuals should not be able to pay dividends through their companies to adult members of their families if those adult members of their family do not make any significant contribution to the company, with the goal of avoiding their personal income tax obligations. This type of tax planning is not accessible to all Canadians, and it's unfair.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that many small business owners save money in their businesses for the future, whether for a rainy day, future investments, or for eventual retirement. When it comes to those actions that have already been taken, we have no intention of going back in time. Our proposals would be only applied on a go-forward basis. Our intent is that neither existing savings nor investment income from those savings would be affected. We are not going after the nest eggs. What is more, we encourage small business owners to continue using all available tax-sheltered savings plans, such as pension plans, RRSPs, and TFSAs.
Fewer than 3% of individuals max out on their RRSP, TFSA, or pension fund contributions. We're proposing to do away with legal but unfair advantages which allow for the use of unlimited tax-sheltered accounts that go beyond what everybody has access to. If, however, you have savings in your business to reinvest, to deal with unforeseen circumstances, you will be able to continue doing that, and the proposed changes will not affect you.
Les changements proposés n'affecteront pas. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the concerns of some doctors who have raised concerns about their ability to take parental leave. Our proposals are about making a tax system fairer for everyone. All Canadians, employees, and small businesses can continue to benefit from pensions, employment income, and maternity leave if they choose. However, our government has been clear since our election that we strongly support women entrepreneurs. The Minister of Small Business and Tourism has made it one of her priorities as Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that in small businesses in Canada, just under 17% are majority owned by women, and that's simply not good enough. That's why we've taken steps to create specific programs that support women entrepreneurs. And when it comes to these proposals, we are committed to ensuring that these changes do not affect women differently than they do men. Our government is committed to gender equality, and we will work to ensure that these changes support women's ongoing success. Mr. Speaker, it's worth reminding this House that our proposed changes will continue to protect businesses' ability to incorporate, make investments, save for downturns, and pay family members who work in the business.
These changes will protect and maintain the ability of companies to succeed and to create jobs, while at the same time ensuring that the wealthy pay their fair share. Our government is determined to establish a fair tax system in Canada, and we want to get it right. In the weeks to come, we will keep listening to Canadians, including small business owners, professionals, and experts, on how to establish such a system while avoiding undesirable consequences.
Through consultations, although consultations have concluded, the work of the government continues, and we will continue to work with small business owners and professionals, like everyone else, to address their concerns. Mr. Speaker, over the summer, a lot of misinformation has been spread, and I want to assure you and the members of this House that our Prime Minister and our government are committed to listening to Canadians and to getting this right. As the Prime Minister has said, better is always possible. And nowhere is that more needed, Mr. Speaker, than when creating a fair tax system for Canadians. When we have an economy that works for the middle class, we have a country that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering, as I listened to her speech, if she has heard from people within her constituency that are very concerned about having access to a family physician. I met with a number of physicians that simply said that attracting doctors to the rural areas is going to be very difficult. And she mentioned that she has a rural component to her riding. It is a challenge. I've served on a small little community's economic development board before I was elected, and the most horrifying thing is when you find out you're losing a doctor, and how do we attract them? The doctors that I met with, some of them had come from Africa, from South Africa, from Great Britain, and I think one from Ireland, and they said simply that if these measures were in place when they were looking where they would locate their practice, they probably wouldn't have chosen Canada. And in my rural riding, that is of great concern to a lot of the people with seniors, aging community, and also with families, access to a doctor. If she would just give me a little of her experience as she's listened to her constituents.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. As you mentioned, I do live in a rural riding, and I have taken the opportunity to talk to many of my constituents, some of which are doctors. And there are a few things that I'd like to point out. First of all, only 40% of doctors are incorporated. So this isn't targeted at all doctors, in fact, at doctors at all, but it's looking at the tax fairness system. Secondly, I had the opportunity to sit down with the recruiting team for my own community, the team that's looking at recruiting doctors to that area. And of course, remuneration is one of the key factors that they look at when choosing a place to practice. But they're also looking at quality of life. They're looking at all of the things that make these rural communities viable and wonderful to live in. And we talked at length about all of the other factors that cause a doctor to make the choice to practice in small communities. And I want to reiterate that, we want to continue to support doctors in all areas of Canada, and that, their concerns have been heard as well, and we will be communicating those. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Saint-Dié.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all, of course, agree that the tax system has to be fair. What I don't understand is when the Liberal government chooses to target first small and medium-sized businesses, or SMEs, and farmers. During the election campaign, they promised to attack a larger, broader reform to the tax system. They were talking about all kinds of complex schemes that people use, like CEO stock option loopholes that cost $750 million to national revenue. And there were also tax havens that could have been grappled with. They had all kinds of choices when it came to tax reform. But they chose the owners of small businesses and farmers first. And people are concerned because the Liberals created this concern. So would they agree to take a broader view of tax reform and to extend the consultations to listen to the very people they claim to want to listen to, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Thank the honourable member across from me for her question and perspective. And I think it's important that we take a step back and realize that we are absolutely not targeting small businesses or farmers. This is about creating a tax system that's fair for all, including many small business owners and farmers. You mentioned, why would we choose to do this first? This was not our first act as a government to take a look at corporate taxes. We actually began our mandate by focusing on lowering the taxes for the top 1% and decreasing them for the middle class. We also have been very focused on maintaining a low business tax rate that it does encourage businesses to maintain their ability to invest in their businesses. What we're looking at now is creating a system that really looks at the fact that 80% of passive income is held by 1.6% of corporations in this country. That's not fair, and we need to look at a way of making sure that we do have a fair tax system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Louis St. Laurent. As a member of Parliament for the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I appreciate the opportunity to voice the objections of my constituents who are opposed to paying for the bad spending of the Liberal Party. As a 17-year veteran of Parliament, I can confirm for the newly elected MPs that substantive changes in tax policy are typically the subject of a federal budget. They are well publicized in advance, released while the House is in session, and delivered by the Minister of Finance in a speech to all parliamentarians and Canadians. Our Conservative government gave opposition parties the opportunity to comment on proposals and offer their assessment to their constituents. In short, a better informed public and an opportunity for dialogue and debate results in this time-honoured approach. I can confidently say that the proposals of July 18, 2017 are some of the most sweeping and dramatic I have ever seen. The manner in which the Department of Finance released these proposals was not fair, and the comment period was not adequate. Media outlets and the public should have been advised well in advance of the Minister of Finance's speech to provide an opportunity to assemble experts to review and comment on the proposals. Changes of this magnitude should have been announced when the House is in session. The delivery of sweeping tax changes, which contain very controversial provisions while Parliament was in recess, thwarts rebuttal and effectively reduces exposure of the measures that is not right or reasonable. It's an affront to democracy, which leads to the substance of the Conservative motion before the House today. A 75-day consultation period is unreasonably short given the timing and manner of the announcement. Legislation continues to be built, providing the Canada Revenue Agency with an increasing level of interpretive powers. The predominance of phrases such as reasonably being considered and reasonable to conclude throughout the draft legislation increases uncertainty for taxpayers. It opens the door to abuse by government authorities. The finance minister should ask, if he were still at his Toronto Bay Street Corporation, would he or his employees conclude as tax shelter advisors the method of announcement could be considered reasonable, reasonably fair? The answer is definitely not. In a democratic society as we have in Canada, future announcements of this magnitude must only be made when the House of Commons is in session, where the full scrutiny of all Canadians can be brought to bear on whatever is being proposed. I know how my constituents feel about the Liberal Party's tax proposals because I spent the summer talking with them. And I'm pleased to thank the many constituents who attended a packed meeting at the Agricultural Hall in Cobden last week to voice their opposition to the plan by the federal government to raise taxes on farmers, small business, as well as a variety of professionals such as engineers, doctors, building contractors, plumbers, electricians, to name a few trades. In addition to Mayor Hal Johnson and Reeve Terry Miller of Whitewater Region Township, which hosted our tax town hall, and Councillor Stan Pekoski and John Jeffrey of Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards Township, we welcomed a mayor from a neighbouring community or municipality in Quebec, Jim Gibson. He was looking for information that he obviously was not receiving from his Liberal MP, and there was no charge to constituents to attend the information session I hosted. Since the Minister of Finance and members of his party claimed that Canadians should not have had the opportunity to be consulted about their sweeping tax change proposals unless they pay $1,500 for the privilege to do so, I am pleased to share excerpts of a letter from a constituent who just happens to disagree with this government. And for the record, I did not ask for $1,500 to read excerpts from this constituent's letter. Morning. I've sponsored events to raise funds toward the local hospital for years. I've personally donated and raised well over $100,000 for the hospital and well over $1 million for our community, from junior hockey programs, minor hockey, figure skating, girls hockey, soccer, and minor softball, to name a few of the causes. Under these new tax laws, I would have to rethink the programs I sponsor. I'm now more than a little embarrassed to admit that I voted Liberal in the last election. I truly believe they supported small business and understood that we were the backbone of our country. If I thought small business and the economy would continue to purchase our product at a higher rate, I would not say anything. However, I do not believe that. My savings and my retirement funds at one time, which was considered good and responsible business practice, was just attacked by the Liberal government. Accounting firms from either side of our country agree that the Liberals are deceiving business people. They're trying to sneak in a major tax sweep and hoping no one would notice. They point out the fairness of these new proposed tax laws, not only how they will effectively attack business, but also the underhanded way in which they were introduced. And one cannot even begin to argue that, Mr. Speaker. When you own your own business, you starve as you pay your suppliers and tradesmen in the beginning, and that's after you work a normal 100-hour week and find there's no money left for yourself, all in the hopes that in the event, eventually it will pay off. Income sprinkling. Did the Liberals miss the part about a 100-hour work week with no pay because there was no money left? Whose house was used to finance the startup? Just mine, or was I putting my wife and children's livelihoods in grave danger also? Who shared the responsibility of working in the store or business office because we couldn't afford to hire any more help? How many husbands and wives had to go out and work to help support their struggling spouses? Attacking doctors, something every small community is screaming for. Small communities organizing fundraisers in order to entice any new young doctor to come to our communities. Does the Prime Minister really believe there's a doctor shortage because the business is so lucrative? Or perhaps fewer people want to go into that kind of school debt for such a long-term return? I believe he's attacking our doctors as a smokescreen to hide his direct attack on small business. I've dealt with Canada Revenue Agency on a number of occasions. I filed an HST rebate for about $155,000. They declined my request for a rebate, said I filled out the wrong form. We informed them in 2011 that we had the same issue, and CRA ruled I had deposited on the wrong form then and insisted I resubmit on the same form submitted, contradicting themselves. They then started charging me 5% compounded daily until I paid the $155,000. I paid the $155,000 and my file was sent to appeals. It was 2 years later when they agreed we had submitted correctly and my money was finally returned. I think it bore 0.5% interest. Do you really think, as small business owners, I want, as these new laws indicate, to give CRA any more interpretive powers? If I had no passive investments, where would the $155,000 to pay that tax come from? Attacking passive income as a business owner, I have to have passive income. I need funds to pay for future purchases, future development costs, and letters of security in order to develop. This summer, I had to come up with $6.3 million. The banks simply don't lend you $6 million in past performance in the hope you can or will pay them back. Does the Liberal government really believe they can tax passive investments, which finance the small business owners' future growth or pay their employees when business is slow? The banks want security for every dollar they lend you. And if you're offering real estate as security, they may give you 50% of the appraised value. How can we make it even harder for small businesses to survive? I've been in business 30 years, and in the last 12 years of that time, I've just been able to start accumulating wealth. 30 years in the business with all my past track records of making sure everyone was paid, yet I still had to put up my house as collateral to get the funds I needed to proceed with the 2 new jobs this year. And now the Liberal government wants to start attacking my passive investments. The funniest part of all this is the Prime Minister wants to start attacking dividends. I guess now that he has a pension, he can take the silver spoon out of his mouth and stop depending on all dividends, or perhaps income sprinkling that his father set up for those boys and that he took advantage of for years. Please don't forget, the majority of small business owners do not know or understand the magnitude of these changes yet. They were all hard at work all summer trying to make money through this soggy year as the government employees were on their paid holidays. Please understand that it's hard to camouflage my bitterness, and I do not mean only government employees. I missed your meeting in Cobden last night, but I can only imagine the eye-opening that small business owners got from that meeting. I know you're going to fight this, and I hope for my company and retirement and my employees' future, you're successful in defeating it. It's time to go back to the drawing board for the Finance Minister. Canadians are tired of being asked to pay for this government's bad spending.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think I know why the member who just spoke, why her constituents are outraged, is because they are being misled with respect to what the government is actually trying to do. In her example, she talked about income splitting. We're not talking about individuals who genuinely work within a corporation. We're talking about individuals who are sprinkled to, adult children who are being paid dividends from a company that they don't participate in at all. And she might find that to be fair. I personally don't. She also talked about passive investments and how people need to be able to keep money in their company to grow the company. Of course the government is going to continue to do that. The government has not spoke about taxing income that is being kept in a corporation for the purpose of growing that corporation. It's specifically income that is trying to be extracted from the corporation for personal use.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, sprinkling, income splitting, we've already seen what they've done. As soon as they were elected, they took the income splitting away from families with young children. Now they're trying to take the income sharing from family farms. You know, farmers don't pay their spouse or their adult sons and daughters who are going to school until they know whether or not they're able to sell their crops or their livestock and make a profit. So in bad years, they don't get paid. In good years, they do. And that's why they have the income splitting. So overall, they're not paying extra tax in the years that were good versus nothing when they were bad. And the other thing we did as a Conservative government was we allowed income splitting for seniors. What next? Are they going to take that away too?
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for another great speech. I think what my constituents are concerned is they see the Liberal record. They heard the promises during the last election of just an itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny little deficit, and then shortly after they hear that we won't come to balance until mid-2050. And my constituents are worried. So when they see a Liberal government come in and immediately slash the ability for individuals to save in the tax-free savings account, taking the limit from $10,000 to $5,500, when they hear that the CPP premiums are going to go up, which will hit the employer and the employee of every small, medium-sized business, when they see a new carbon tax being added, when they hear about all this Liberal spending that they have and the hunger for more revenue, rightfully so, Canadians are concerned and skeptical. And so I'm just wondering if my colleague would share with me some of the concerns she has that with this Liberal government and affording Canadians the ability to save for a safe, secure retirement.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard from a number of people. Actually, there was another concern expressed by a farmer in my riding. He says this short-sighted approach fails to understand the impact businesses have on family members that might not be directly involved in the business but share in the financial risk. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't only affecting business owners and doctors. It's going to impact everyone. It's going to impact people who are already retired, people who don't have a job yet because it's going to be harder to find a job, people who are ill, if they can even find a doctor. How long are the wait times going to be? We heard it from Thunder Bay where the entire emergency department signed a letter saying that if this proceeds, they're walking out. So there's an entire city that would be without an emergency. And what about the people who work supporting those doctors? It's not just jobs. It's people's lives who are at stake because of this ill-conceived high tax grab.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for having shared her time with me. It always gives me great pleasure to rise in the House and speak. I would have preferred to speak about something else if the government had decided to act differently regarding this attack on business people, against entrepreneurship, against creating jobs, against wealth creating people. That is to say, the backbone of our economy, the small business people of this country. Mr. Speaker, there are two important points here to make about this approach. First, yes, this is a direct attack on our business people, but there's also the issue of time, the time that was given to Canadians to debate a major issue. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why today we have brought forward this motion, and we hope that everyone will vote in favour. And this motion says that this reform and this attack on business people is not good. But we're also asking for the government to extend consultations until January 31st, 2018. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the 60s, in 1962, the Diefenbaker government created the Carter Commission, whose purpose was to assess tax measures that could be taken to stimulate entrepreneurship, to stimulate investment, and to stimulate job creation through proactive steps on the part of the federal government. Do you know how much time it took, Mr. Speaker? How much time it took for these governments to bring forward a policy? It took 10 years. It took 10 years because in the 60s, Mr. Speaker, governments listened to citizens. They listened to business people. They listened to those who were the drivers of the economy. So in 1972, 10 years later, we ended up with the tax measures that we have today. Now, since then, every year there are tweaks to the system, various proposals, and that's normal. That's our job, to closely examine proposals and to make changes. But what's scandalous, Mr. Speaker, is that in the middle of the summer, the Minister of Finance launches consultations for how long? 75 days. And when did the Minister of Finance launch these consultations? On the 18th of July, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was a reporter for 20 years, and I've been in politics for 9 years. I know the game, and I know the game well enough to know that when you launch midsummer 75 days worth of consultations, the truth is that you don't want to know what people are trying to say. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was on holiday. You can't blame me. I was on holiday at the time, and I noticed that there had been an announcement on the time of the Minister of Finance. There was a statement. I went into the Radio-Canada studio in Quebec City. I had my Bermuda shorts on. I had my beard. I was on vacation. But it's important. It's important. I see my colleague from the South Shore who seems to be laughing at this idea. Anyway, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all this to say that the reality is when you launch consultations midsummer, it's because you don't feel like listening to people.
So What is the Liberals' motivation in talking about small business? Why did the Liberal government launch these supposed consultations to raise taxes on entrepreneurs? Because they don't like them. Because the Liberal government does not hold them in high esteem. The people on the other side think I'm exaggerating. No, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker. 2 years ago, almost day for day, on September 8th, there was a CBC interview with Peter Mansbridge, and the leader of the Liberal Party said in an interview that a significant proportion of small businesses are a way of paying less taxes. A significant proportion of small businesses are used to pay lower taxes. That's false, and it's arrogant, and it's typically liberal. So it's part of that false judgment that the Liberal government is looking for more money from the pockets of entrepreneurs. 3 attacks, 3 pillars to go after our entrepreneurs and to take more money out of their pockets. First, the transfer of a business, passive investment, and income distribution. So, transferring a business, it's so nice to see a business that's in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation. You go in and you see the picture of a grandfather, a great-grandfather. It's wonderful to see a family business passed on through the generations. People have their family pride, and they've made a business prosper. What is the Minister of Finance proposing? Adding taxes to those who would like to sell their business to their children. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is that if an entrepreneur wants to sell his business or family farm to his children, he'll be paying more taxes than if he were to sell it to a stranger. That's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And as the member for Carleton has said many times, especially for the case of family farms, what's happened is that the farmer won't be selling to family, but rather to a big business that can afford to buy it because it will be paying less taxes. That doesn't make any sense. As Canadians, Mr. Speaker, we need to respect family entrepreneurship. The current provincial government, along with opposition parties, are looking to allow family businesses to be sold within the family without being penalized at tax time. So that's the first prong of the Liberal attack. It's the transfer of businesses. It will be increased. Taxes will be increased when it's passed on within a family. Now, passive income. The Liberal government wants to tax people at an increased rate when they put money aside in their business. That makes no sense. Anyone who's in business will tell you that there are good years and bad years. You put money aside when you want to invest in your company, when you want to modernize your equipment, when you want to give bonuses to your employees, when you want to hire people, when you want to increase salaries. That's why you put money aside. That's the fair and realistic way that entrepreneurs are doing this. Liberal governments just put things on their credit card and increase the debt. No, real entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, are visionaries. They are responsible. They set money aside, but the Liberal government wants to tax them more on this. And once again, it's a lack of respect for entrepreneurs, and it's typically Liberal. And now, what they are calling income sprinkling. It makes no sense. They are sharing their income. They're giving jobs to their family. No, Mr. Speaker, no. In real life, for entrepreneurs with a family business, entrepreneurs mortgage their house to do this or that. They don't give themselves a salary, but their spouse participates in their children, and everyone works together to try and make the business prosper. Mr. Speaker, anyone who goes to see a local business, whether it is a mom-and-pop pizza joint, an electrician, or a plumber, all of these people know that the family participates in making the business prosper. Yes, sometimes there are salaries or dividends for family members. That's not negative. That is how you provide good stewardship of the business. So those are the 3 factors. This is an attack on entrepreneurs because entrepreneurs are not salaried employees. And that's the vicious part of the Liberal attitude. There's an opposition to entrepreneurs when they should be working together with everyone. The Liberal government wants to tax the 1%, but the finance minister department concluded that the 1% is paying less in taxes this year than 2 years ago. That's the Liberal Party policy. But I must conclude by saying that last Friday, 5 Conservative MPs from Quebec brought the voice of Quebec entrepreneurs here because we held a meeting, and I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it was very moving. We heard from real Canadians, real entrepreneurs, real job creators who are disgusted by the Liberal government's attitude. Steve Malin, a 36-year-old man who started a business 15 years ago with the support from a few colleagues. Today he says that after all of the sacrifices he's made, it's a real bazooka being used to kill a fly, what the government is doing. It's a lack of respect that they're showing. Ms. Lapierre, she and her husband started a business 3 years ago. For 10 months, Mr. Speaker, for 10 months, they had no income because they were paying the salaries of their employees. That's the life of an entrepreneur. That's what the Liberals are attacking, and it's unacceptable. Gaétan Boudreau, a construction entrepreneur, says if this continues like this, he won't continue. He'll quit. It was a familiar expression in French, but it means that he would quit. And it's not just the Conservatives saying this. We have the pleasure of welcoming a tax expert, Mr. Louis Julien from Choquette-Corriveau, who said that if the measures go forward as planned, it will mean an increase in taxes for entrepreneurs, less money for future projects, a break on entrepreneurship, fewer jobs created, and entrepreneurs leaving Canada by the hundreds. This is poor Liberal policy, and the least of it would be to keep listening to Canadians until at least January 31st. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening attentively to my colleague's speech, but I didn't hear a proposal. It seems that everything is black and white for them. There's no gray zone. So I'd like to ask a question. Does he think it's fair that currently there could be a 2-year-old child with a lifetime capital gains exemption? So when the child wants to start a business at age 18 and wants to retire one day, well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? He's not allowed his lifetime capital gains exemption. Is that fair? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. What's unfair about that proposal is the fact that, coincidentally, the numbered businesses that belong to the Prime Minister's family are safe from these measures. Coincidentally, the family business of the billionaire finance minister is protected. That's unfair. It is our duty and our responsibility to have a fine-tooth comb go over all of these proposals. We're open to discussion, but that means not just 75 days of consultation over the summer. We want real consultations. Is the member in agreement to extend this until January 31st? I'm sure he is. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Suroît. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone here agrees that we should have a more equitable tax system for everyone, that we not target only small businesses and entrepreneurs who are at the base of our local economy, who drive our economy throughout Canada. But the NDP has proposed broadening the scope of the study to include CEOs and multinationals and tax havens as well. We know there are at least $8 billion a year slipping out of our hands every year. And the Conservatives have refused to accept our amendment to their motion. So if they don't want us to just target small businesses, and at the same time they don't want us to study CEOs and the tax system for tax havens, so how are they talking about tax fairness? Why didn't they accept the NDP amendment? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, concerning tax havens, that is a global problem. It's not just something Canada can do on its own. It needs to be done with all of the countries of the world. Now, concerning what the NDP proposed, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, we're not against consultation or analysis, but it needs to be done correctly. what the government is currently doing with 75 days is going too quickly. But if we add something else, there won't be enough time at all. So what we're proposing is that the poor proposals of the government be properly analyzed until January 31st, and then after that, we can pursue the debate. But for now, we need to focus on the full frontal attack that the government is doing until January 31st, and I hope that the Liberals, who keep saying that they will keep listening, well, if they want to keep listening, they should vote in favor of our proposal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. You get Conservatives actually standing in their place asking for additional consultations. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper didn't believe in consultations. So not only have they crossed the floor, but they've also changed their attitude towards consultations. And when it comes to consultations, this government has demonstrated very clearly that they believe in having input from Canadians. Whether it's the Prime Minister doing the town halls, whether it's the Minister of Finance reaching out, consulting with Canadians, having town halls themselves, there's been a phenomenal amount of effort and input, and this government is taking into consideration those. It's very, very genuine. My question to my colleague across the way is, you know, the Conservatives seem to have something against Canada's middle class. This is all about tax fairness, Mr. Speaker. You know, why is it that the Conservatives have chosen? Think about it. Passive income. 83% of that passive income goes towards a very small percentage, those making over $250,000 a year. My question is, why do you consistently go against Canada's middle class?
Deputy Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Middle class pay $865 more today than they paid 2 years ago. That's a direct attack to the middle class. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Right Honourable Stephen Harper never make any war to small business owners, as this Liberal government is doing right now. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to listen. 69 groups from coast to coast oppose that kind of measure. And I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, to sit here in the House of Commons with my colleague from Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, with my colleague from Beauport, Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Limoilou, Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Charlevoix, l'île d'Orléans et également Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, Monsieur le Président. All five of us listen to Canadians, what they think about that. That's our job, and I hope that this government will at least let people express themselves up to the January 21st. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Don Valley East. I would like to begin my speech by saying that I fully support entrepreneurs and farmers in Glengarry, Prescott Russell. I grew up with a father who sacrificed hours and hours of work for his business when I was young. With 2 restaurants and municipal policy meant that saying hi to my father was going to his restaurant or his office. I saw the sacrifices that a parent must make with their family for their business, and that's why I wanted to speak on the motion we are debating now.
Trying to accomplish and why I will not support this motion. Nous savons que les agriculteurs jouent un...
We know that farmers are key to our economy, which is why we want to make sure we get this right, particularly when it comes to the new generation of farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs. The government will not change benefits in the tax system that are intended to help family businesses grow, create jobs, and innovate. Farmers do so much for Canada. They deliver high-quality food to Canadians and our international customers, provide jobs in rural communities, boost Canada's economy, while working to safeguard our natural resources. I'm sure my honourable colleagues know farming is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week business. It's physically demanding, and it's a time-consuming job. It's commendable, Mr. Speaker. Supporting farmers is a priority for the government. It's a priority for me. We know that one of the greatest returns on investments we can make is helping the next generation enter agriculture as their career of choice. As the industry grows, so does the need for additional talented, energetic, and well-educated young people. The government is committed to helping youth obtain the skills and support they need to help them move into good-paying jobs, including the many opportunities in Canada's agriculture sector. A recent informal survey by Farm Credit Canada of 33 post-secondary institutions offering agriculture and ag-related programs confirms agriculture has become a popular career option, especially over the past 5 years as the industry has grown. According to Statistics Canada, in 2014, over 12,000 students across Canada were studying in agriculture or an ag-related program. This is great news. And there's more great news in a University of Guelph study that found that there are 4 job openings for every graduate of the Ontario Agricultural College. The gap has risen from 3 jobs for every graduate in 2012, despite a 30% increase in enrollment over the same period. 67% of agriculture companies and 51% of food processors or retailers said they had trouble finding qualified employees, according to the study. And the University of Manitoba's School of Agriculture just graduated its largest class in more than 30 years. According to the Alfred College near us also offers many programs for the next generation of farmers. According to the recent Statistics Canada Census of Agriculture, for the first time since 1991, the number of farmers under the age of 35 increased. Agriculture has shaped our nation and contributes to the health of both Canadians and Canada's economy. We're talking about a powerful engine of jobs, growth, and trade in this country. Today, it's a $100 billion industry, employing more Canadians than any other manufacturing industry. Thanks to our innovative farmers and their commitment to delivering the highest standards of safety and quality, Canadian foods and beverages are found on store shelves around the globe. Customers in the world's fastest-growing market, China, can now order Canadian food with the click of a mouse. As we celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation, it's exciting to reflect on how far our agriculture industry has come. Farmers can now link their tractors to satellites in the sky, and we now have robots to milk cows. This would have seemed like science fiction in 1867. The future is bright for this dynamic industry, with a growing global middle class looking for products our world-class farmers and food processors can deliver. But to continue to succeed, the sector depends on continuing to attract young farmers. There are financial hurdles to overcome for many young people to take over the family farm or start their own farm business from scratch. That is why the government, through Farm Credit Canada, has increased its support for young farmers by doubling the amount of credit available to $1 million from $500,000. As well, it has lowered the possible minimum down payment to 20% of the value of the loan, which supports the purchase or improvement of farmland and buildings. These are key measures which will help beginning farmers overcome the considerable capital outlay required to start out in the business. Young farmers are an important part of the Agricultural Youth Green Jobs Initiative. $3 billion will be invested over the next 5 years to advance our great industry. The partnership will focus on priorities that are critical to unleashing the sector's growth potential, including research, innovation, domestic competitiveness, and trade. The partnership, the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, will be a solid foundation for the future of our great agricultural sector. To grow our agri-food trade even further, the budget targets $75 billion a year in agricultural exports by 2025. So, Mr. Speaker, as you see, the government fully understands that it's in Canada's best interest to encourage young people to choose a future in agriculture. The tax changes we are proposing will not raise tax rates on farm businesses. They will not affect farmers' ability to incorporate, make investments, or pay family members who work in the farm business. As I said, our priority is to ensure tax fairness while avoiding unintended consequences for our hard-working farmers. That is the goal of the consultation, Mr. Speaker. I know there are probably changes to be made in the future bill. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the purpose of a consultation. We are providing information with the knowledge that there will be comments and proposals coming in. It's not a fait accompli, as some people are claiming. The finance minister indicated that the goal of our government was not to put another obstacle in the way of transferring a family farm. On the contrary, we want to facilitate that process.
To many accounts and tax lawyers since the beginning of the consultations, and I want to thank each and every one of you who reached out to me. They agree with the government that, while legal, converting dividends into capital gains is an aggressive tax strategy. Most of them didn't advise their clients to do so. They also agreed that a child who's 2 days old should not be able to use their lifetime capital gain exemption. Again, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of entrepreneurs don't do this. On the last point, I believe that it's an important point for a young generation. Under the current rules, Mr. Speaker, a child could use the lifetime capital exemption, which is up to $850,000, without their consent. Let's say he or she starts a business and grows it into a success. By the time he or she wants to retire and sell the business, if the amount of the lifetime capital exemption was all used when they were 2 days old, they will have to pay the full taxes on the capital gains when they retire. Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. It's not fair for our young generation. Maintenant, certains comptables et fiscalistes.
Now, some accountants have shared their concerns with us, and I recognize that there are some measures that are unintended in the proposal, and I know that the finance minister has listened and will continue to listen to concerns.
And what entrepreneurs need is a certainty in the marketplace. Extending the consultation period will cause more delays and more uncertainty in the market. And realistically, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are going to blast us for launching these consultations during the summer, I don't see how extending them during the Christmas period is going to help. Finalement, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, our government's goal is to make sure the next generation of farmers has the tools, resources, and support it needs to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my friend across the way, he's going to have to do a little better. He just told us that we can't extend the consultation to January because that would interfere with Christmas. Well, I don't know if that needs a response, but maybe just to clarify, I mean, we have the fall in between now and Christmas. This is precisely the issue, that if your only consultation period is over the holidays, that limits people's ability to respond. We don't have a problem with the consultation period, including holidays, just as long as it's not exclusively during the holidays. Now, the member has a perspective on these changes, and it's one, of course, that I'm sure will be hotly debated within his riding. We're hearing from business owners, from entrepreneurs, that the reality of the system as it is in place gives people the appropriate incentive in order to be creative, in order to take that risk. And we want to make that risk possible without having punitive measures that punish people more. But could the member at least take this institution seriously enough to tell us why he is opposed to having the entire fall period available to people who want to contribute, to put forward their serious concerns?
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and if he had listened to the first part of the question, I said extending the consultation period to January 31st will only prolong uncertainty in the market, and the last thing entrepreneurs need is uncertainty in the market. There are people right now, if they would listen on the other side, there are people right now waiting on our government to come out with the proposed tax changes that we want to do. And if we wait longer, that's not going to help them. So they need assurance and they need certainty, and that's why I don't support the motion from the Conservative Party.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows he doesn't have to convince me about the importance of agriculture. I have the pride of representing an agricultural hub that's recognized worldwide. But if he has to spend the whole day explaining to farmers why they needn't be concerned, I met with the president of the Chamber of Commerce in my riding, who's very concerned about this reform precisely. So if there are still people who are concerned, they need time to understand this. If he wants to explain to people why these changes will be perfect, well, take the time to give them that explanation. This current consultation period was right at a time when farmers don't have time to listen. They're busy. So if they're still concerned, it's because we need more time for consultation. I don't understand why. If they want to represent people so well, if they want to listen to them, why don't they give them a chance to express themselves? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Personally, I've made a lot of calls. I've explained things to farmers. But extending the consultation period endlessly creates uncertainty in the marketplace. And this is a consultation period, not a finalized bill. Once the finalized bill is tabled in the House, then there will be even greater certainty for our farmers. So what I would encourage everyone is, yes, the consultation period has come to a close, but I've submitted all my farmers' concerns to the finance minister, and they will take those into account.
Some comments? The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his speech, and I really appreciate his advocacy on behalf of farmers and those in the agriculture sector. I'd like to ask him specifically, because I know he's very passionate about this area, if he can expand a little bit on the consultation process and how he has taken this opportunity to really consult with his constituents to make sure that their concerns have been represented during this consultation process, which has gone on over 70 days.
Honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank my honourable colleague, who's my seatmate. I've extended the consultation period. I've reached out to the local chapters of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. I've reached out to dairy farmers. I've reached out to chambers of commerce. I've held sessions with the Chamber of Commerce. I've called back everyone who has called me at the office to extend and listen to their concerns, and I voiced that to the Minister of Finance. It's a very simple process. Anyone can do it in 75 days.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this chamber to speak on the recently concluded consultation of our government on the proposed tax planning used by the private corporation. Mr. Speaker, our plan is to make our tax system fair, and this has been part of our commitment, and we're trying to also do that by growing the economy and putting more money into the pockets of ordinary Canadians. Since we formed government, we have been focused on priorities, strengthening and growing the middle class. And how did we do it? We did it by reducing taxes to the middle income earners, which has benefited 9 million Canadians. Our Canada Child Benefit is helping to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We also expanded the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that Canadians would be better off financially in their later years. We continue to invest in our communities and people, which has resulted in a positive change to the economy. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is in a resurgence. Economic indicators tell us that since the fall of 2015, the Canadian economy has created over 400,000 jobs. The results of the second quarter indicates that there is a growth of 4.5% in the GDP. Mr. Speaker, our economy is now growing faster than any of the other G7 countries. It is through this strategic planning and a looking forward agenda that we have been able to achieve these results. But, Mr. Speaker, as our economy grows, we are committed to ensuring that the benefits of economic growth are shared by every Canadian. And how do we do that? Investing in people and the economy should result in a benefit for all Canadians. But all Canadians are not sharing in this wealth. And this is where the tax fairness comes in. Individuals that take advantage of the tax system are able to pay less taxes than those that earn the same amount and do not, for example, create a private Canadian corporation. Hence, we need to review the system and see how we can make it fairer. Mr. Speaker, consultations have taken place and we have heard from many individuals, both by mail and email. And from the correspondence I received, I realized that there was much misunderstanding as to who will be impacted by the proposal. As such, Mr. Speaker, I held a town hall in my riding to listen to these individuals' concern, clarify misperceptions, and take their input back to the minister. So what is the proposal really trying to do? Contrary to the Conservative spin, this proposal is not going to impact the carpenter, the plumber, the local shopkeeper, or the restaurant. The premise of the Conservatives' argument is disingenuous, because they are misrepresenting who the tax system is really going to go after. So let's take an example. For example, someone earning $500,000 has taken advantage of the maximum RRSP and TFSA and is left with an income of $250,000. Now that individual wishes to reduce his or her tax, can create a PCC, float the money to his or her spouse, and sprinkle the income. Through this strategy, which is legal, the individual is able to reduce the amount of tax he or she pays. On the other hand, another individual who does not incorporate, for example, and earns the same amount of money would pay a higher tax rate. And that is what Canadians have told us, a fair system where everyone pays their fair share of taxes. The tax system has not been overhauled since the 1960s, and it is time to review the system and ensure that it is fair. As an accountant, I realized that when I posed a question to the Leader of the Opposition, asked him which specific section he was talking about that would impact the carpenter or the plumber, I realized he had not really read the legislation. The proposed legislation only targets the 1% who take advantage to reduce their personal taxes. And the contractor, the plumber, and others are not impacted by these changes. I can say from experience, having done many corporate tax returns, that the majority of small and medium-sized enterprise, before they even submit their tax returns, have taken advantage of things that are available to them, legally available to them. They have taken advantage of expense deductions like mortgages, hydro, car, and taken advantage of a capital gains, which is capped at $800,000. We understand that small and medium enterprises take risks and work hard, and we continue to work with them, Mr. Speaker. And that is why our government has invested and continues to invest in innovation and technology. Small and medium enterprises have taken advantage of these investment programs. In my riding, I have many SMEs that have taken advantage of innovation funds. We have recognized businesses, creative businesses, through our career focus by giving them funds to hire university graduates, and this is a win-win for both the employees and the employers. We have increased our funding for the Canada Summer Jobs so that SMEs can hire students at no or minimum costs. Mr. Speaker, these are the benefits that the small and medium-sized enterprise can take advantage of. And Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest corporate tax rate for the small and medium-sized enterprise in the G7. These are advantages that all of them can take. Medium-sized enterprises can also take advantage of deferred taxes. We are not going after those. Mr. Speaker, if anybody reads the legislation, they will know that only the 1% that probably make $250,000 plus will be impacted once they start sprinkling income. And that is what the government is trying to do, make a system fairer. This is individuals who take out the money. So, Mr. Speaker, While we are doing this discussion, it is important that we have a robust and respectful discussion, that our conversations are not based on misinformation, speculation, or hyperbole, because it does not benefit anyone. The proposal is not going to affect legitimate corporations or restrict an individual's ability to incorporate. The Government of Canada continues to work to create a healthy and growing economy in which businesses can generate well-paying jobs and where people have confidence that they can succeed. We are committed to supporting hard-working entrepreneurs as they invest in their businesses, create good, well-paying jobs, buy new equipment, and reinvest in the economy. We want to ensure that Canada's tax system continues to help businesses, small and large, to expand and create jobs. Our actions are there to improve the tax rules, to ensure that benefits are individuals as well as become competitive in a corporate tax system. So we do not want any unintended consequences, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, all these debates, all these conversations are taking place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's more of a comment. I don't have a question, but the member talked about having read the proposal. So let's start. The issue of retroactive taxation. Section 246.1 of the proposal is an extra tax on CDAs, capital dividend accounts. That's been confirmed by tax specialists and tax accountants. Section 84.1, there's a problem there. Specialist on taxes, John Wonford, presented before the committee, has said that it's not true that the government says it's not retroactive. Different ministers and prime ministers have said different things, saying it's retroactive, it's not. He says that's not true because you have to look back at all the transactions and determine whether you have a Section 84.1 problem. So the proposal itself that the government has put forward is retroactive, despite all the talk on that side that it is not. Furthermore, when you go down to the taxation on estates, double and triple taxation was confirmed by Alan Lantier. Alan Lantier is a fellow of more accounting associations than I can even describe. FCA, he is a CPA right now. He's also the president of the Canada Tax Foundation, who said, and he said he didn't want to use this term, I was going to say that they're murdered by these proposals, which was a bad term of phrase in the context of post-mortem planning. But yes, they can face tax rates up to 92%. Those are the proposals with respect to Section 84.1 that the government's put out for consultation. When you read the proposals, they are retroactive and they punish small businesses and estates and the family farm.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And this shows that there is a lot of confusion in the system. I've had lots of conversation with managing partners. I belong to I'm an FCPA, and I belong to some accounting firms, the partners of whom came to me. And when you bring about specific sections, we are still, this is a proposal. This will go through its legislative processes. It will change. Let us not create a hyperbole, or let's not speculate. We have to trust that we as MPs will vote to ensure there are no unintended consequences.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, on the issue of fairness, I think it's very appropriate for different parties within this House to have discussions about what social elevators are preferred, which will be more effective at contributing to equality throughout our country. But this really comes down to an issue of fairness and what is fair. And is it fair that somebody who is unincorporated doesn't have the same advantages as somebody who is incorporated? So I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to the fairness aspect of this and how she sees that this goes to create a fair and level playing field for everyone, especially given the inequalities that continue to emerge between the haves and the have-nots over the last 20 years.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Now, this is where it is interesting, because the tax system has not changed for 45 years. It was It is high time that we change it. It is high time we recognize the different ways in which people utilize the private Canadian corporations. There are, at the moment, 1.8 million of them, and they are rising. And why are they rising? Is it for people to park their income? And if that is the case, then we should look at it because it really benefits those corporations and those individuals to reduce their tax rate. And I think we have to be mindful that we do not have the haves and the have-nots. We do not have such a very large diversification that people are not benefiting from the economic growth.
We have time for just one more short question and response. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a simple one. Last time there was a fundamental change to this degree of the tax system and tax policy in this country, it took 7 years. The Carter Commission took 7 years in order to investigate and look and make recommendations to Parliament. This has taken 75 days. 75 days, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member not see the fact that these are fundamental changes to tax policy that are going to impact millions of Canadians? Does she not see and agree that we should be extending it much beyond these 75 days and perhaps look at this a little bit longer?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question. He has a legitimate question. Yes, the Carter Commission took 7 years, sorry. The issue at the moment that I see it, the more we extend the consultation, the more confusion is coming up because there is nothing to, everybody is giving their spin on it. Let's not give the spin. Let parliamentarians look at the bill in depth, debate about it, and say, here is the right thing. $73,000 is what a small and medium-sized enterprise makes, not what the government, the opposition is saying is that's going to be impacted.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, today I love the word fair. I love hearing that from the Liberals today. That's just what I hear when I hear Liberals saying fair. I am going to be sharing my time with Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I'm honoured to speak on today on behalf of my constituents of Elgin, Middlesex, London regarding the proposed tax changes put forward and the request to extend the consultations on these proposed changes. I would like to thank this Liberal government for creating chaos on my community. Created by the Liberal government, not by anyone but this Liberal government. Members of this community, including renovators and home builders, farmers, physicians, family-run businesses, restaurants and accountants, made sure they took time away from their businesses to come to speak to me about these changes and how they will be negatively impacted. Today, I want to start with some of the highlights from my constituents. So I have only brought in about 8 of the letters, and hundreds of letters have come in. Lots and lots and lots of meetings in my time. So we have been doing these consultations, and I continue to have consultations going on. I'd like to begin with a letter from Mike from London. And Mike wrote, 3 years ago, I established a new business in London, investing significant resources in addition to working 60-plus hours a week required to make my business successful. In March, we doubled our warehouse spaces and employee count doubled to 4, with us considering adding a first person this fall. I question why I'm doing this based on the new tax path the federal government is planning to implement. The returns available to small businesses are not just balanced to the risk faced every day. Jim from St. Thomas is also a well-respected accountant who immediately started reviewing these changes. It wasn't us, it was someone who has worked in this field for 35 years who then wrote to me the following, and I'd like to share this. We continue to feel that income sprinkling issue is way out of line and potentially just plain wrong in every sense of the word. If you can't share your family business income and future gains with a child-rearing, non-participating, or any partially participating spouse. For example, if the doctor's spouse who runs the office and may or may not be a nurse eligible for equal compensation to the doctor in the future. I like to be there with the CRA field auditor says that they just don't happen to see it. And what about the farmer's wife? Or the farmer's spouse, I should say. We're also assuming the new reasonable rules in the Act will override the old administrative policy of the CRA that any owner-manager salary bonus is reasonable. So if dividends paid have to represent a reasonable return, then we are unclear of how to distribute income from a company, whether it will be the wage or dividend. So it's funny that we're talking about how the Conservatives have spun on this, but I didn't write anything to these people. They're actually writing us. And we have the tax professionals writing to us. I have not asked for their insight. So as we continue with this, I want you guys to be sure that that the members of this government are actually knowing we're listening to the people. I would like to share 3 paragraphs as I did with him. And Hetty, she's another small business owner. Hetty works in a community. She is actually widowed. She happily just got remarried, very proud of her. She works 7 days a week at her landscaping business. And she wrote me a very, very lengthy letter, but I just wanted to read a little excerpt. Please find attached a copy of letters from me regarding taxation of private corporations. From what I've been hearing, it is really starting to worry me. I've worked my whole life as an entrepreneur, and if you can't use capital gains exemptions or realize a profit from the sale of my business, then my retirement is dim. I do not have CPP or a pension to fall back on. Small business owners need support in order to realize a decent retirement. I hope that the government is able to stop what they are doing and have some conversations with the business community so they don't unfairly target private small businesses. So as I continue with this, the letters and emails have been pouring in from all Canadian families, but I specifically looked at only the people in Elgin Middlesex London. Elgin Middlesex London has the City of London, the City of St. Thomas, and 8 other municipalities, mostly of farming communities. So looking at some of this, I have Jason and Shelby that wrote to me, and they're from Thorndale. According to the Coalition for Small Business Tax Fairness, these proposals restrict small business owners, like family farm owners, from sharing income with family members. Changes to capital gain rules will make it more difficult for owners to transfer their farms within the family to the next generation. This in particular concern for multi-generational farm businesses that have incorporated for the purpose of farm succession. That is something we have heard many, many times from our advocates on this side. We are here to listen to the farmers. We want to know what's going on. I could continue and continue, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. You're going to have to listen to me for 5 more minutes. Talking about this. And farmers in my area are very vocal. If you ever want to see vocal, come to Elgin Middlesex London. They will let you know what really is happening. Peter and Sarah from West Elgin shared with me a very familiar story. I, too, was raised on a farm and understand the challenges and risks. You know, I was a farmer's daughter. We raised 18,000 turkeys and 2,000 pigs. My dad worked 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that's what he did until he sold the farm in 1996. But this is what they've written. Fast forward 30 years. So he gave me an entire page before, but fast forward 30 years, and we have survived almost complete bankruptcy, droughts, crop loss, pig deaths, and many other trials and tribulations to create successful cash crop and livestock operations. However, all of this was at a cost. We received no funding to pay for our university education, no help to open our new business. We risked it all. On paper, we might look like a successful business, but there's no retirement for our parents other than the family farm. As an employer, I have no access to EI, I have to pay for my own benefit plan, and I have no access to OSAP for my children to attend university. I have no help other than my own blood, sweat, and tears, poured in 365 days a year and multiple hours a day, because that's what it takes to raise livestock. I risked marrying a city girl only to have discovered that pigs get shipped out on Christmas Day and that chores need to be done and you just can't take 4 or 5 days off in a row. So continue with this. I've got Peter's letter. Now I have Linda. And Linda's a great lady from the City of London, and she's written to me, I thought it might be helpful to provide a more personal response to the proposed tax amendments. The amendments are premised on the idea that small business owners are wealthy. To the contrary, many business owners are middle class, the same group of people that this government seems to want to prioritize. I think that speaks for itself. Middle class saying, hey, you're not helping us, government. Finally, I'd like to move on to Dan. Dan is, within our own community, a very well-respected financial planner. He also does insurance, but he's a guy that he studies this. He hasn't been told by myself or any other member of the Conservative Party. We're talking about an academic studying this information and breaking it down. So before you continue to say it's a Conservative spin, this is what Dan, a very well-respected person in my community, has written. And these are the first top 6 he has. Federal proposals represent significant tax reform for family businesses in Canada. Family business owners are the middle class. Family enterprise is the engine of our economy, and I hope you guys realize that, or I hope everybody realizes that. It is misleading to equate business owners with salaried employees. I'm not sure how many of you have been small business owners in this room. I have been. I have worked many, many times for $0, and I can tell you at the end of the day, regardless, I make sure that the employees go home with a paycheck, and I can sit there and try to figure out what we're going to do. That is just the life of a small business owner. Proposed new rules introduce more complexity and uncertainty. We have heard that time and time again. And finally, integrate generational business succession even more difficult. So those are some of his tactics and some of his issues. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? Oh, 2 minutes. Fantastic. Because more. Because I want to finish with Jonathan. And maybe it's because I looked at Jonathan's letter and I thought, this guy gets it. This guy really gets it because he really does care. He has written, Dear Ms. Vecchio, I am deeply concerned with tax proposals released by the Department of Finance on July 18th. These proposed changes, as currently worded, will be extremely damaging for my farm and the farm businesses across Ontario and Canada. These proposed tax changes will add uncertainty and complexity to farmers and small business owners across the country. I am particularly concerned with the impact these changes would have on succession planning. It is unacceptable that the Government of Canada would make it easier and more beneficial from a tax perspective for a farmer to sell their farm business to a stranger rather than to their own child or grandchild. This type of policy threatens the tradition of the Canadian family farm. The conduct of this consultation is completely unacceptable. Providing a 75-day consultation period on such complex and ill-conceived legislation makes a mockery of the democratic process and good governance. As worded, these proposed changes cannot be allowed to move forward. If tax reform is a priority, it must be done in a meaningful consultation with Canadian farm businesses and other small businesses. I ask that you do not support these proposals and these tax changes. As a young farmer and someone that is now completely self-employed, these changes will de-incentivize entrepreneurial ventures and business ownership in general. So he carries on because in Ontario, we don't just have the Liberal government to deal, we have the Ontario Liberal government to deal with. So these farmers will only be paying minimum wage increases, more on hydro. I really don't know how they're doing it. So basically, at the end of the day, I'm just urging, all we're asking for today is more time for consultations. You could say the process is over, this government can say the process is over, but if it's over, why do I continue to get loads and loads of calls? Many people still wanting to meet with us. Because the people just found out on July 18th that you're proposing this. Dead summer. People are busy doing things. Maybe they were doing Canada 150 celebrations like myself. But we have not given the proper opportunities for Canadians to speak. And I think what the government has done here has totally demobilized the faith in good Canadians. And I urge you, all you need to do is vote yes, that we will allow the consultations to proceed for the next couple months so that all Canadians can have their voices heard. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way for her interventions today. As a former small business owner myself and President of the Guelph Chamber of Commerce, one thing I do know from the business standpoint is that we don't like uncertainty. And periods where we're consulting with Canadians, just by their nature, introduce uncertainty. So for the member opposite, the collaboration that we're working on with businesses will help us to move past the uncertainty and to look at beyond the hypotheticals that she's bringing forward today, to have some firm policy for us to discuss in the House. Would she not see that having firm policies versus hypotheticals would be more beneficial for our business community?
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I thank the member, and I know that he did work at the Chamber of Commerce, and so it's very surprising that he actually is not listening to the people who would be the members of the Chamber of Commerce. We've seen 99% of Canadians who are members of the Chamber vote against this, so it's interesting that he is not one of those. Thank you.
1%.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London for her lively and informative speech. And yes, and I'm glad she talked about fairness, because fairness is the fundamental that the NDP is built on, and that's why both the NDP and Conservative parties are calling for this government to extend the period of consultation to make it fair for farmers and other people who haven't had time to really explore this complex proposal. And I just wondered if she would comment on the NDP proposal to also expand this consultation to include real tax fairness, expand it to include CEO tax loopholes and offshore tax havens where the government could really get at tax fairness.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I'd really like to thank the member. I think that we've seen during question period many times that we are finding those loopholes every day. We've been asking about Morneau Chapelle. We've been, and the member from Carleton has done an excellent job. There are continuing to be loopholes that are not going to affect the people that we're talking about on Bay Street. So I would like to see what you have to offer, what the member has to offer. I personally have not looked at it, but I think the bottom line here is we're not seeing tax fairness. We need a consultation period extended, and that those consultations can be part of that as well, perhaps.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her excellent speech. One of the things that I found really unfortunate in conversations I've had with business owners in my riding is I asked them through this process, if you were talking to a young person who was considering going into business, and you were to advise them whether they should consider opening their own business or whether they should not bother, would you give them the advice to follow the path you've followed? And many business owners have told me that in light of the piling on from this government, in Alberta, from other levels of government, the same in Ontario, in light of all that piling on, many of them told me that actually the advice they would give to a young person starting out today is not to go down that path at all. That's really unfortunate. I wonder if the member could comment if she's hearing the same thing and how we should be responding to that.
Honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
From small business owners. We're hearing this also from the family physicians. Here in Ontario, we already have a shortage, and I have been speaking to a lot of people, and we're talking about patient care. We're talking about people trying to explore what they love to do, whether it's a small business, a coffee shop like I owned, or a doctor. And basically, every single person I've spoken to has indicated that they are questioning whether that's the path they should do. I spoke to a group in Winnipeg that said that they will be moving their head office to the United States so that they do not have to pay the taxes and running their business out of the United States, not Winnipeg. We know this is going to happen because this government is not listening. The consultations are abruptly stopped because they don't want to hear the truth. And as a small business owner myself, I can tell you it's really difficult. You have to work your butts off. And I welcome everybody to continue in the conversation.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou know that we'll have to interrupt her at about the 3.5-minute mark. Of course, she'll have the remaining time when the House gets back to the question. We'll be interrupting, of course, for statements by members. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too am very glad to have the opportunity to have this motion put forward today and to have this very important conversation, because the Liberals have indicated we would have lots of time to discuss it through legislation. That is totally inaccurate. This might be the only opportunity in this House to talk about something that's going to impact so many small businesses across the riding. I think there has been nothing since I was elected in 2008 that has created more of a reaction in my community than these particular proposed changes in terms of emails, people coming to the offices, people phoning. They're angry, they're upset, they're very, very concerned. And so this is really mobilized, and I don't think anyone should underestimate how important these changes are. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about the process, and then I'm going to talk about the implications. And I think at the very end, you're going to understand that having an extension, and we're only asking for extending it till the end of January 2018, is a very reasonable request. So the implications, the process, let's talk about that. This paper was released on July 18th, and they call it the dog days of summer for a reason. It tends to be when people are focused on their opportunities for vacation, their opportunities to enjoy time with family. They don't tend to be engaged in the political process during the dog days of summer. But I think in particular importance for the riding that I represent, on July 7th, the BC wildfires, one of the first fires broke out, and we were in a state, the province of British Columbia was in a state of emergency. We had a state of emergency declared. We had people, thousands and thousands of people that would be evacuated over the coming months. And we had certainly many, many issues. So I can rest assured the Liberals that there was no sort of review of this particular proposal during that time. Indeed, one of my ranchers, she had been evacuated, her fences were burnt, her cattle were missing, and she stops by the post office to get a letter from her accountant telling her what the implications of these changes would be. So can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, you've been devastated, your fences are burnt, your cows are missing, and you get something from your accountant telling you that the Liberals are going to make significant changes. But please, don't take my word for this, because we're not the tax experts. There are tax experts out there, and the tax experts are not the Liberal talking points on this issue. The tax experts are, I've got three of them. One is the representatives from the business community, and this is from the BC Chamber. And the BC Chamber prides itself on being a non-partisan organization. But let me quote what they have said. It's very unfortunate that the federal government has chosen to position this in terms of fairness and loopholes. The tax strategies being followed date back to the 1960s and have been refined and tested over many decades. The federal government has engaged in rhetoric that divides the country, directly stating that small business owners do not contribute to the well-being of the country. And I'll get back to that quote. It looks like my time is up, but it's a very important quote from a very important organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou will have 6.5 minutes remaining in the time for her remarks when the House next gets back to the question. Now going to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honourable député de...
The honourable member for La Pontigny. The Environment Commissioner was scathing, Mr. Speaker. Despite their positive rhetoric, the government's action on climate change has been negligible. You might as well call it inaction. Everything that was announced to fight climate change has been nothing but a smokescreen. Nothing's been put in place. There have been no concrete measures. Greenhouse gas emissions are only going up, and nothing has been done to adapt to climate disruptions. And the federal government's inaction has existed for how long? Well, 25 years. Since 1992, Ottawa has never met its ever-shifting climate targets. Canada is the second largest country in the world, the 38th country in terms of population, and the 9th in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. We've had enough of this smoke and mirrors. It's time for the government to take the future of our planet and of our children seriously.
Member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, October marks Women's History Month in Canada, a time where we look to our past and celebrate the incredible achievements of women and girls who shaped the country that we know as Canada today. This month, I'm going to be reflecting upon powerful women who've made their mark in Canadian history in the riding I represent, Central Nova. Women like Viola Desmond, who courageously challenged racial segregation at the Roseland Theatre in New Glasgow. Women like Lucille Harper, a Persons Award winner who runs a Women's Resource Centre in Antigonish. And women like Emma Kiley, a young entrepreneur who owns the Uprooted Market and Cafe in the rural community of Musquodoboit Harbour. The theme for this year's Women's History Month is #ClaimYourPlace. At a time in our nation's history when gender equality continues to elude us, it's important that everyone, men and boys included, are part of this movement. I encourage all Canadians to join the conversation on social media, share photos, videos, and words of inspiration. And to young women in particular, you belong in leadership positions, so do us all a favor and claim your place.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the beginning of Mental Illness Awareness Week, a national campaign coordinated by the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health. Mental Illness Awareness Week encourages us all to learn more about the realities of the 1 in 5 Canadians who will experience a mental illness this year. Everyone is affected by this. Today, as the Alliance hosts Mental Health on the Hill and meets with parliamentarians to discuss the barriers to access and affordability of mental health care, I call on the Minister of Health to take urgent action to address the suicide crisis and the lack of services to support those living with mental illness in Canada. I invite my colleagues to attend the function this evening and speak with some of the Alliance members and meet the 2017 Faces of Mental Illness who are bravely sharing their journeys of recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Jewish communities around the world gather to observe the beginning of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. Yom Kippur is the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. It is a day of introspection, prayer, and forgiveness, as friends and family gather to reflect on the year gone by and the promise of the year to come. This year, I was invited by the Chabad of Richmond to observe Yom Kippur. I would like to thank Rabbi Beidelman and the whole congregation for allowing me to share in such a beautiful ceremony. It was truly an opportunity for personal reflection and self-awareness.
Excellent. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last month, Theatre Aquarius in my riding of Hamilton Centre opened for its 45th season. From its humble beginnings in a school auditorium, Theatre Aquarius has grown into one of Canada's premier theatre company and welcomes more than 100,000 visitors each year to the Dofasco Centre for the Arts. Along with their world-class productions, Theatre Aquarius works to support Canada's next generation of performers through their theatre school. The theatre school strives to help develop the skills of local theatre artists and provide expert training and mentoring to aspiring performers in the areas of acting, musical theatre, dance and movement, voice and music, physical theatre, mask, and play creation. Theatre Aquarius is also leading the way to promote programs aimed to make theatre more accessible to a wider audience and to get more people engaged in the performing arts. As a former board member, I would like to congratulate Theatre Aquarius on this historic anniversary and best wishes for a wonderful 45th season. Break a leg.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow Canadians of Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese descent will give thanks in celebration of the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival. This is a time for family and friends to celebrate the harvest and be thankful for the past year of successes. Tomorrow night, loved ones will gather to enjoy traditional mooncakes, light lanterns, and admire the beauty of the full moon, its brightness and roundness, a symbol of families coming together. Last Saturday, I joined constituents in my riding of Scarborough North at the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Toronto to mark this year's festivities with well wishes for the upcoming year. As communities across this great country come together to celebrate, let us all look ahead to a future filled with prosperity and good fortune. From my family to yours, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. 中秋快乐，谢谢 Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Voters across Alberta will take to the polls on October 16th to choose their municipal representatives. I want to offer my sincere thanks to all those who have served their municipalities so well over the last 4 years. Their tireless efforts have benefited their communities and helped make Alberta such a great place to live. I also want to extend my warmest congratulations to those who have chosen to stand for office. Running for office isn't easy. They are making an incredible contribution to the local, grassroots, democratic process by putting their name forward as candidates. I know that those elected will do a great job serving their municipalities, and I look forward to working with them on issues important to their constituents of Bow River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Italian Canadians have been a key part of Canadian society for generations and helped to build this great country of ours, often while keeping ties with Italy and contributing to the social safety nets of both countries. Former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau recognized the special relationship between Canada and Italy by signing Canada's first international Social Security Agreement in 1979. I am proud that our government has updated this agreement to make sure that the Italian Canadians who have contributed in both countries can continue to receive old age, disability, and survivor benefits that they have worked a lifetime to earn. The renewed Canada-Italy Social Security Agreement, which came into force on October the 1st, will ensure a secure retirement for many Italian Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to speak today to congratulate the athletes of 17 countries who participated in the Invictus Games. Last Friday, I witnessed how these wounded veterans and members of the Canadian Armed Forces overcame adversity to show their invincible spirit.
By the camaraderie, competition, and community that many of our ill and injured armed forces members need
to start rebuilding their lives. In fact, one Team Canada member told me that these games have saved her life. Je suis fière des femmes.
I am proud of women like Natasha Dupuis and Hélène Le Salaire, who participated in the track and field, rugby, and rowing competitions. In the end, what counts is the spirit of the games. These men and women and their families are true Canadian heroes.
I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Thank you.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, on October 15th, Canada observes Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day. This day helps us remember the lives of all the infants that were taken from their families too soon. It also encourages support and compassion for parents who have suffered this tragedy. Sarah and Lee Cormier of Airdrie told me about losing their daughter Quinn at 4 months of age from SIDS, and shortly after, Service Canada told the Cormiers that they had to pay back their parental benefits for the time period after Quinn's passing. And families may not have even had the time to lay their child to rest before being forced to return to work due to financial hardships. And I've since met many families who face the same problems, highlighting a serious flaw in our system. So I put forward Motion 110 to have the government look for better ways to support and show compassion for bereaved parents. Parents are already grieving, and they shouldn't have to suffer any further due to government regulations. We all need to ensure that no more Canadians have to go through what the Cormiers did. So I encourage all MPs to support Motion 110 and to show their support for Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, autism is the fastest growing and most commonly diagnosed disorder affecting children and adults in Canada. I want to thank those who work tirelessly to enrich the lives of people touched by autism, specifically in my riding, Autism Ontario, Yoke Region, and Carey's Place. Organizations like these are invaluable. But just as invaluable are those researching to improve the lives of Canadians on the autism spectrum. Kaylee Ting, a 17-year-old from my riding, presented her autism research project at the Prime Minister's Science Fair. Kaylee recognized that a challenge for those with autism is coping with sensory overload. So she researched a solution, a wearable device that identifies the causes of sensory overload to help prevent future occurrences. Kaylee's project will strengthen the independence of those living with autism. Well done, Kaylee, and all of our young innovators who have the courage to dream of the possibilities and the creativity and hard work to get it done.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the beginning of Mental Illness Awareness Week, a national campaign coordinated by Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health. As founder of the Liberal Mental Health Caucus, this is an issue very important to me, but even more important to 1 in 5 Canadians who will experience a mental illness this year. Visiting the Hill today are 5 individuals brave enough to share their own experience with illness and recovery. Over the summer, I had the honor of recognizing another face of mental health. In my riding of Richmond Hill, Constable Ivanov and Latour from York Region Police Department were the recipients of the Special Canada 150 pin for going above and beyond the call of duty to save the life of a young woman suffering with mental illness. At YRP, deed indeed speaks. On this day and every day, let us reflect on what we can do in our offices and everyday lives to achieve a Canada where mental health issues receive timely, respectful care and support in parity with physical health condition. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I'm heartbroken that Jessica Klimchuk, a member of our community, was one of the victims in the horrific events in Las Vegas. Jessica was a 34-year-old single mother of 4 beautiful children. She worked with her family in the Valley View, where she worked with children at St. Stephen's School as an educational assistant, librarian, and school bus driver. Yesterday, I spoke with Jessica's family to personally offer my heartfelt condolence. To her fiancé, family, friends, and colleagues, we offer our thoughts, prayers, and support. As a mother, a friend, and a member of our community, she will be greatly missed. To her 4 children who have lost her mother, I am deeply sorry for your loss. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. While no words could ease the loss of your mother, know that you are in our thoughts and our prayers as we grieve with you. May God of all comfort be with you during this difficult time. I invite my colleagues and all Canadians to keep Jessica's family and all who grieve lost ones in their thoughts and prayers. We grieve with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to pay tribute to a great Siouxite, the Governor General, His Excellency, the Right Honourable David Johnston. David was raised and educated in Sault Ste. Marie, attending Sault Collegiate. He was an exceptional student and a super athlete, playing with and at similar abilities to future Hockey Hall of Famers Phil and Tony Esposito. David married his high school sweetheart, Her Excellency Sharon Johnston, with whom they have 5 daughters. David has been a Canadian academic, author, statesman, and the 28th Governor General to Canada. David's motto, to envisage a better world, remains strong throughout his mandate. David believed in the abilities of all Canadians to imagine and create a smarter, more caring nation and contribute to a fairer, more just world. Mr. Speaker, I ask this House to please join me in congratulating David and Sharon on a happy retirement from public life. On behalf of all Canadians and your fellow Siouxites, thank you. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Imagine you have tons of good food that's ending up in the garbage because of food wastage. And on the other hand, you have all sorts of families who are having a hard time buying fruits and vegetables because of the increasing cost of food. What do? Well, you can do what the Centre de Ressources et d'Action Communautaire in La Petite Patrie did, which is to take unsold food from the Jean Talon market. This new program, in collaboration with the Public Markets of Montreal and with the support of Rosemont-la-Petite Patrie, has led to 21 tons of fruits and vegetables being salvaged in only 5 months. According to Maggie Lebeau of the Centre, hundreds of families can now get fruits and vegetables every week. I would like to congratulate the people of that neighborhood for this great initiative undertaken in the spirit of solidarity, respect for the environment, and encouraging food security. Bravo.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, on March 14, 2014, David Maureen Jenkins lost an incredible daughter from complications from an aggressive rogue cell cancer that had previously gone undiagnosed. Together with their son Evan, they have started the Maggie Project. Currently in Canada, over 10,000 children are undergoing treatment and approximately another 1,700 families will be given this devastating diagnosis annually. Last month was Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, but every day for these families, they must face the challenges of cancer. I would like to share an excerpt from a poem that Maggie wrote in grade 6 prior to her passing. I am a strong, helpful farm girl. I wonder if there'll be farmers in the future. I hear dairy cows moo in the distance. I see heifers grazing in the distance. I want to show my 4-H calf and get first in the show. I am a strong, helpful farm girl. Dave, Maureen, and Evan, thank you for asking me to do this statement. It is an honor to know you and to know Maggie. May her positive, powerful, protective, and peacemaker memory live on forever.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today to acknowledge the tragic events that took place on Sunday evening in Las Vegas. As details are becoming available, we are learning that some of our own communities in Canada have been affected. In my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, we have lost one of our own. Unfortunately, senseless acts of violence are becoming commonplace in our world. While we do not know the motivation behind the violence, we do know that the lives of thousands of innocent people who came together to celebrate their love of music has been forever changed. To all those that lost a loved one, I offer my sincerest condolences for your tragic loss. I know our whole community and country stands behind you and mourns with you. While we try to make sense of this tragedy in our community, I ask all of you in this House to rise in honor of all those who lost or injured in Las Vegas this past weekend.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le
Mr. Speaker, local companies are the drivers of Canada's economy. They create jobs, contribute to our communities, and create opportunities. But the tax hikes by the Liberals will hinder them. We're talking about family businesses, farms, and the people they employ. Will the Prime Minister admit that these tax increases will hinder and affect the people that I've referred to and put an end to these increases? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we had a series of consultations on our measures, tax measures, and it's important to listen. We did listen, and we've gained a great deal of insight from Canadians. Now, we will consider matters and make sure that with our measures, it will be possible to continue to invest, and at the same time, we'll have a fair tax system.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just doesn't get it. Everyone is against his unfair tax increases. Entrepreneurs, business owners, today premiers, even members of his own caucus are opposed to these changes, and they're not listening. The Prime Minister hasn't heard from the people who are telling him how devastating this would be. He may be listening, but they're not hearing, and they're certainly not changing their mind. So, will the Prime Minister commit today to do the right thing, vote in favour of our motion to extend the consultation period so they can finally listen to what Canadians are saying and do something about it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've gone through a consultation period that was important. We've listened to Canadians. We've heard 5 things that are very important. It's important to continue to allow people to invest in small businesses and communities. We're going to take that importantly as an important issue. We've heard that it's important to make sure that family farms continue and are successful. We're going to make sure that that's importantly done. We've heard that women entrepreneurs and professionals need to be protected if they want to take time off. We're going to make sure that's possible. We need to keep tax rates low, and we need to have a system that's administratively efficient. All those things will be taken into consideration as we move forward with these reforms.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, they have launched this consultation period over the summer, only 75 days, and they keep doubling down. They keep using inflammatory and insulting language. Local businesses create jobs, and when the Liberals hurt them, it'll hurt the workers they employ. So many people are against these changes. So many people are asking for more time so that they can share their stories with Liberal ministers who continue to ignore them. So will the Prime Minister commit to allowing his Liberal MPs the freedom to listen to their constituents, stand up and represent them in the House, and vote in favour of our motion? Will it be a free vote?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we made an important commitment to make sure that our tax system works for all Canadians. We've made an important commitment to listen to Canadians as we put forward measures that we know are going to make sure we have a fair system. So we have been listening, and we're going to move forward taking into account the things that we've heard so that we get to a system that encourages investment, but that's also fair for all Canadians as we move forward so that all Canadians, this generation and the next generation, can be sure that they have the opportunity their tax system should provide.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we'll see what side the Liberals will vote on, so we've still got a chance there. Mr. Speaker, the proposed reform by the Liberals, which is designed to tax companies more, is unworthy, and it's hypocritical. On the one hand, you've got entrepreneurs who are going to pay a lot, and the Prime Minister's companies and the company owned by the Minister of Finance that won't be affected. So it's do as I say and not as I do. That's the government's policy. My question for the Minister of Finance is simple. We know that thanks to these new measures, they're going to be bringing in $250 million out of the pockets of entrepreneurs. But has he verified, analysed, or assessed the impact of these measures? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that our tax system is not fair at present. There are incentives for rich entrepreneurs to try to pay less tax. We want a fairer system. We want a system that will encourage investment. We are going to take action and put in place measures based on what we've heard during our consultations. It's important to listen. We listened. And now we are considering the comments we've heard. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. That makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. These measures are going to be affecting all entrepreneurs, but the department isn't doing any kind of an impact study on the direct impact on our entrepreneurs. That is unacceptable. If the minister isn't listening or can't hear, well, we are and we can hear. Last Friday, with my Quebec City colleagues, we heard from people like Gaëtan Bureau, who is a construction worker, who says, well, if this keeps up, I'm going to have to give up. I'm going to give up completely. Is the minister aware that this reform will have an impact, a serious impact on entrepreneurship? It's going to die off because of his measures and jobs are going to be lost? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with our consultations, we heard very important points. We heard that it's very important to continue with a tax rate that is the lowest in the G7. We are going to do that. We know that it's very important to ensure that farmers, fishers, women entrepreneurs are protected. These are very important measures for us. At the same time, we need a fairer system, and that too is very important. We will continue preparing our measures with the insult coming from the consultations. The Honourable Member for Haute-Mon-La-Petite-Patrie. Well, the least we can say is that these measures have stirred up a lot of passion, but a great deal of concern. Information is leaking from all sides, and it's often contradictory. The only thing that's sure is that Netflix won't be paying its share. Seems to me that it would be good not just to take the time to talk, but also to talk about real problems like tax havens, loopholes for CEOs and multinationals. Why don't you agree with that? The Honourable Minister. Our government is fully committed to fighting abuse of tax avoidance. We have invested more than $1 million, Mr. Speaker. That came from the budget, and we are on the right track to recover some $25 billion over the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker. 750 some odd cases were passed on to criminal investigations, and many warrants conducted and executed, as well as convictions. Listen carefully, tax fraudsters. We're going to continue to work. We're going to be getting them, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Why not gazillions of dollars while she's at it?
Liberals and the Conservatives aren't serious about tax fairness. Neither are willing to discuss tax avoidance carried out by big corporations, CEOs, and the use of tax havens. The Liberal consultations on tax changes are too short and too narrow. Let's agree to do the right thing and to expand and extend consultations to include big corporations, CEO tax loopholes, and tax havens. Why are Liberals still going after the small fish and letting the big fish off the hook?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have been thinking about how we can ensure that our tax system works since our first day in office. We've been focused on how we can deal with tax evasion, tax avoidance, giving over $1 billion to the Canada Revenue Agency to make sure that we are having Canadians pay their fair share. What we're doing in our consultation process is really the continuation of a discussion that's been going on since we've been in office. We want to make sure that our system does not encourage wealthy Canadians to incorporate to pay a low rate of tax. At the same time, we want to encourage people to invest in their businesses. These two goals can be met simultaneously. They'll help our economy and help Canadians to feel their system is fair.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development today reported the Liberal government has abjectly failed to take the necessary action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or address the risks posed by climate change. She reported Canada remains megatons away from meeting either the 2020 or 2030 targets. Stunningly, even Environment and Climate Change Canada is failing to deliver a climate risk and adaptation plan or an action plan to measure, monitor, and publicly report on emissions. When will Canadians finally see action on climate change?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extraordinarily proud of our government's record on action on climate change. After a decade of inaction by the previous government, we have not only a target but a plan to make it. We're reducing emissions from coal-fired plants. We're putting a price on carbon pollution. We're making historic investments in public transit. For example, in Ottawa, the second phase of LRT will be the largest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the city's history. We are taking serious action on climate change because climate change is real and we owe it to our kids.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, with an image-conscious government, here's something that's striking. 219 megatons of GHGs. The Liberal government that adopted the previous government's weak GHG reduction targets will miss its objective by 219 megatons. The Commissioner in her report was clear on that subject and on many others. Mr. Speaker, does the government plan to put in place concrete measures, or will it simply just be focusing on working on its image? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our government's action. The previous Conservative government did nothing. There was no plan for the targets. We have worked very hard with the provinces and territories, with Aboriginal peoples, to have a concrete plan to reduce our emissions, to eliminate coal, to put a price on pollution. And we've got historic investments in public transit. Climate change is real, and we have taken it seriously. We are taking action for our children.
For Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I met with Hatch Engineering, a great Canadian success story with over 90,000 employees. On Thursday, the President attended the disastrous Oakville Town Hall, where he was given 90 seconds. 1 second for every 100 employees to talk about his concerns with the Liberal tax plan. Why did he go there? Because he was refused meetings by the members of Oakville, North Burlington, and even the Minister of Science refused his meeting. Mr. Speaker, will the Finance Minister admit that his consultation has been wholly inadequate and vote with us to extend the consultation?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that the consultations were very important for us. We had the opportunity to understand what the issues were and the measures we were putting forward. We know that it's important to get to a tax system that works for all Canadians. We know that as we do that, it's important to listen. So we did listen. We heard from people like the gentleman that was mentioned by the member opposite to hear his concerns. I heard from many other Canadians. Knowing that, it allows us to make sure that we move forward with a system that encourages businesses to invest with a low tax rate, protects farms, protects women entrepreneurs in their ability to continue to invest in their businesses.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, he claims that he would listen to the concerns of Canadians, but you know what's really interesting? Just days after introducing this paper, he told CBC The House that we're not going to change our mind. So Minister Wardell seems to be very concerned and consumed with protecting the interests of Morneau Shepell, that every request to extend the consultation has fallen on deaf ears. Well, the consultation is over. Tonight is the vote. Will the Liberal member on the other side agree and vote with their constituents, or are they going to vote with Morneau Shepell?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that it's important that we move forward with measures that are going to make sure that our system is fair for the long term. What we also know is that doing it means we need to get it right. So listening to Canadians has given us insights. We've heard things that are important to consider so that we move forward in a way that actually gets at the challenge that wealthy Canadians have advantages not available to other Canadians, but we do that in a way that doesn't have unintended consequences. That's our commitment. We will follow through.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, although the consultation period on the tax changes is over, many questions remain unanswered. It's clear, however, very clear, that companies like Morneau Shepell will benefit from these tax changes. What's more, they won't pay more taxes following these reforms. It's hypocritical, on the one hand, to increase taxes for small companies and for the minister to protect his own company. When will the minister understand that he's put himself in a conflict of interest and that he should have abstained? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to continue with our approach for a fair tax system. We've heard many things, and with the information, perspectives, etc., we will have a system that encourages investment in business across the country, a system that is also fair at the same time. That is what we're going to work on together. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance didn't answer the question. So I'll quote the commitment that he took. The Minister committed in writing to abstain from participating in all matters or decisions concerning Morneau-Shepell. According to experts who appeared before the Finance Committee, a company like Morneau-Shepell will benefit from these changes because it offers Canadians individual pension plans. Will the Minister once and for all abstain from participating in these discussions? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that all Canadians will benefit from a fair tax system. Companies across the country want to have a system that is efficient, that encourages incentives for investments in their business, and that's very important. We will continue with our measures based on the knowledge that we've gained, the insight from our consultations, and we will have important changes to put in place for our country.
In an act of great self-sacrifice, the millionaire Prime Minister and millionaire Finance Minister announced this summer higher taxes for the wealthy, which of course would mean more costs for the Prime Minister's personal trust fund. He might even have to give up his Laurentian countryside estate and his dad's old Mercedes. Even the Finance Minister will be paying more taxes on Morneau-Shepell's profits. Kidding! Of course, by wealthy people, they meant farmers, plumbers, and hardworking small business people. How did they manage to raise taxes on everyone except themselves?
The
Honourable Minister of Finance.
When moving forward with tax changes, it's important to make sure that we get it right. So we've had a period of consultation. It's been important. And I'll tell you, we've come up with 5 principles from which we should move forward. First of all, we're going to make sure that small businesses can continue to invest in their businesses and their communities. Second of all, we're going to make sure that farmers can continue to pass their farm on to the next generation. We're going to make sure that women can continue to save in their business as professionals so they can be in a positive situation. We're going to keep the tax rates low on small business, and we're going to work to make sure it's administratively efficient. These are important things to do. We've listened. We're going to get it right.
Order, order, order. I want to remind my honourable friend from Cypress Hills Grasslands that though he's farther away, I can still hear him. He's got a great voice, but let's only hear each other when we have the floor. The honourable member for Carleton has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister has gone from doubling down to climbing down. He was caught with his plan that would raise taxes on everybody but him, and now, as a result of all the backlash from patriotic, hardworking local farmers and businesses, they're being forced to back down. I know they've closed their consultation period already, but as part of their climb down, will they accept one piece of advice? Why doesn't the government keep its promise and lower the small business tax rate down to 9%, just like they said they would during the last election?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we had a period of consultation so that we could get from Canadians their advice on how we could move forward on measures that would make a real difference. We will take no advice from the opposite side of the House. The opposite side of the House that has continued to vote against measures that are helping middle-class Canadians, continued to vote against things that we know will help our economy. What we've done is we've listened to Canadians. We're going to make sure that we get at the things we need to get at. The encouragements for wealthy Canadians to incorporate, while at the same time making sure that we don't have unintended consequences around farms or small businesses or women entrepreneurs. That's important.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Heritage met with the cultural sector to better sell her business model and her Netflix deal. Some 50 organizations from the Coalition for Culture said they are disappointed in the government's inconsistent vision and shocked with the Netflix agreement. And they called for this secret agreement to be made public so that taxpayers can assess it for themselves. Quebecers have the impression that she's more in a hurry to sell Netflix than to defend culture, but that's her mandate, to defend culture, not multinationals. The government of Quebec is calling for it. Everyone's calling for it. When will this agreement be made public? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I had a good meeting with various stakeholders from the Quebec cultural sector. It was a good conversation. I heard their concerns. I listened to their ideas, and we agreed to work on a game plan together to ensure that we're protecting our culture on the internet. We're going to be working together on a reform plan, reforming our policies, etc., in order to protect our culture together.
Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, there are a lot of seasonal workers who counted on the Liberal government to resolve the problem of the EI black hole. As with many other issues, they've seen the Liberals break another promise. And we have to stop discriminating against the regions. Because of this black hole, the seasonal workers in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean run the risk of ending up without an income for several weeks. I don't understand why the Liberal government's abandoning them like this. It makes no sense. When will the minister resolve this black hole issue once and for all? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for this opportunity to emphasize the importance of EI, first of all, for income security for families going through difficult times, and secondly, to facilitate the transition to a new job. We've put in place major measures to add greater generosity and flexibility in services. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work very hard on this issue.
Abbotsford.
Saturday, I hosted a roundtable in the riding of Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. Sadly, the MP was a no-show. His constituents were angry that the finance minister called them tax cheats and is taxing them at 73%. And these people were furious that the minister and the prime minister had fixed it so that their own family fortunes wouldn't be affected. So, Mr. Speaker, when two rich guys try to fix it so they don't have to pay the same taxes as others, how's that fair?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to be very clear to all the people who are paying attention to this debate. We know that the system that's been around for a long time is one that people have used legitimately. We also know that we need to make sure the system is fair going forward. So we've looked at measures that we can put in place to ensure that that is actually the case. We've listened to Canadians about how we can get it right as we move forward. So what people have done in the past will, of course, be protected. We're coming up with new rules in the future that won't have unintended consequences, but will ensure that people can invest in their business with a tax system that's fair.
The
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The Liberal government launched consultations on its tax reform in the middle of the summer. What is that hiding? They want to smother entrepreneurs by taking away additional money, people who are working hard, taking risk, and creating jobs for the middle class, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. This reform is counterproductive. During a consultation held in my region, an entrepreneur mentioned that the Liberal government doesn't know how to make a distinction between equality and fairness. I urge the Minister of Finance to back down, to respect and support these job creators and protect jobs for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue with our measures to improve the tax system, to have one that works well, and at the same time, we know that steps that we have to take for the economy are very important. So that's why over the past year, we've seen higher growth than in the past decade. And we've added some 400,000 jobs. So it's very important to have a strong economy that's growing and a fair tax system as well for the long term.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Finance Minister has a different definition of listening compared to other Canadians. I don't know if it's just me, but I don't think listening means ignoring my constituents. Right. Greg and Jocelyn own small businesses in Kings Hands, Nova Scotia. When they requested a meeting with their Liberal Member of Parliament to discuss their concerns with these tax changes, the message they got is their MP is not having meetings on this issue. How can the Liberals profess to be listening if small business owners can't even get in the front door? And when it comes to these tax changes, why is the President of the Treasury Board refusing to meet with his constituents?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
To be clear, we've been across the country listening to Canadians because we want to get this right. We've laid out some measures. We've talked about how we think that they can improve our system. And I've been across the country, in Nova Scotia, in New Brunswick, in Newfoundland, in Quebec, in Ontario, in BC. It's important for us to be across the country to hear Canadians. That's exactly what we've done. We are going to take into account what we've heard to make sure that we get this right, that people can invest in their business on an ongoing basis, and that the system provides a foundation that ensures that we have a fair outcome for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to these unfair tax changes, small business owners, farmers in Atlantic Canada are frustrated. They're frustrated because they don't believe the Liberals are listening, and they're right. When asked by a Chamber of Commerce in Nova Scotia to attend a town hall meeting to explain these tax changes, listen to the concerns of small business owners, the Liberal MPs from Kings Hants and West Nova were no-shows. How can the Liberals profess to be listening to Canadians when they won't even listen to the members of their Chamber of Commerce? How can the Finance Minister possibly say he's listening to Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to consider the facts here. We've said to Canadians that we will work towards tax fairness. We talked about that as far back as our election campaign. We put measures in our budget 2017 talking about how we think we can make the system more fair. We put out a consultation paper. Then we went around the country to listen to Canadians. We did it across the country. We've heard many things that are important for us to consider. Unintended consequences in some cases that we'll need to fix. Other things to make sure the system will actually work. We are going to make sure we get this right. We're going to move forward in a way that will make the system fair for the long run.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the government admits that edible cannabis products are a large and growing sector of the market, and it is undeniable that many Canadians prefer edible products as a healthier alternative to smoking cannabis. But for some reason, the Liberals have decided to keep edibles illegal. This will deny consumers a safe product and ensure the black market retains control. In addition, the Liberals have no plan to pardon individuals who are burdened with criminal convictions for simple possession. So will the Liberals accept our reasonable amendments and fix this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority for this government. Designing an appropriate regulatory system for cannabis edibles is a complex undertaking, and there are unique potential risks and harms that need to be carefully understood before that we undergo the changes to the regulations. For this reason, our government will need to take an appropriate amount of time to develop and implement regulations that will result in a safe edible product that will be on the market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The Liberals expect to legalize marijuana next summer, but they don't plan to offer pardons for simple possession offences that occurred in the past. That means that many Canadians will face serious problems, namely getting a job or crossing the border for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, the Liberals are upholding Stephen Harper's policies which make it difficult to expunge a criminal record. Why do the Liberals have no plans when it comes to pardons? Do they think that it's fair to be stuck with a criminal record for acts that will soon be legal?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, there have been extensive consultations underway over the last number of months with respect to reforming pardons. That work is well advanced. Very shortly, the results of those consultations will be published so all Canadians can see what was said, and those consultations will inform legislation that we will put before this House to correct some of the egregious mistakes made by the previous government.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Through the Invictus Games, we saw the power of adaptive sport on physical rehabilitation. But we all know that mental health and wellness go hand in hand. The perseverance of these brave men and women who took off their armed forces uniforms and found the strength and determination to put on a jersey and compete with representatives of 16 other countries impressed upon us all the importance of coming together to support our veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell us what the government is doing to address the invisible injuries of our men and women and their families?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. You have done it, Prince Harry said to the athletes. You are Invictus. The Latin word from which these games take their name means unconquered, and that unconquerable spirit was written on every face of every athlete that we saw at these games. They flew our flag higher and they lit up the world.
So when they put their hand up, we will be there to help. There are 4,000 mental health professionals, a network of OSI clinics, and your brothers and sisters waiting to help you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
This weekend, I held a roundtable to discuss Liberals' proposed tax changes. Jennifer was brought to tears sharing her story. The family business her parents started 37 years ago now is going to face a transfer tax that will destroy her dream of taking over family business. Liberals want to make Jennifer's parents pay a higher percentage in tax than the Finance Minister's own family business. Will the Finance Minister listen to Canadians like Jennifer and extend the consultation period?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of our consultations have been to listen to people like Jennifer, to make sure that we understand what the issues might be, and moving forward with a tax system that will create a better sense of incentive for people to invest in their active business, at the same time is not encouraging wealthy Canadians to take advantage of advantages that may be there only for them and not for the middle class. So that's what we're trying to achieve. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to listen to people like Jennifer so we get this right. We did not have an intent to change the ability for people to transfer businesses from one generation to the next. We have an intent to make sure that the tax system is fair, and we're going to get it right.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has called small business owners tax cheats. The Prime Minister implied that these hardworking Canadians are cheating on their taxes. They announced during the summer the most dramatic changes to the Income Tax Act in the dead of summer when farmers were busy with their crops, getting ready for harvest, when parents were out on vacation with their children, and then getting them ready back to school. Now, their consultation has been bungled in every possible way.
Hear, hear.
The Minister has expressed zero regret. Will he do the right thing and extend the consultation? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to provide clarity for the record. We have always said that the system that we have today is legitimate. It's been a system that's been around for a long time. However, it's creating incentives for people to incorporate, wealthy Canadians to incorporate, to get advantages that aren't available to middle-class Canadians. That's a system that's not right for the long term. So finding a way to make that right, while continuing to encourage people to invest in their business, to create growth and jobs, that's the balance we're seeking to achieve. We believe we can achieve it. Listening to Canadians is an important part of that, enabling us to get it right, enabling us to have a strong economy with a fair...
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. This morning, we met with Quebec's Federation of Chambers of Commerce. The deadline for consultations has passed and the Federation is ringing the alarm. It asks the Minister of Finance to extend consultations in order to carefully evaluate the effects of the proposed measures and table an economic impact study. The Minister cannot tell us what the repercussions of his reform will be for SMEs at the national level. Is the Minister waiting for our SMEs to pack their bags and leave the country, or will he extend the consultation period? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that the impact of a fair tax system is important to ensure Canadians' trust throughout the country. At the same time, it's very important to encourage SMEs to invest in their businesses. Those are both very important. We listened over the last 75 days. We heard many things. We will consider the knowledge and perspectives that we heard, and that way we will have a system that is more fair.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just aren't interested in talking to Canadians about their unfair tax plan. Mitchell writes, I wrote to the government, first to the Prime Minister, then they passed me off to the Finance Minister. I responded to the email they sent to the Minister. I've got nothing back. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mitchell has built a company up from the ground that now employs 12 people, including new Canadians. The Liberals are proposing to take his hard-earned money to pay for their reckless spending. When entrepreneurs and job creators like Mitchell call and write, why are these Liberals so unwilling to listen?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that when people like Mitchell write, when people phone in, we are listening. We've been taking the time to listen to make sure that we get their perspectives. We know that having a system that works, that's fair for all Canadians is important. We know that the tax system is complex and we need to consider the perspectives of Mitchell and others across the country. So we will do that. As we move forward with a system that encourages investment, make sure that it's fair, that's our commitment to Canadians, and we're looking forward to telling them more in the near future.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Yesterday we learned that the Native Women's Association of Canada has yet again been shut out of First Ministers meeting by this government. They asked to be included, and shutting them out speaks volumes to this government's lack of respect for Indigenous women's voices. This self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister promised a nation-to-nation relationship with all Indigenous people. So why has the Native Women's Association been barred from today's First Ministers meeting? Haven't Indigenous women's voices been silenced for long enough?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that meaningful engagement is key to advancing reconciliation and to renewing our relationship with Indigenous peoples in Canada. Today's meeting included the representatives of the rights holders in this country. The Prime Minister has agreed to meet with the Native Women's Association at least annually, and they will be included in the meeting of the Indigenous Ministers meeting later this year in November.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Nunaviki.
About reconciliation when you decide to exclude the Indigenous women on our national conversation.
Yesterday, the Minister could not tell us why government lawyers asked the court to block compensation unfairly refused to residential school survivors. A simple question for the Minister of Indigenous Affairs. Now that she has all the information, will she ask her colleague for justice to stop prosecuting survivors in court? And who told this government to withhold information on a sexual predator that preyed on children, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring justice for the victims of this dark chapter in our history. The independent assessment process under the settlement agreement was approved by the supervising courts. It contains all procedural protections necessary for the fair determination of claims. Canada seeks fairness for all claimants under the independent assessment process. We are not challenging individual claimants or their outcome. Canada is seeking the court's guidance in order to ensure fairness for all claimants and parties to the settlement agreement.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, Canadians heard yesterday that the Liberals' anti-energy agenda is putting projects like Energy East at risk. New rules, delays, and a lack of certainty are making energy workers nervous. Just last month, 350 families at General Electric in Peterborough, a factory operating since 1892, Speaker, have lost their jobs as a result of new regulatory hurdles and mounting uncertainty. Uncertainty the Liberals alone have caused. When will the Liberals realize the risky delays are affecting real Canadians with real jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, in January of 2016, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change set out interim principles that would guide those projects under review. The same principles that were established then still are in effect today as Energy East goes through the National Energy Board process. Mr. Speaker, then as now, the rules are the same.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a world leader in responsible resource development. For instance, Alberta was the first jurisdiction in North America to regulate emissions and has the strongest regulatory system in the world. But instead of celebrating Canadian energy, the Liberals keep adding roadblocks at the very worst time, all while importing oil from countries like Algeria and Venezuela.
It's a shame.
I asked the Minister last week, and I'll ask him again, will the Liberals apply their upstream and downstream emissions test as a condition to foreign oil imports?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The member said that we don't care about energy workers in Alberta. Well, how about 3,000 jobs for the Novagas pipeline? How about 7,000 jobs for the Line 3 replacement project? 15,440 jobs for the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. We support Keystone XL, another 6,400 jobs. That's more jobs created by this government in the energy sector in less than 2 years than 10 years by the Harper administration.
Honourable member for Lakeland. Order.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue I actually asked about, let's talk about foreign oil imports. Last week, the UN Human Rights Council met to talk about the growing oppression of a dictator who is brutally cracking down on public activism and starving his people. The Commissioner even said that crimes against humanity may have been committed. Where's that? Venezuela. But the Liberals are prioritizing foreign oil from Venezuela while stopping environmentally and socially responsible Canadian oil and gas. When will the minister stop putting foreign oil ahead of Canadian energy?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We prioritize it. We're prioritizing the creation of good jobs for Canadians, particularly in Western Canada. We're
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources has the floor. Order.
Prioritizing environmental stewardship. We're prioritizing important engagement with Indigenous peoples. Those are the three pillars of responsible development in Canada: job creation, environmental stewardship, and meaningful consultation with Indigenous people. If the Harper government would have been loyal to those principles, more pipelines would have been built.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-49 is going to introduce important modernization to Canada's Transportation Act, including the Air Passengers Bill of Rights and new opportunities for shippers across Canada to gain access to competitive rail rates. But the bill also provides for the introduction of video and voice recorders in locomotives, and Labour groups are concerned that this could be used by railways to violate workers' privacy and discipline them for non-safety related issues. Can the Minister of Transport reassure us that this will not be the case?
Good question.
Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Fleetwood Port Kells for his question, and I also want to reassure Canadians that worker privacy is of paramount importance to this government. Yes. We're also, of course, responsible for improving railway safety, something that needs to be addressed constantly. The use of the recorders is intended solely for safety purposes. It's something the Transportation Safety Board has been asking us to do for many years. So I want to reassure Canadians that we will never use these recorders for monitoring employee performance or for managing that performance. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, many people worked hard for years to establish a national Holocaust monument, including the Honourable Tim Uppal. Last week, the Prime Minister inaugurated it with a plaque of his own. However, his plaque fails to mention anti-Semitism or the Jewish people by name. How could the Prime Minister permit such a glaring omission of reference to anti-Semitism and the fact that the millions of men, women, and children who were murdered were overwhelmingly Jewish? If we're going to stamp out hatred towards Jews, it's important to get history right. Will the Prime Minister commit to correcting this profoundly obvious omission?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, government is committed to building a more inclusive society, and the National Holocaust Monument commemorates the 6 million Jews, as well as the 5 million other victims that were murdered during the Holocaust. It stands as a reminder of the dangers of hatred, racism, and intolerance while affirming respect for human rights, dignity, and resilience. The plaque has been removed and we will replace with language that reflects the horrors experienced by the Jewish community.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, this week my constituency office had to intervene to prevent a single mother and her 3 children from being evicted from their home. The cause, CRA stopped paying her the Canada Child Benefit following a routine assessment that ultimately resulted in no changes but delayed her payments for up to 4 months. This is becoming a common story. It's Phoenix all over again. The minister's restructuring of CRA has forgotten people who depend on receiving their legitimate payments on time every month. What will the minister do to fix these problems?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, every family must receive the benefits that they are entitled to. I committed in my mandate to level service to those who are disadvantaged, those who are seniors or heads of single families. We are going to work closely with the stakeholders to resolve the situation. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Canada's aging population will bring about significant social and economic changes in the decades to come. It is important to make sure that our seniors continue to have opportunities to contribute to our society, as they have already done to build our country. Can the minister responsible for seniors tell us what the government is doing to take advantage of the experience, talents, and knowledge of Canada's older generation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would start by thanking and congratulating my colleague for Laval-les-Îles for his remarkable work for his constituents and everything he does for seniors. Our government has committed to supporting seniors to make sure that they have a dignified and secure retirement. Every territory and province is meeting at Saint-Jean-de-Terre-Neuve, and we are going to work very hard in the short and long term to make sure that our development ensures more social inclusion for our seniors both today and in the future. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage is proud of signing an agreement with Netflix, and yet her commitments to culture remain vague. We heard from Ms. Préjean, the head of the Artists Union, who said that the Liberals seem to have a twofold message. We sit and we talk, and on the other hand, measures we never discussed are taken. Same sentiment from the head of Simons, who says that the agreement lacks a long-term vision. Did the minister forget her mandate letter? What are her firm commitments towards Francophone cultural production in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, it's ironic to see my Conservative colleague rise to defend culture when they cut, over the last 10 years, millions of dollars. That said, I'm very glad to see that we have an ally in this House to make sure that all the players benefit from the system and that they will be able to contribute to funding our culture. And I look forward to working with him in order to ensure better reforms of our system to support our artists. The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, in its reform, Ottawa is increasing taxes on passive income for businesses, but not for non-residents. That means a foreign billionaire who invests in Canada would be taxed at a rate of about 25%, but a Quebecer will pay the maximum rate of 50%. The foreign investor will be able to avoid paying taxes at all if their income generates interest. I would ask the government to explain why they want to penalize our SMEs and give advantages to foreign investors. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we want a tax system that's fair for all Canadians. That's very important. Our measures are intended to ensure that we have a fair system that doesn't encourage the wealthiest to use private corporations to pay a lower tax rate. We are going to continue with these measures, taking into account the perspectives presented during consultations. We have to look at how our system can be good for all companies in our country. That is also very important. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, last winter, because of the lack of icebreakers on the St. Lawrence, a Rio Tinto ship was trapped by the ice. Winter is coming, and that must not happen again. This requires an immediate solution. The Resolute project from Davy is ready. Davy can reconfigure, bring up to standard, and lease 4 icebreakers to the government to avoid heavy financial losses for Quebec's businesses and to avoid security risks. Will the government finally wake up and say yes to Davy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government is dedicated to making sure that the men and women of the Canadian Coast Guard have the tools that they need to do their jobs, whether that be ice-breaking capacity in Quebec or towing capacity. The Coast Guard expertly maintains its fleet, but also in the interim, we've opened up an RFI to see if there are other ways that we can complement our force. But our government will always make sure that the tools are available so the job gets done and it gets done right.
Well done.
The honourable member for Oakville is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member from Milton made a statement. For the record, I spoke directly with the CEO of Hatch several weeks ago, and I have a meeting already set up with a second group of Hatch employees to hear their concerns directly, Mr.
It sounds like debate. There are sometimes questions about whether a question may be an attack on a member. At any rate, I thank that member for his point orders of the day.
Government orders, opposition, business of supply, rather, opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Belyaev, concerning consultations on proposed tax changes.
Order. Order. I had asked honourable colleagues to take their conversations out into the hallways, and I'd ask colleagues to assist me by saying shh. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
And right before we were interrupted for question period, I was talking about the process, and I was suggesting that perhaps the Liberals, instead of sort of reading the talking points that are generated by their leadership, they should be listening to some experts, and I have 3 experts that I was talking about. So I'm going to go back to the quote from the BC Chamber. I was in the middle of the quote, but this is a group, again, that really prides itself on trying to be nonpartisan, but in this case, they had to talk policy. So again, we're talking about the process. The federal government, they say, has engaged in rhetoric that divides the country, directly stating that small business owners do not contribute to the well-being of the country, and they are implying poor character on their part if they employ tax planning strategies that were established many years ago to encourage the growth and sustainability on innovation and entrepreneurship, and to compensate small business owners for the higher level of risk they undertake in their ventures compared to other employees. So that's a group, a very important group in Canada that represents the business owners. The next person I want to quote is a tax accountant, or a very experienced person who works with the small businesses, and he was at a roundtable in the riding, and I'd like to talk to what he said about the process. He says that there's tax consultation papers that are released all the time. They tend to be very mundane, very boring, but important to people like him. He says the language in this release was very political. He said it said the wealthy needs to pay their fair share. The finance minister even tweeted, if you don't support changes, then you oppose tax fairness. And he said this is supposed to be an open consultation, when the initial consultation paper and tweets from the finance minister indicate that it will be anything but. He goes on to say that most are not wealthy of his organizations that will be impacted, his businesses. They're mom and pop, and they will be deeply affected. He said the statement by the finance minister that it won't affect the middle class is absolutely false. It's not closing loopholes. These are policies that were developed for very purposeful reasons, and that was, again, like the Chamber indicated, these were policies that were developed to support organizations, not loopholes. He even mentioned, and this is before the very famous video from the member from Carleton about the pizza shop, he said that there's a pizza shop in the riding of Kamloops Thompson Caribou, which will also be impacted. And his next concern was the layers of bureaucracy in terms of monitoring compliance. It will take a new horde of CRA auditors to monitor and to watch that very sort of nebulous language that was there. So this is an accountant who has a very important knowledge and does this work all the time. The next person that had something to say was an experienced tax lawyer. And one of the things that I thought was very interesting, he says, tax changes are very complicated. This is complicated, and he said he bet that most of the members of in this House actually don't even understand the implications and what all the language means in the proposed changes, because it's people like the accountant, like the lawyer, who really understand what is being proposed by this government. So his bottom line, when he was trying to really simplify it down to one thing, is that the government has taken a sledgehammer when all they needed was a scalpel. So I think that's a really important thing to note. So I do sort of suggest that the Liberals listen to, again, 3 experts, someone that represents business, someone that represents the accounting organization, someone that really understands tax law, and perhaps they should look at that suggestion that we just have an additional bit of consultation period. So, of course, that's about the process. The process obviously has been very botched. It's got people very upset. They're feeling very insulted. They're feeling very hurt. They're feeling angry. I do want to actually talk, if I have time, Mr. Speaker, for about a couple of specific examples. Number one, I talked earlier about the ranching families in my riding. We were in a state of emergency till the long weekend in September. They are busy fixing their fences, looking for their cattle, trying to recover their lives. So how can you actually suggest that this is an adequate time for consultations when these people have been dealing, and across British Columbia have been dealing with very, very difficult circumstances all summer? We have tourist businesses that have been incredibly impacted by the fire season. People don't have time right now to even consider what this changes are going to mean, much less put in meaningful consultation. And my final example, Mr. Speaker, is when we were in Winnipeg, I met with an Aboriginal entrepreneur, and she says, you know what? I never got a grant. I never asked the government for money. I was a single mom. I started a business with my sweat and tears and very many sleepless nights like so many other entrepreneurs. She grew her business. She is now in a position that she wants to turn that business over to her son. And again, we have another example where her accountant has said, this is going to be much more difficult for you. So, you know, this government talks a lot in terms of consultation. It's not my spot to ask questions, but they should be asking themselves, have they talked to the Aboriginal entrepreneurs across this country? So, Madam Speaker, I think there's a very reasoned argument to continue this consultation period at least into January. It's certainly unprecedented to have so many dramatic changes in such a quick time during the dog days of summer, during an emergency season in British Columbia. I urge all Liberals to vote for our motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is worth repeating that we have had a government that has made a solid commitment to Canada's middle class. We can talk about the tax break of the first budget, a significant tax break to the middle class, and many other benefits that were given to those, whether they're children or seniors. Or we can talk about the idea of tax fairness. And when you look at the issue of tax fairness, overwhelming majority of the constituents in which I represent want tax fairness, and that is what they see that this minister and this Prime Minister are trying to accomplish. My question to the member is, why is she in opposition to the whole concept of tax fairness?
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, the whole problem is the Liberals have not listened to a thing that we've said during this debate. We are for tax fairness. What they don't recognize is they have created a system that is about tax unfairness, and it's about tax unfairness to the many people who are small and medium-sized businesses who work very hard. So I think it's about time, rather than, again, speaking the talking points all the time, that they listen to people like the lawyers, the accountants, the small business operators, and understand the important impact that these changes are going to have on their lives and their livelihood.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and her comments. I was glad to hear her comment about tax fairness, and I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree with me that what we really need is a comprehensive tax review of the tax code, and we really do need to be focusing more on the biggest abusers of the system rather than small retailers and farmers. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what we're talking about today is a pretty simple proposal suggesting that they need to look at this issue in a further way. Certainly the Finance Committee has had many recommendations that have been endorsed by many parties over the years that talked about more comprehensive reviews. But what we're talking about is putting a bit of a halt on the closure of this consultation period. As I indicated, in British Columbia, they just lifted the state of emergency. How can people have paid any attention to what's going on here? It's time to spend a little bit more time to get more of the information that the government needs to make sure that what they do is done properly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and let me give a very simple question to the member. How would she justify, when you think of passive income, 83% of passive income is actually used by individuals that make more than $250,000 a year. That's $250,000 a year. Now, Why is it that the member across the way is prepared to have tax benefits for those, but what about the individuals that are working on the factory floors, the nurses, the teachers, and so forth? Why does she support the double standard?
I just want to remind members that they may not like what they hear, but they still have to provide that respect to those members who do stand up. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, they might make $250,000 a year, and then they have to take $100,000 or $150,000 off in terms of the expenses of their operation, and the next year they might not make anything. Again, I'll use my ranching families. They might have made good income in a few years after the BSE. They had terrible times before that. They made good income. They've left the money in their companies. Now they're having to draw down because they're in crisis. So yes, they might make $250,000. You need to net that out, and then you need to look at the difference over the different years. So I think the fact that he's using that kind of comparison is absolutely shameful.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to the opposition motion today. I've been in the House pretty much the entire time listening to the debate and hearing what's been exchanged throughout the House. I do have some concerns. I think that from time to time we might be straying from the facts a little bit. So I thought I would try to take this opportunity to outline my position on this, where I'm coming at it from, what my constituents have said to me, and where I see the importance as it reflects to those timelines. So for starters, Madam Speaker, I think that we all believe in fairness and the idea that in Canada we live in a country where fairness is afforded to everybody so that everybody can have a fair shot. That's why it's so important to make sure that the tax system that we implement and that we adopt is fair, so that we can grow the entire economy, so that the middle class who contribute to the economy, who genuinely help it grow, can succeed and continue to further the enhancement and the growth of our economy. Unfortunately, the reality, Madam Speaker, that we've seen over the last 20 years is a growing divide, a matter of inequality between the haves and the have-nots. We voted in favor and introduced a tax break for the middle class not that long ago, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately that wasn't unanimous in this House. There were members, in particular from the Conservatives and the NDP, that voted against lowering the taxes on the middle class and increasing them on the 1%. And that doesn't contribute to the fairness, Madam Speaker. We can talk about social equities and we can talk about the social elevators and we can have genuine policy debates about how we should implement and bring about different ideas to lift people up, and those are all good. And I think that there are genuinely genuine and good ideas that come from all parties. But when we talk about fairness, it's this concept that everybody needs to have a fair start. And unfortunately, the reality is that that's not the case. And so we come to the proposed changes. Will it make it totally fair? Absolutely not. But it is a step towards making it fair. Income sprinkling that we've been talking about. It's the concept that if you have a corporation, you shouldn't be able to take money that you're genuinely making for yourself and sprinkle it amongst your spouse and adult children. And I'm not coming at this, Madam Speaker, from just a member of Parliament. I am a shareholder in a corporation. I own half of a corporation. I do not understand how it is fair that as a corporate owner, I can effectively put my kids through school for cheaper than my employee can. It's just not fair. So we move on to passive investments. And I will say, this is probably the part of the debate that this motion really focuses on, because really it's the only part that is in the consultation period now. So if you talk about extending the consultation period, you're talking about extending the period on passive investments. And I will say that there have been unintended consequences that have come forward as a result of the discussion around passive investments. But that's exactly why there's a consultation period going on now. What I've been hearing about the passive investments, Madam Speaker, quite clearly, is that people are worried about money that they put into a corporation, saved in a legitimate way, and how they can then take that money out later on. And rightfully so. You know, I had a doctor, their names are Craig and Ruth, from my community. They've been saving this way for 20 years now, planning for their retirement, and they're about to retire. Should the rug be pulled out from underneath them because they've been using legitimate ways of saving? No, I don't think they should. And that's why the parliamentary secretary made it very clear this morning when he spoke that this was going to be, that we're focusing on this point moving forward as it relates to the passive investments. And then, of course, the capital gains aspect of this, which probably has had the least amount of focus on, and how different mechanisms are used to transfer and for succession planning in a corporation. And these are legitimate concerns. I share the concerns of succession planning. As I indicated, I have a corporation that one day I plan to pass on to my children in whole or in part. So I'm worried about that. But I will say, during the discussion that's been going on, the themes are continuous and they're the same. No new ideas are really coming up. People either love to income sprinkle and want to continue doing it, and that's just a matter of policy or principle amongst different individuals in this House. Passive investing, the government is only consulting on this now so that they can propose legislation so we can then debate that legislation. And as it relates to capital gains, again, there have been some genuine people who have brought forward real concerns about unintended consequences that I believe that the government will look at and will address in the legislation. But I would also note, Madam Speaker, that corporations are quite different now than they were 40 years ago, the last time that the tax code was changed. 40 years ago, the majority of corporations were manufacturing enterprises, large corporations. To be a corporation, quote unquote, 40 years ago was not an individual person or a couple people. It significantly changed. So the idea that the tax code should change to reflect that is, at least in my opinion, entirely appropriate. And I would say, and I know it's been pointed out on a number of occasions in the House today, but I think it is an extremely valid point to continue to put on the table, is the fact that in Canada we have the lowest corporate income tax rate of the G7 countries. So that continues to give us a competitive advantage, and that continues to drive incentive for businesses to grow. I heard from constituents in my and by the way, Madam Speaker, I meant to say at the beginning I'm splitting my time with the member from Sudbury if I didn't, so if I didn't, I apologize, and I'll put that on the table now. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that I did have a town hall. I had a number of opportunities to engage with members from my constituency. I had a town hall where I was invited to. I heard what people had to say. I met with the OMA, the Ontario Medical Association, and local members from my community. I met with a number of people in my office. And I'm continuing to hear the same things over and over. I don't understand, and I see their problems, and I've identified their problems, and I appreciate what they've had to say. And there are some genuine concerns there. But I'm not seeing any new information coming forward. I'm not sure how extending the time by another 4 months is going to generate new concerns. What we have to do now is listen to the concerns that we've heard, take those and see how they can be reflected in the proposed legislation and, in fact, the new legislation that will come forward in terms of passive investing. So, and with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity in particular to thank a group in my constituency, the Kingston Advocacy Group for Small Business in Kingston. This is a group of tax professionals and accountants that came together on their own without me trying to set them up or feed them any information or anything, looked at the genuine proposals, brought their concerns to me. This wasn't a bashing session about how do we how do we take shots at the government. They were a genuine group that genuinely had concerns, wanted to bring them to my attention, and they helped me deliver those back to the government. And a lot of the same concerns have been shared in this House and are starting to come to the surface. So I think that there is opportunity now to take what we've consulted on to take the draft legislation, to see the new draft legislation that will come forward, so that we can start to make some serious, so we can start to have some serious discussions on what that legislation will look like. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I believe in this concept of fairness. As an individual who owns a corporation, I don't think it's fair that I should have advantages over my employees when it comes to saving for my kids' education, or when it comes to saving for retirement. I think that we all need to be on a level playing field. We can talk about the social elevators and how to make things different for particular groups in the economy, but at the end, or in society. But at the end of the day, what's so important is that everybody is at the same level and the same playing field, and that isn't the case when a police officer who makes $98,000 a year can effectively pay more, a higher percentage in their income tax than somebody who's making $230,000 and sprinkling that to their entire family. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carleton.
So the member claims he wants everything to be equal and even. He wants a tax code that's something like Switzerland, completely neutral. Well, his government's proposal would impose double taxation on the passive investment of smaller private businesses, raising their effective tax rate to as much as a third higher than is the case for public companies. It would tax at a higher rate a small business's investment in another business than it taxes that business's investment in its own operations. They would tax the proposal would take away retirement income splitting for small business owners while maintaining it for politicians and others who have a company pension plan. So just to narrow down to one example then, if the member wants to take retirement income splitting away from small business people through the so-called income sprinkling proposals, does he believe that the Prime Minister and himself should lose that same ability with respect to their own pensions?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
No, Madam Speaker, what I was not saying was that everything needs to be equal. What I was saying was that we all need to play by the same rules, that there has to be fairness with respect to where I'm starting at versus where a police officer or a nurse starts at. The inequality will naturally come in the fact that people will be able to succeed in degrees that are higher to other individuals. But the basic starting point, where we start playing the game from, needs to be the same. And the truth of the matter is it isn't right now. It isn't right now. When I own a corporation, I can effectively put my kids through school cheaper than my children, than my employee can put his children through school at.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Honourable member. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that many in this place have been receiving the same kinds of concerns from constituents. I've met with and heard from a great number of women physicians, many who have set up their own small medical practice and either had children or wanting to expand their family, but concerned that they won't be able to afford to continue to pay to run their practice while they take maternity leave. So I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, through you, if the member can provide to this place what their answer is if they put through these changes. How are they going to address the concerns being raised by female physicians?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Madam Speaker, you can continue to invest in, you can continue to hold money in a corporation, and this is probably one of the misleading things that's been said quite a bit today, is that somehow you won't be able to keep money within a corporation to do things with it later on. And you can continue to grow it, you can continue to invest it, and then it isn't until you go to use it for your own personal use that you'll be taxed on it. So when you look at an individual who will be taking time off later, if they choose not to go down the route of benefits of some form that they buy into. I mean, if they're businesses, they can be members of the Chamber of Commerce, which they can buy into benefits from. But if they do, then they can utilize what they've saved later on and effectively will be paying the same tax rate that they were always paying.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague's remarks, And the opposition, of course, does not share the premise of the inequalities that he's talking about. But let's say that we do. My question to the honourable member is this. Instead of raising taxes on business, why doesn't the government and the honourable member instead advocate for lowering taxes on salaried employees to the level that the businesses have for their supposed advantage? Why, instead of raising taxes, does he not advocate lowering taxes to make everyone equal?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Because we already did that, Madam Speaker. We did that when we lowered lowered the taxes on the middle class and increased them on the 1%.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
And I would just point out that only the Liberal Party could actually try to raise taxes and actually decrease revenues on the top 1% by the tune of $1 billion. But page 30 of the Liberal Party platform says, we will make free votes in the House of Commons standard practice. So very simple question. Will tonight's vote be a free vote? And if it will not, if it will be a whipped vote, what will be the consequence to Liberal backbenchers for voting in favour of this motion?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
It is a free vote to me. I know exactly how I'm going to vote. I've had that's it. Like, it's a free vote. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to rise to speak to this motion today.
No, just making sure that I fully say where I'm from and what I've do and what I've done in the past. I am a small business owner, and I'm also a tax lawyer. I used to teach tax at the Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa, and I used to teach corporate tax at the Faculty of Management at the Laurentian University. And as well, my wife is a physician. She's an incorporated physician. So on July 18th, le 18 juillet, c'est clair.
On July 18th, like many other people in this House and in the general population, we were very interested in seeing what the party was going to be disclosing with respect to the proposed tax changes. Now, clearly, in my family, I'm very fortunate to have been at law school, to be a tax expert. The same for my wife. My father was a welder. Her father was an electrician. We came from very simple backgrounds, and we were lucky because at the time we could afford to go to university, and that dream is shrinking. And that's why we need to protect the tax system and ensure that it's fair. And we need to look at the situation as it stands, a fairer system to make that dream available to everyone. Now, there's a gap that's increasing, and I agree fully with dealing with it.
What the reform is going to be, I sat down and I read the whole document. I actually looked at the draft legislation, looked at that as well. Had multiple discussions with colleagues of mine, tax lawyers, tax accountants across the country, business owners. I met with the Chamber of Commerce. I've had town halls, replied to many phone calls. So different walks of life, small business owners to very successful physicians, to very successful dentists, to tax lawyers on Bay Street, to tax lawyers in rural areas of Canada. So at the end of the day, when we take a step back and we look at what we have in Canada, right now we have the lowest small business tax rate of the G7 countries, 15%. The government could have decided, we'll just try to raise that. You know what? At the end of the day, everything would have been fixed, but we don't want to do that. We want to continue that the small businesses have the lowest tax rate. Why? We want them to continue to invest. It's important that they continue to invest in equipment, growing their company, hiring more people. That is the purpose, in my opinion, to having such a low tax rate. Now, a lot of people have obviously made their plans, structured their companies legitimately, and the Minister of Finance has said this multiple times. Everybody has the ability to follow the rules and do this legitimately. However, I certainly believe that there is reform to be made in the Income Tax Act right now. Right now, people can, what we call surplus stripping. Basically, if you have a profit or there's a high amount of cash in your corporation, you can do a fictitious transaction with a family member or just with yourself by incorporating another company. After you sign a few documents, guess what? You can convert what would be a dividend to a capital gain and reduce the tax rate by 20%. The Income Tax Act has been, over the last 60 years, the finance have been trying to address this problem. Actually, in the 80s, when the Conservatives were in power, basically they brought in the GAR, the General Anti-Avoidance Provision, and to address surplus stripping. However, after 30 years, clearly the courts have not followed. So there needs to be a fix. Every tax lawyer and every tax accountant that I've talked to say this needs to be done. By doing this, and when the minister talks about unintended tax consequences, there are other issues that have arisen in the draft legislation and in the discussion paper. And that's why the minister gets up as well and says, there are issues, we have heard from people, we are listening, and we need to address these. So the other thing that I find unfair, that I'm surprised that the Conservatives are not even talking about this, is the fact that if you set up your affairs properly, right now, with the current rules that we have, and you sell your business, you can actually have a child, 2 months old, get a capital gains exemption of $830,000. A child that can't even contract, basically because they're a beneficiary of a trust. They can have a capital gains exemption of $830,000. You guys are saying that that's fair? I don't think so. I really don't. Sorry.
To address the questions to the chair.
I know the Conservatives believe that is fair. I don't believe that is also fair. So for me, there are issues that we need to deal with that need to be addressed. As well, Madam Speaker, one of the things that has come up in the draft legislation, and the main question is, are these rules retroactive? The phone calls that I've received is saying, what I've done in the past, we're up to July 18th, am I going to be affected by these new rules? Is that going to be effective? Now, again, the minister has gone and said these rules will not be retroactive. However, if you read the draft legislation, there does appear to be some retroactivity. That's why we need to listen. I've had many essays, a lot of documentation sent my way by different groups. Actually, yesterday was the Canadian Bar Association with the CPA Association of Canada, helping us, wanting to address these inequities in the system. And certainly the retroactive is a major issue that needs to be addressed. The party opposite wants us to vote tonight, to want us to extend the consultation, which I find a bit ironic. Because earlier today, somebody said, well, you know what, there is uncertainty right now. Business owners don't know what the rules are, yet they want to continue this until January 31st. But right now, what I'm hearing on the ground, business owners are saying, we need certainty. We need to know what the rules are before we can make a decision. Actually, a month ago, I talked to an old friend of mine. He says, right now, you know what, I need to draft my will. I'm not sure what to do because I'm not sure what the rules, how it's going to end up. The longer we continue this, the less certainty there are in the markets. There need to be assurances. Because when we're in a consultation, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance can make pronouncements. He cannot basically make comments or really address and give direction to the Canadian population, to business owners, and to this House. Now that this consultation period is done, he can do that. But before he can do that, he is taking into consideration all of the comments, and many good comments, many good suggestions have come our way as well. Now, Madam Speaker, to me, the debate will continue. Even though the consultation period stopped yesterday, the debate will continue. I will meet again with my constituents. I am returning phone calls. I want their suggestions. I am addressing these with the Department of Finance, with my colleagues, with my Liberal colleagues, with people in this House to try to make it right, just as the Minister of Finance said. We are going to get this right. We want to make the system more fair in order to address these inequities that exist right now in the Income Tax Act. So, and again, right now when we talk about passive income, and I know a lot of the comments from the members of the opposition is talking about the whole issue of 73% tax. Right now, that is hypothetical, but we have a discussion paper. There is a discussion paper that has provided certain scenarios that is hypothetical. We do not have a draft legislation to deal with. So the sooner that we have a draft legislation that we can look at, that we can study, that we can question, and that we can offer other ways to changes to improve it, the better small businesses are off. So when I'm getting phone calls and saying I'm concerned, actually, Madam Speaker, I had a call, well, a few calls on this issue saying, you know what, we have saved money to reinvest. Right now, I'm being told that we'll have to pay the normal amount of tax on that money. I'm saying, you know what, that is not the way that I'm reading the draft legislation, and that's not the way that I'm reading the discussion paper. I said, however, before you do anything, wait and see what the results are going to be, and you have a certainty. That is normal. When we have bills in front of this House, will always be uncertainty in the law until we actually draft and bring this bill to the House to discuss and vote on. So I'm actually very happy that the consultation period is over. The discussion will continue. It has to continue. And that's where I think we need to put our efforts, is on a go-forward basis, how to make sure that we address a lot of what is in the draft legislation, what is in the discussion paper, and how this will be rolled out on the ground to see what the effects will be. Madam Speaker, je suis très fier qu'on adresse cette question.
I'm very proud that we are dealing with this issue. I'm very proud that we're talking about tax fairness in our system. I understand. I've heard from many entrepreneurs and doctors who are very worried for their situations. It is clear that at the same time, these entrepreneurs, we want to make sure that they have success. We want them to create a life that is up to their level. We are going to continue to invest. We will continue to give them opportunities to invest. That will not stop, Madam Speaker. And I'm very happy that we are continuing along these lines. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Madam Chair, again, the member across the way claimed that the goal is to remove advantages for some taxpayers not available to others. But the solution put forward by this government with respect to the taxation of passive income actually creates new imbalances and new biases in favor of some taxpayers over others. For example, a CEO, a multimillionaire CEO of a publicly traded corporation would pay only 55% on passive, total tax of 55% on passive investment earned within his company. A pizza shop owner earning just $75,000 a year would pay almost 60% on passive investment earned within his company. That pizza shop owner has no choice but to save within the company because an RRSP has withdrawal rules that prevent him from pulling it out in the case that it is needed. But the result of these proposals is to mean a higher tax on that middle-class $75,000 a year pizza shop owner than for a super-rich multimillionaire CEO of a public company. How is that neutral and fair?
The
Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
With respect to passive income, and I mentioned this in my statement, right now it is a hypothetical situation because right now it's a discussion paper. We have heard a lot of comments come back from the tax lawyers, tax accountants from across the country, ensuring that looking at this issue is saying is that the tax policy result that we want. Right now, Madam Speaker, actually there is for certain business owners, they can actually take out money from the corporation and pay only 15% tax. Is that the situation that we want? Yes, because we can pay the corporate tax rate, and if you pay it at 15%, and if you pay a dividend, you have no other income, you can pay yourself a $40,000 dividend without paying any other taxes. But that is a rare situation. But again, it's hypothetical, just like their examples are exactly hypothetical right now, until we have draft legislation that we can deal with and see what the results are, then we can move on with it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Okay, so the member claims that someone can actually, a business owner, can pay himself a dividend after only having paid 15% corporate tax. We have a fully integrated system of taxation on business owners. They pay 15% tax on their original earnings inside the company, and then they pay the rest of their marginal tax when they receive the money in the form of a dividend. So if their tax rate is 50%, they pay 15 inside the company and 35 outside the company. So for the member to suggest that business owners are getting off with 15% total tax rate on their earnings betrays a total lack of understanding of how our integrated tax system works. And it spreads the misinformation about the amount of tax our businesses pay. Will he not admit that we have integration in this country, and as a result, our small business owners pay the same marginal tax rate at the end of the day as they would if they were taking the money in the form of wages?
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Right now, this is the system we have. Right now, those are one of the results that we can observe. What the member's not mentioning is that right now, a child under 18 years who cannot agree to a contract can receive a capital gains of $830,000. That's true. And that's exactly what they want to continue. We think we need to review the system. A child under 18 years should not be able to receive an $830,000 capital gains exception through shares. We need to review the system we have. We need to continue the discussion. It's a good discussion to have right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prise de voix, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member for Calgary Nose Hill. Madam Speaker, I'm fortunate to rise and speak in the House regarding the Liberals' proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations in Canada. I received hundreds of phone calls, emails, letters from my constituents, most who are small business owners, expressing their deep concerns about how these changes will affect their ability to run their businesses. The Prime Minister and Minister of Finance want Canadians to believe that this tax hike is about fairness for the middle class. I fail to see what is fair about a family farm having to pay more tax while the Prime Minister's self-proclaimed family fortune will be unaffected. The same goes for the Finance Minister, whose multinational family business worth millions of dollars won't be touched by these changes. These policies are going to hurt the very people they are supposedly designed to help, the middle class. And that is why the members on this side of the House will fight this tax hike every step of the way. Madam Speaker, my riding of Souris Moose Mountain is a rural riding in the southeast corner of Saskatchewan. Small businesses are the backbone of the economy there, with ranchers, farmers, and family farm operations making up a good chunk of those businesses. These farmers and their families work hard to feed Canada and the world, and they deserve the utmost respect for the hard work that they do. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to agree with that, however. The timing of the consultation period for these tax changes show a blatant disregard for the farmers as it fell during harvest, one of the busiest times of the year for the agriculture industry. I have had farmers calling me from their combines while sitting in the middle of their fields and in order to voice their dissatisfaction with the proposed changes. I find it incredibly short-sighted that the government thought it was wise to initiate a very short, very limited consultation period during a time of year when one of the most affected groups, farmers, would be unavailable to submit their thoughts and opinions. And if the minister did know, then it shows an even greater disregard for our farmers. It is yet another example of how out of touch the Liberals really are. Madam Speaker, I'd like to set out just how the proposed tax hikes will affect farmers and their operations in my riding. Later, I will touch on the effects of other small businesses, but for now, I'd like to speak more about farmers and the negative impacts that these tax changes will have on their livelihoods. Anyone who knows a farming family knows that running a farm involves everyone, from young children to teenagers, to the parents, to the grandparents, and then sometimes the great-grandparents. It is expected that all will help out with whatever tasks need to be done at any given time. The government's tax hike proposal will now impose a reasonableness test to determine if family members are earning their income. This means that where there will be higher compliance costs for farmers and other small business owners, as this reasonableness test will only serve to increase the administrative burden that these small businesses already face. It is clear that the Prime Minister and his government have no regard for what this means for farmers and small business owners, especially since large businesses, such as the one owned by the Finance Minister's family, will be unaffected. Another tax plan measure that will have an impact on farmers is regarding the tax on passive investments. Madam Speaker, when money is saved inside a corporation, it is for business investment purposes. This is extremely important for farmers whose ability to generate income depends heavily on variable and unpredictable factors, such as the weather, and expensive equipment costs like $500,000 for a combine. Farmers are not trying to shield massive sums of money within their operations. They're not trying to cheat the system. The so-called loophole that they use is what allows them to plan for their retirement. Passive investment income adds a necessary hedge against economic uncertainty for these small business owners who get no sick leave, no vacation pay, no health care, and no dental plans. Now the government will tax small business owners twice, once inside the company and again when paid out to the owner. Again, I fail to see the fairness of this when big corporations will not be subjected to this charge. Madam Speaker, I have a number of Century Farms in my riding, something that I am very proud of. These families have been farming in the area for over 100 years and have passed their operation down through generations. This, however, may not be the option for them any longer. Under the Liberal tax plan, the government will tax the proceeds of asset sales to non-arm's length buyers at the higher dividend rate rather than the lower. This means that farmers who face a significantly higher tax rate selling the farm to his children than if he sold it to a multinational corporation. This is not supporting local small business. This is killing local small business and killing the jobs that they create. I've heard from a number of constituents who are now afraid that they will need to sell their Century family farms for their best financial option rather than to pass it on to the next generation. How can the Liberals support taxes changes that will effectively kill small business like Century family farms, an important part of Canadian heritage? Madam Speaker, farmers face a lot of adversity in their day-to-day lives. They need their government to support them in every way possible. But these tax changes are doing exactly the opposite. On top of all this, the forced carbon tax, which will hurt farmers even more, despite the fact that reports show that hitting farmers with a carbon tax will not reduce emissions faster. As I've said before and will say again, the government is simply out of touch, and the rural Canada is paying the price for that. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister talks a lot about the need for innovation in this country, and I'm not sure that he realizes this. But small businesses are the very heart of innovation. The tax hikes that this government wants to impose will only act as a disincentive for those that are looking to start a small business in Canada. This means that the lack of innovation, which in turn means that economic growth is stifled. As I stated previously, it is not just the farmers in my riding who have serious concerns about this tax hike. Small business owners and a number of different industries are contacting me, asking for me to be the voice for them on this matter, since their government clearly refuses to be. These include veterinarians, insurance brokers, small oil and gas companies, doctors, store owners, and even rural municipalities. I've never seen such an extensive response for the people from southeast Saskatchewan as I have on this issue, and the government needs to pay attention. Madam Speaker, I would like to make sure that the Liberals understand the level of risk that small business owners take on when deciding to operate a business. They hire employees, and manage their overhead. They pay CPP, EI for these employees. They don't receive any health care or dental benefits and have to pay out of pocket when these expenses arise. They aren't entitled to any kind of vacation or sick leave, and so they don't usually take time off. They don't get overtime and are wholly responsible for financially planning for their retirement. Most of the time, they have invested a significant amount, if not all of their savings, into the business, and if it fails, this is lost. They take the chance, they take the risk. I say all of this because the tax planning measures that the Liberals are hoping to change actually help to mitigate some of these risks. Now, there will be no benefits for small business owners to take those risks, and instead will encourage people to stay in employment rather than pursuing entrepreneurship. Why? Because employees often get benefits with their pay. This means that no new jobs will be created and innovation and economic growth will be slow. Why? Because employers, the risk takers, cover these benefits for their employees. These people are not the 1%, Madam Speaker. Many of them are firmly middle class, and they are offended by the notion that they conduct their business in a dishonest way. If the Prime Minister truly wants to target the richest Canadians, as he says, then perhaps he should look to his right, where the Finance Minister sits in this House, instead of looking in the barns and pastures of our farmers or in the books and back offices of our small businesses. Clearly, the West has yet again been forgotten about under a Liberal government. While we believe that higher taxes help no one, and we continue to be the voice of small business owner in Canada, we call upon the government to extend the consultation on these measures until January 31st, 2018. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister visited a Saskatchewan farm in April and spoke to farmers there on issues they were facing in their line of work. It was clear to me that this was just a photo op. He targeted our farmers, and instead of helping them, he basically insinuated that constituents were tax cheats. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by reading a quote that was sent to me by one of my constituents, a veterinarian and rancher who is also an employer within his community. His letter to me stated the following by William Betsker. You cannot bring about prosperity by discouraging thrift. You cannot strengthen the weak by weakening the strong. You cannot help the wage earner by pulling down the wage payer. You cannot further the brotherhood of mankind by encouraging class hatred. You cannot help the poor by destroying the rich. You cannot keep out of trouble by spending more than you earn. You cannot build character and courage by taking away man's initiative and independence. And you cannot help men permanently by doing for them what they could and should do for themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech and bringing his concerns forward. We disagree on quite a bit, I imagine, but if his point is that this is going to be a disaster, will he stand before the House today and commit that, should the Conservative Party form government, that they would repeal these changes and give these tax benefits back to the wealthiest Canadians? Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And he points out an issue that he seems to think has some traction. And my response to him is that these issues that you're putting in, Madam Speaker, the issues that he's putting in or proposing to put in are going to affect my constituents, my farmers, my ranchers. And you're right, we've sat there and we've talked with them. We've met with Chambers of Commerce and we've met with the people, Madam Speaker, in our constituency. And we've actually heard what they've had to say. And not only have we heard what they say, they want these things changed. And we will listen to what they say, and we will continue to listen to what they say.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in response to the question that my Liberal colleague opposite just asked my colleague, does he not find it absolutely ridiculous that the only defense that a Liberal member of Parliament has against the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of people who have across party lines spoken out against this issue, and then his response is, well, would you repeal it? Didn't he think that the better response would be not to do it in the first place? Why is he leaving? Would my colleague care to comment on the fact that the Liberals' only response to this is to say, what would a Conservative government do better on taxes? Does he not find that the most ridiculous thing possibly ever said in the House of Commons, ever?
A member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her comment. She is exactly right. The only response that they have to me is, how am I going to challenge this and what am I going to do? But the reality is listening to my constituents, listening to what they have to say, telling them and responding to them in the manner in which they want. And when I come from a rural riding, that riding, Madam Speaker, has to do with many of our farmers, many of our ranchers, and we will continue to stand up and support them every which way we can.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rather thought the question that was posed by my colleague was fairly astute. And let me ask the member across the way, you know, there's an aspect that we're talking about the sprinkling of income. And many Canadians, I would argue a vast majority of Canadians, would argue that that seems to be unfair. Why they are not able to have the sprinkling of an income because they're working on the factory floor, or maybe they're a firefighter or a police officer or work in healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's a legitimate question. Would, in fact, the Conservatives, if they ever got back in power 10 years from now, 15 years from now, let's say, hypothetically speaking, would they want to put into place, again, tax advantages over others? Is that something in which they would be committed to doing into the future?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm assuming the honourable member, I know he's always here in the House, so I know he listened to my speech because he's always attentive. And I always appreciate his comments because he's the only one in this House that I actually can hear, even though I'm deaf in one ear, I still can hear him in this House. So I appreciate those comments. Sprinkling of income, Madam Speaker, the reality is that what we see is we're talking about people that are business owners that are starting businesses, that create jobs. And the jobs that they create, Madam Speaker, employ people. And oftentimes, by employing those people, they provide those benefits that employees take for granted many times in what they do. And that is part of what goes on. And we don't see that with our farmers, with our ranchers, having those abilities and these small businessmen to do that exact same thing.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
So the motion before us today, I just want to clarify for people that are watching that the wording is that given the proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations, as outlined in the Minister of Finance's paper, Tax Planning Using Private Corporation, will have a drastic negative impact on small and medium-sized local business, that the House call on the government to continue until January 31st, 2018, its consultations on these measures. So many of my colleagues earlier today have made the point that they've heard that this proposal will be detrimental to small business and the middle class in Canada, but I want to focus on the substance of the motion and try, hopefully, to convince some of my colleagues to vote for it, because I do think that a reasonable motion to extend the consultation period is something that would cross party lines and many Canadians who are watching this today would find reasonable. So I'll try and go through all the reasons. First of all, the government can't and has not communicated the actual impact of this tax hike on the Canadian economy in real terms. They haven't communicated the impact that this will have on small businesses who either can't take new projects on, new small businesses that won't be created, or employees that will be let go because of these measures. They haven't calculated that or communicated it. They haven't talked about the drain that will come on our social assistance programs when people who have put in place retirement savings under this tax regime right now have to now draw upon social assistance if they can't access their retirement savings thanks to this draconian tax measure. And the minister cannot say how much revenue net it will create and on what assumptions they're basing that revenue. The fact that they haven't been able to communicate how much revenue this would generate for the government is problematic. And we need to consult Canadians to make sure that they buy into a tax hike that the finance minister and the prime minister can't even say how much revenue it will increase. But we also don't know how much tax revenue it will decrease for the government. We know that when in our former Conservative government, we saw the lowest federal tax burden in over 50 years, yet something interesting happened, Madam Speaker. Government revenue went up. And that's because the economy was growing. And what's concerning for me is today, from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, there was another report saying that we've had the 4th straight month of weak growth. This report was done by very senior and lauded economists. And if you look at the federal budget this year, Madam Speaker, what's at the back of that? An increase year over year on deficit spending and debt, and a decrease in projected economic growth. So the fact that the finance minister can't say what this is going to do is a problem. He also can't say how much this is going to cost the government. We don't know how much, again, government revenue will decrease, and we don't know how much this is going to cost to administer. How many more bureaucrats are we going to have to hire to chase small business owners through the CRA on these punitive new tax measures? The government also has not explained why they're raising taxes. They use vague, very discriminative, very terrible, divisive terms like tax cheats and tax on the wealthy to describe hardworking small business owners who form part of the middle class, but they can't tell them why they're taking this money from them. There's no discernible benefit from their deficit to the Canadian economy right now, and it's over $30 billion. And for what? I haven't seen any increases, and certainly in my province, the economy has continued to worsen. So the government not only cannot say how much revenue they're going to bring in from this, they also can't say why they're doing this. Why are they taxing Canadians? Why are they bringing this up? The fact that that hasn't come out begs the question for more consultation. They also can't explain why they broke their promises to small business owners. So not only did they break their promise to not increase the small business tax rate, they're raising taxes on them. So I think that the reason why we need more consultations is that the Prime Minister should be able to explain that broken promise to many small business owners who gave him the benefit of the doubt in the last election. I also think that the government has not explained why they're raising taxes on the middle class instead of getting their spending under control. I'm the official opposition critic for citizenship and immigration. This year alone, the cost of just processing, so not social assistance payments, not any sort of, welfare scheme or long-term, just the cost of, or deportation, just the cost of processing people who are illegally crossing the U.S.-Canada land border will be $500 million. $500 million. So if the government can't explain how much revenue they're going to bring in, how much this is going to hurt the Canadian economy, they can't say how this is going to benefit the Canadians that they're taking this from, and they can't explain why they're not getting their spending control. I could list hundreds of other measures that this government has taken where they've just blown the federal budget, and on what? They should be talking about this and explaining their lack of spending controls to Canadians before they go back to them and try and raid their pockets for more money. The government also should extend the consultation period because people are furious. They are furious. And this isn't a partisan issue. This is people who voted Liberal in the last election that had hope for this Prime Minister. And they're saying, nope, I don't think so because you broke your promise. And now you're not even listening to me. The Prime Minister owes it to these people who gave him the benefit of the doubt to hear out their concerns. I have had over 1,000 Canadians write me or call me in my office. That's on email or phone. I had over 300 people show up to a town hall with virtually no notice. I've had tens of thousands of messages on social media, and a petition that I sponsored, if you go to, Madam Speaker, e1239.ca, you'll see that over 43,000 Canadians have signed a petition against these tax measures in about a month's period. That's unheard of. People are furious, and the Prime Minister owes it to them, given his lack of detail on this, to hear them out. Because this is the future of the Canadian economy. A further consultation period will also create an opportunity for the Liberals to correct their divisive, insulting rhetoric around small business owners. That is something that I've heard in virtually every email that has come into my office. Why is the Prime Minister calling me a tax cheat? Do you know how much extra I pay as a small business owner to employ tax lawyers, to prevent auditors from coming in and looking at me? And you're calling me a tax cheat? And now you're going to call me wealthy? Like somehow he has no understanding that people that are of small business owners are actually part of the middle class? An extended consultation period would give the Liberals an opportunity and the Prime Minister to perhaps correct the record on this, in this regard. It would also give us a further opportunity in this House to say what we value as a country. Are we going to punish small business owners and the fact that they take risk and create jobs without the safety net of sick days, vacation time, guaranteed pensions? And are we going to actually say to them, we as a House, we as your representatives actually want to take away that entrepreneurial spirit and tax you and change the rules such that you can't see further growth? That's something that could also be addressed in a further consultation period. Also, it would be an opportunity for the Liberals to clarify this egregious statement made by the small business minister, nonetheless. The longer that we're talking about this, the more people are concerned that they will be impacted, which is really raising a fear and not allowing people to be as productive as possible. The old fear-mongering canard, that's fantastic. They have been taking so much heat on this, Madam Speaker. Every single Liberal member of Parliament I know is getting called by everybody in their riding. And what did their small business minister do? Can you imagine being a Liberal backbencher and watching the small business minister go, oh, if we're consulting, we're fear-mongering? It's kind of crazy. And I would love to have a little bit more time for the small business minister to go out, correct the record on this, clarify what she meant, and perhaps take a little bit more heat from the small business community. This also came out in the dead of summer when farmers were at their busiest. There were floods in Quebec and fires in BC. I think that the Prime Minister owes it to people in these communities to extend the consultation period. It will also allow us to fully examine the regional consequences of this proposal. My province in Alberta has been struggling with the detrimental policies of this government, like changing the rules for downstream regulations on emissions for pipelines when they don't do the same thing for Saudi oil. My province has been struggling with a minimum wage increase, municipal property taxes increases, the government using political decisions to block the build-out of Northern Gateway, working against the Energy East proposal. This small business tax hike is kicking Alberta while it's down, and I would love the Prime Minister to come to my riding and hear from my constituents on how they feel about this. I'll say this in the time that I have. I wish I had time to read all the messages that were sent to me, to my riding, but I'll just say this. To anyone watching at home today, we need you. We need them to amplify their concerns and their voice. You don't have a lot of time on this, Canadians. You need to pick up the phone and call every single Liberal backbench MP and hold them to account for the fact that they're voting against something as simple as extending the consultation period. And this is a government that consults on everything. Get out, call a Liberal MP.
Right on. Good for you. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for
grasslands.
Flambourg, Cypress Hills grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate that. I just wanted to follow up with a concerned constituent from my own riding and get the members' comments on this. Kyle Selican has owned Double K Meats in Chaplin, Saskatchewan for 8.5 years. In a little town, working very hard. He's called the Liberal tax changes backbreaking. And what he said to us was, margins are tight as it is, and with this new tax coming in, it has me worried about the future of my business. I'd love to hire more people in the near future so my family time isn't sacrificed even more than it already is. He's asking, why am I getting punished for trying to grow a small business? My question for my colleague is, how have the Liberals so misunderstood small businesses in this country that they think they can move ahead with these changes to punish people like Kyle, who are already working overtime? They've probably got their family into their the meat business, working with them, and they're just trying to make a living.
Our member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, to my colleague, Madam Speaker, I would speculate to Kyle's question of why is he being punished, because we have a government that believes fundamentally that the state can run the country better than small business owners and the individuals can. That's the macro level philosophy of this government, and that's why they have increased the deficit to the point where I'm not sure if we're ever, especially under a Liberal government, going to be able to pay it back or get our budget back to balance. They've done that without any discernible metrics or growth. All they've done is increase the size of government as a mean end of itself, and they feel that somebody like Kyle shouldn't have the independence and the ability to run their own future. That's really what this tax is about. It's about stealing the entrepreneurial spirit from Canadians. And this isn't just farmers. This is doctors. This is dry cleaners. This is people with small convenience stores. This is somebody who started a home-based business to stay at home with their kids and was super excited that they were able to hire another employee. The fact is that Kyle was duped, Madam Speaker, because this government claims to stand up for the middle class. Instead, what have they done? All they've done is punish it.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her amazing speech there. From the Liberal platform 2 years ago, for Parliament to work best, its members must be free to do what they have been elected to do. Madam Speaker, I think that at this point, at this juncture, I believe 8 Liberal MPs have spoken out against their own government's methods of bringing this forward. I was just wondering if my colleague has any comments to that effect.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I certainly do. Today, for people watching at home, what the public needs to understand is that this motion will be voted on by all members of the House, and the Liberals will likely be what's called whipped by the Prime Minister. And that means that the Prime Minister will say, regardless of what your constituents are saying, even though this isn't a confidence motion and it's only asking for an extension of the consultation period, I am so big-headed in my ego to get this passed that you should go against the views of your constituents, those thousands of calls that you've been getting, and you should vote against this. And I would say to people at home watching, I can promise Liberal MPs that when they vote against this motion, there will be tens of thousands of people that are angry about this, and we will certainly do our best on this side of the House to help those people point that fact out to those MPs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it is interesting as a matter of process that normally when a Conservative member speaks, we have members of other parties that want to pose questions to them. But I think it's probably a combination of the intensity and intelligence of the person who just spoke, but also the fact that the government members do not want to talk about this issue, do not want to ask questions about it. So I wonder if the member from Calgary Nose Hill wants to reflect on this, on the fact that government members aren't even willing to stand up and ask questions to her about this issue.
Yeah, honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill has about 30 seconds to respond.
You know, I'd be curious to the table if this was a record. Has a member of the opposition never been asked a question in a speech by a member of the government party before on an opposition day motion? I think this is a first. It's certainly a first for me. But it shows the public the extreme disinterest of the Liberal Party in this. Can you believe that? When I clipped this speech, not a single Liberal MP got up to refute my argument, so I hope that that refutation is reflected in their votes.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak to this issue today. I mean, for me, the kind of outstanding feature of the whole debate that got launched in July when the government decided to put out a discussion document about how to change the tax code and some proposals, but not actually a complete proposal for how to change the tax code. So they've identified 3 key areas where they think the tax code lacks fairness. The NEP has been a long-standing champion for tax fairness. We recognize that there are incentives within the existing tax code for people to incorporate for some for the right reasons, some for the wrong reasons. And it is something that we're keen to get to the bottom of, but it's hard to get to the bottom of it when the government announces just half a proposal. So one of the most, and I think it bears repeating, that the tax code is one of the most complicated pieces of legislation that we have in Canada. So the idea for anyone to say that somehow this is going to be a simple debate, I think is just simply not on. We're discussing one of the most complex bits of legislation in the country. We want to get to the bottom of what are some pretty clever moves in some cases by certain individuals in order to be able to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. And it's unfortunate that there's a legal structure sanctioned by Liberals and Conservatives over the years that gives them those legal tools in order to be able to do that. So what happened when that proposal or partial proposal came down in July was all of a sudden people were taking very strong and clear-cut positions about the substance of the so-called proposal itself, when in fact that proposal has yet to land. We have some concrete proposals when it comes to income sprinkling within a corporation, and some concrete proposals when it comes to capital gains. But the government itself has even said that those may not ultimately be what's tabled in the House. Those may not ultimately be the proposals that they go ahead with. That there may be other mitigating measures that they introduce that haven't been discussed and aren't part of the discussion paper. So here we are, everybody wanting to take a strong position on something we don't even know what it is yet, on one of the most complex matters when it comes to Canadian law, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, I kind of just gave my head a scratch, because I don't understand how it is that we could come to such fervent conclusions about such an uncertain proposal. And I hesitate even to call it that. So we have in the Conservative motion today some quite strong language about what it is that these proposals are going to entail. And they say, for instance, Madam Speaker, that given the proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations, that will have a drastic negative impact on small and medium-sized local businesses. And what I want to contribute to this debate is to say I think that language is far too strong, because we don't yet know what the impact of proposed potential legislation that doesn't even really exist yet. I mean, we've got some proposed legislation that was meant to be discussed, but is not necessarily what's going to be tabled in the House. So I think it's far too soon to say that it's going to drastically negatively affect small business. Of course, if it does, that would not be fair. And then as advocates for tax fairness, the NEP is going to have to oppose measures that have a drastic negative impact on all small businesses in Canada, Madam Speaker. But that's not what tax fairness is about. But we're not in a position yet where we can make that judgment because we don't have the full proposal. So there's an issue of rhetoric. Certainly, on the one side, from the Conservatives who want to say, I think prematurely, that this is going to have a drastic negative impact on small businesses. And then there's a problem of rhetoric on the other side, Madam Speaker, from the Liberals who want to vaunt an incomplete proposal as somehow ushering in a new era of tax fairness. Well, we can hardly say that either, Madam Speaker, because they haven't even tabled the legislation in Parliament yet. We haven't had a study of what the real legislation is going to be. And we haven't had an opportunity to try and understand what its effect is going to be in a very complicated legal structure that has to do with how certain Canadians pay their taxes. So what we've heard in the media ever since July, and we've heard it in the House since we've come back, has been this kind of polemic debate that's been set up between those who are fighting for tax fairness, although we don't really know how because we don't know what the proposal is, and then those who are certain that those proposals are going to harm small business, but it's actually not clear how we can be certain of that because we don't know what the proposal is. So I hope for Canadians listening at home that they'll hear the message, which I just think in this case is the truth, which is that we don't actually know what we're talking about yet because we don't actually have a real proposal. Because the only thing that's going to affect how small businesses pay their taxes in this country is real changes to the law. And until you have a bill, you don't have the concrete suggestions about what the government about how the government is going to change those laws. And therefore, if you were to go to an accountant today, Madam Speaker, and say, tell me how this is going to affect my business, any professional accountant would have to say, I can't tell you how the Liberals' proposal is going to affect your business because it's not complete. Unless I know how they're going to change the rules on passive investment for companies, if you engage in any passive investment, I can't, in good conscience, as a professional, tell you how it is that your business is going to be affected. So that's why the NDP is called, first of all, for more consultation. And this motion does that, but I think it does it in a way that that doesn't do what we really need to do, which is tone down the rhetoric on both sides, get a concrete proposal, and then be able to talk about it. In that sense, I think the language of this motion contributes to the problem. And the problem that we have being that we're not able, it seems, and we haven't yet anyway, had a sober conversation about how small businesses are taxed in Canada, what's fair about it, what's not, how it might change, if it's changed in this particular way, how that's going to affect these particular businesses and classes of small businesses, and what, and in the case where there are unfair negative impacts to small businesses like a mom and pop shop or whatever else, and it's going to have a serious effect on their retirement plan that they made in good faith under the existing rules, then we can have the conversation about what kind of mitigating measures we might make so that that unfair effect doesn't end up prevailing, Madam Speaker. So there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle. I don't think we're there yet in terms of taking polemic positions because I don't think we have enough information. And that's where I think this motion unfortunately contributes to that lack of clarity. It contributes to what I think has been a pretty poor quality of debate overall on how small businesses are taxed. And of course, the other bit, so in addition to calling for more consultations, because we want to better understand how the proposals that the government has put out would affect small businesses, we're also anxious to know the other part of the proposal so that we could consult on the clear and full picture. The other piece of this puzzle, of course, is that conversations about tax fairness aren't just conversations about how small businesses are taxed. They're conversations about whether CEOs get sweetheart tax deals because they're paid in stock options instead of salary. They're conversations about whether big companies or rich individuals get to stash their money in other countries because we've got sweetheart deals between the government of Canada and the government of those other countries like Barbados, and we could name others, for instance, that allow them to do that. And ordinary Canadians, even if they have a little bit of savings would never have the resources and know the right people to be able to figure out how to take advantage of those tax shelters. Or the fact that even if they could, that wouldn't be right either, because taxation is important if we want to deliver good health services in Canada, if we want to build roads and bridges, if we want to make sure that people who can't work because they have a disability continue to have an income and can live with dignity, then taxation has to be part of that conversation. And so that's the other problem with this discussion as it's been, that the rhetoric has been super elevated, and we haven't been getting to some of the real issues in terms of where the real revenue loss is when it comes to tax fairness, and where the biggest companies and the richest individuals are getting away with sheltering the largest amount of money from government, and therefore not having to pay their fair share. So to me, that's the issue when we talk about this debate. It's that we don't have the full proposal. We just don't. That's true. We haven't consulted enough or had lengthy enough consultations to know what the effect of a proposal would be, although if you don't have the full proposal, it seems to me that once the rest of the proposal is announced, any consultation they did before is not going to be that relevant, frankly, Madam Speaker, because depending on what the other measures are, that's going to change the overall tax situation for those small businesses, for better or worse. You'll have to relaunch the consultation, as far as I'm concerned, once they actually table their full proposals here in the House. So not only do we not have enough of a consultation period, I think we need more in order to understand better. The hope would be that at some point during that extended consultation period, the Liberals would reveal the rest of their plan so that that could be part of the consultation as well. And if not, I think there will actually be need for further consultation once we have the full picture. And we would hope, of course, then that when we're considering the bill here in the House, that it won't just be time allocated and we won't get 2 committee meetings to look at it, because we'll essentially have to redo a lot of the work that was done or was supposed to have been done by government during the summer. So we don't have the full proposal. We haven't had full consultation. And we also aren't talking about the full picture, and I think in some ways the real picture, when it comes to tax fairness. Because the government is going after the small fish and letting the big fish off the hook. You may have heard that phrase here in the House before, Madam Speaker. I repeat it because it's a good one. I think because it captures really well what's going on. And so here we have 2 parties that, for their own reasons, want to have a kind of, a polemic, high rhetoric debate about taxation, and the government's actually wasting a really good opportunity to have a real conversation about tax fairness, because they don't want to spend the time on consultation that they really ought to spend, and they apparently don't want to table their full proposal before ending that consultation period, which to me just seems absurd, Madam Speaker. So, to the extent that this motion contributes to the problem in terms of rhetoric, it's unfortunate. Again, I think that was a missed opportunity by our colleagues in the official opposition to try and tone down the rhetoric and get to the real crux of the issue, which is who in Canada is paying their fair share and who isn't. And that, when I watch the news and when I read the paper, isn't what we're actually talking about. What we're talking about is, who's the, it's just a classic dichotomy between, well, we're standing up for business because any tax is a bad tax, and you got the government saying, well, we're gonna implement tax fairness, except we're not gonna tell you how we're gonna do it, so no one can judge if it's really fair or not. And we want to get you on board, and then we'll write in the details afterwards. And if the details aren't what we led you to believe, well, too bad. I mean, we saw that. God knows we saw that, Madam Speaker. We saw that in the election when civil servants were led to believe that they would have a government that they could actually bargain with and maybe get somewhere at the bargaining table. That was certainly implied. I think First Nations people in Canada got a big dose of that in the last election when they were led to believe they were going to have a government that was going to meaningfully embark on a path towards reconciliation. And then we continue to see them fighting First Nations people in court and not providing the kind of funding that's needed in First Nations community in order to bring fairness to those communities, Madam Speaker. We saw it on Advocates for the Environment, who believed that they were going to get a new national energy board, one that actually took into consideration what the climate change effects of large natural resource projects were going to be, and that the big projects that were already on the table would be reconsidered if they didn't meet those standards, Madam Speaker. But we didn't get that either. People, when it came to electoral reform, clearly, I think, expected more because they actually thought, I don't know how they got the impression that 2015 might be the last election under the first past the post system. It might be because the Prime Minister repeated it ad nauseum during the campaign and after, but of course that didn't come to pass. So now we're in a position where the Liberals are saying, trust us, we're going for tax fairness, we're not going to show you the whole program. No, no, no. We want you to sign up to support something very general and trust us to write in the details later. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but we've seen too many times with this government that they're great on the high rhetoric, which is why they're happy to engage in this unreal debate between them and the Conservatives on tax reform, because we're not even talking about concrete reforms yet. And they want to marshal support for whatever it is they're going to do at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. That's something I object to. I object to it as a Canadian who wants some straight talk from my government, and I object to it as a parliamentarian who's being asked to take a position on something that I don't know the details of yet, Madam Speaker, and I refuse to be bullied into that position. So here we are. We do have a great opportunity to actually talk about tax fairness. I don't think we're realizing the potential of that debate because the other two parties have an interest in ramping up the rhetoric on this and not getting into the details. The government hasn't provided us with the details that we would need in order to be able to get into it. They haven't given us the time that we would need in order to be able to consult once we have those details. And they don't have a sufficient scope for that study either, because there are a lot more people that are legally evading taxes than some of the small business people that are being targeted by these so-called proposals, Madam Speaker. So that's where we're at. I hope if people are listening at home that they feel that that's a worthy contribution to the debate. I think it's a different point of view than what you've been hearing from Conservatives and Liberals today. And I think accepting those insights is just the first step in order to be able to have a real conversation in this country about tax fairness. I hope we can get there. What we've got so far isn't that, Madam Speaker, and that's disappointing. I've talked to a number of people in Elmwood-Transcona. They're concerned, and I mean, this is part of why I'll say this, Madam Speaker. The high level of rhetoric in this debate hasn't served people well. I've heard from people in Elmwood-Transcona who now, because of the way this debate has unfolded, are worried. They're worried about their retirement security. They're worried about their income. They're worried about whether they're going to be able to keep their business open. And why is that? That's because they're being told by people who don't have the full picture that that's what's going to happen. And this isn't a foregone conclusion. And I don't think it's responsible to be making people fearful of losing their business when we don't have the full proposal yet. That's why the rhetoric needs to come down, the consultation needs to increase, the details need to be provided, and the scope needs to be expanded so that we capture the CEOs and the large corporations that are by far the worst tax evaders, Madam Speaker. And I think that would help bring some comfort to small business owners in Elmwood-Transcona across the country that are worried about losing their business, but I think shouldn't be until we see the full proposal by the government. It'd be nice to hear from someone today maybe when we could expect that. And then we'd have an idea about when we could have a meaningful consultation and start talking about taking a position on a concrete government measure. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's input into this discussion. He always brings lots of thoughtful opinions. We may not always agree, but I appreciate his thoughtful discussion that he brings. I think probably some of the part that I would agree with is on the consultation piece and the shortness of it due to the industries that have been very busy in the time frame it happened in. The accountants in my part of the world have been very helpful in the sense of consulting with their clients and suggesting that there are ramifications what the proposals are. There have been small communities on their own have gathered 50, 60, 70 people to come to a meeting. There have been those that I've held that we expected 100 and 250 showed up. So what I would ask the member is his view, if we agree on longer consultation, what type of consultation time period and what framework of doing this would he think might be better served going forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much for the question. And the member may know we've called for a doubling of the existing consultation period. But beyond that, I would add to that, in my own view, part of the problem with the consultation period right now is that we don't have the full proposal. So I think it would be nice to be able to engage. Call me a dreamer, but I think it'd be nice to be able to engage in a consultation with Canadian small business owners, actually knowing what the real plan in its full detail is, because it's hard for me to imagine that people could get a real definite sense of how these changes are going to affect their business overall if they don't know what the full suite of changes being proposed actually is. So I think if we had that, then we could start a meaningful consultation. So in the meantime, there are things to talk about. I think one of the things that I've appreciated as a parliamentarian in Elmwood Transcona is that it's been this conversation has triggered a great dialogue with small businesses in my community, and I'm getting to understand a little bit better who they are, what their concerns are, how their businesses operate. So I don't think that the consultation has been in vain. I just think that it's not a comprehensive consultation and it's far too soon to end it. This kind of consultation could go on longer, but we're going to need some real time. We've seen from this government too often, I think once they actually table their legislation, they're keen to shut down debate in the House. They speed it through committee. What I'm saying is that when we actually get the bill, we're going to need some more time. And I hope that the government is budgeting that time so that we can go out and talk to Canadians about the real proposals that they're ultimately going to bring forward. Because right now, they're not actually committed to anything.
The Honourable Parliamentary questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we're kind of getting a sense of maybe where the opposition is coming from on this issue. Whether you're a New Democrat or a Conservative, it really doesn't matter because they've kind of come together. And what they really want, and I give my friends in the NDP a bit of a heads up on this, the Conservative Party, they really don't want tax reform. So you're kind of falling into the Conservative trap of delay, 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 delay. And my colleague from across the way, Madam Speaker, made reference to the fact, well, I hope they've allocated time because this is going to be something thoroughly debated. Let me suggest to my colleague across the way, and I'm just giving him this advice because I don't want him to continue to fall into the Conservative trap. The Conservatives do not support tax reform that's going to benefit Canada's middle class. And that's really the issue that we have here. So my advice to my New Democratic friends is that if they support Canada's middle class, then they should be voting for things like the tax break to the middle class, the benefits that have been given to seniors and young people, and if the member across the way, and I used to live in Transcona, consults with his constituents, he will find a vast majority of them are in favor of tax fairness. So my question to my colleague across the way is, would he not acknowledge that Conservative trap is set for NDPers and others to fall into, and I would suggest to him that he might want to stay away from it.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, I have a pretty good sense, although I thank the member for the reminder, that, the Conservatives tend not to be interested in anything that would increase any payment of tax by anyone, which is why they didn't do anything on CEO stock option loopholes for 10 years. But I would let the member know that we here are actually concerned that the Liberals don't really support tax reform that will benefit working Canadians, and that the evidence over decades of Liberal government is exactly that. So that's what we're concerned about here. And the idea that because they're not interested in that, you obviously are, is not obvious to people sitting here. It's not.
The Honourable Order. I just want to remind the Honourable Member that he's to address the questions and comments to the Chair and not the individual members. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I really appreciate the comments from my fellow Prairie MP. Delight to have him in our Prairie Caucus. He always has very thoughtful ideas to share in this place that bring us back to what we should really be talking about, which is tax fairness. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if you would like to speak to the issue that was raised earlier, frankly, by a Conservative colleague, that during this consultation period, many farmers were in the field, and many in part of our country, certainly in British Columbia, were busy fighting for their lives and to save their homes. And so any reasonable person would listen to that request by Canadians and say, maybe we better extend the period. But Madam Speaker, we're asking for two things, not to simply extend the consultation period on the very vague reforms that the Liberals are throwing out, but to actually genuinely put forward, frankly, the reforms they promised during the election. So it would be reassuring, Madam Speaker, if we'd actually have a consultation on the election promises for tax reform, including lowering small business taxes and dealing with the stock option loophole. So, and not to mention tax havens. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to put that question to my colleague. Does he agree that we should, in fact, move forward with a longer consultation on the broader issue, and that is regrettable that apparently the Conservatives are not open to having a genuine broader discussion?
Yeah, member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for reminding me to mention that we did move an amendment to this motion, in part because we think it's not enough just to extend the length of these consultations. Now, they do need to be extended. They need to be extended in part for the reasons that she mentioned, which I think are important to remind the House of and those who may be listening at home, which is that not only is 75 days pretty short work for one of the most complicated legal structures in Canada when you talk about changing it, but the timing of that short period was particularly bad. And so as she mentioned, we had wildfires in BC, but it's also peak season for any small businesses that are in the tourism industry and for farmers, landscaping, indeed, construction in general. So the timing of those consultations was particularly bad. Now, earlier in my speech, what I had said was that it's hard to consult on a proposal you don't have. I think that's part of the reason why it also makes sense to extend the scope of that consultation, because then there's a lot more to talk about than just the small business piece. And while we're waiting for the other shoe to drop to actually know what the government is proposing when it comes to tax reform, because we don't actually know that, which is why I think it's just I think it's inappropriate for them to be saying that they're champions of tax fairness. We'll judge that when we actually know what they're proposing, Madam Speaker. But in the meantime, we could be talking about all those other elements that go into tax fairness that don't have to do with small business, like the CEO stock option loophole and like tax havens, Madam Speaker. So yes, absolutely. Those are some very good reasons why we need an extended consultation period. And because the government hasn't been forthcoming with its complete plan, that's also why we need to extend the scope. And it was unfortunate that we didn't see that supported by the Conservatives today when we moved an amendment to their motion that would have accomplished that.
À l'ordre. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable
member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix, taxation. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, physician-assisted dying.
Bridge, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise with my colleagues in the Conservative caucus today to point out the hypocrisy of the government when it comes to the changes they're making to how small businesses in Canada are taxed. So our opposition motion is bringing forward the need to extend consultations because of the outrage we're hearing from farmers, from small businesses, from tech startups and entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, and their employees across the country. You know, we've been effectively talking about some of the farming families and some of the small business owners connected with these changes who are outraged. But there are hundreds of thousands of employees, Madam Speaker, are also caught by this change. And why consultations need to be extended, Madam Speaker, is because of the subterfuge played by the government with respect to this issue. announcing the most comprehensive change to how CCPC, small private corporations, are taxed in a generation, Madam Speaker, in the dead of summer, when the consultation period ends after only a few weeks of the House of Commons sitting, was shameful, Madam Speaker. For a government that came in on open and transparent governance, Madam Speaker, to do this in the midst of the summer was outrageous. And certainly that's why we're hearing the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Chambers of Commerce, Liberal members of Parliament agreeing that it's outrageous, Madam Speaker. So at a bare minimum, I would like to see the honourable member from Toronto, the Finance Minister, extend the consultation period. At least allow those people who are very fearful of these changes to be heard. He started a call list a few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, and called one or two farmers, but now that other people have been calling him, the Finance Minister has been leaving them hanging, Madam Speaker. We've seen the staged consultation roundtables, Mr. Speaker, where the Finance Minister repeats his talking points, and in the midst of rooms where people are emotional because they feel like they're under attack by a government who's claiming or setting up this debate to suggest they're not paying their fair share. This Finance Minister and this Prime Minister owes it to Canadians to at least hear them out. I think this is a modest request from the opposition today, Madam Speaker, and I hope that some members of the Government Caucus will see the extension of consultations as a modest request. In 2 years of this government, Madam Speaker, and we're approaching that time frame now of when we remember the big walk-up Rideau Hall and this government with all its openness and transparency, what have they done in that time? They have raised taxes more than any government in the history of our country. Income tax increase, a small business tax increase by ending the phased-in reduction for small business to 9%, which they promised to maintain, Madam Speaker. The MP for Carleton raised that in the House of Commons today. CPP payroll tax increases, taxing employers, Madam Speaker. They've made changes to tax-free savings accounts, which many Canadians have relied on with respect to their own tax planning for their future, Madam Speaker. They've brought in beer and wine taxes. If you have to drown your sorrows in the age of the Liberal tax increases, they're taxing that too. They're taxing sharing, Madam Speaker, by bringing in a new Uber tax. And now the CCPC, small business tax changes. That's 7 substantial tax increases in less than 2 years. In the Canada of this Prime Minister, if it moves, it gets taxed, Madam Speaker. And in fact, their rate of increasing taxes, creating new taxes, is truly astounding. It's actually the centerpiece of their government. As they're breaking dozens of promises from electoral reform to support for our military, the one thing that they haven't stopped is raising taxes, Madam Speaker. And what concerns me, as someone that worked in the private sector, worked with entrepreneurs, worked with the engine of growth in our economy, is the way they're setting up and framing this debate, Madam Speaker. I've never seen such a divisive approach to taxation, to relations within our country when it comes to this government suggesting that small business owners and farmers are somehow tax evaders. You know, I was writing an essay a few weeks ago on this, Madam Speaker, and the most common 2-word phrase the Prime Minister uses is the wealthiest 1%. When I researched this some time ago, he used that phrase 65 times as Prime Minister of Canada, only to be surpassed by his most common expression, the middle class and those working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, I know you probably join us when you groan when we hear that latest use of that term in this House, Madam Speaker. But why is he juxtaposing those things against one another, Madam Speaker, and now bringing farmers and small businesses into it? He's suggesting to Canadians that there are people that aren't contributing. He's suggesting that the small business owner, the entrepreneur, the tech startup, or the sixth-generation farming family are somehow making things harder for middle-class Canadians, Madam Speaker, and that is shameful. We have a progressive tax system in Canada that has long ensured that people making more will pay more, Madam Speaker. Those consuming more with the GST will pay more, Madam Speaker. We cut the GST in the Harper government, Madam Speaker, because it impacted lower-income people the most, Madam Speaker, so we reduced it. I'd like to say I'm splitting my time with a member from Perth Wellington, Madam Speaker. I got so passionate I left that out at the beginning. So you see, he's juxtaposing the people that he is claiming are causing the middle class to be held back, Madam Speaker, when in reality, a lot of middle-class Canadians are employed by these same people. The manufacturers in my riding of Durham, Madam Speaker, the tech startups that I visited in Waterloo, the farming families and the processing businesses related to it. This is who he's attacking. I've never seen such an approach in Canada, Madam Speaker. And for it to be framed in the way the government is doing is shameful, and to be limiting debate when there's the most substantive changes to small business tax rate in a generation is shameful. And what the problem is, Madam Speaker, there's not a revenue problem in Canada, that we should not be raising taxes at all. This government and this Prime Minister has a spending problem, Madam Speaker, not a revenue problem. In fact, in 2015-2016, there was almost $300 billion in revenue. In the recession, when the Harper government had to run a deficit in the midst of the biggest global recession since the 30s, revenues were $233 billion, Madam Speaker. If the revenues the government has now were in place, there would have been no deficit needed. A difference of over $60 billion, Madam Speaker. But the problem, he's spending more than they're bringing in. They're bringing in more, but they keep spending more. So when they promised Canadians, when they asked for their trust in 2015, that they would never run a deficit more than $10 billion, Madam Speaker, they broke that promise in a few months. They can't even get a deficit under $20 billion, Madam Speaker. And most of the money has not been to infrastructure like they like to suggest to Canadians. It's just been overspending. And why do they think they can get away with that? Because, as I said, they've raised taxes 7 times in under 2 years. And now they're targeting our entrepreneurs and our businesses, our employers, Madam Speaker. And what the finance minister doesn't tell those middle class and those working hard to join it is that our entrepreneurs don't have EI, they don't have maternity, they don't have pensions, they don't have paid holidays, Madam Speaker. They are employing people in our communities and they're saving for their future. Female physicians are making sure they have enough to make sure they can provide for their family while they take care of their own maternity leave. I'm glad a doctor in BC informed our Prime Minister of this. He's making changes when he admits he doesn't even understand how it impacts the people he serves. So, a modest proposal, Madam Speaker. Let's extend consultations. This Opposition Day motion is not saying shut down the whole thing like thousands of Canadians are. At least have the dignity, Madam Speaker, to hear Canadians out. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, suffice to say I disagree with most of what the member across the way has said. You know, if it was up to the Conservatives, this debate would never end. The consultation would never end. And that's now funny the funny thing is their idea of consultations only took place after they crossed the benches. Because when they were in government, they sure didn't believe in consultations, Madam Speaker. And then when you take a look in terms of some of the rhetoric coming from the member opposite, you know, let's look at some of the facts. When it came tax breaks, tax cuts, the Liberals the government brought in a middle-class tax break. Some of the largest redistribution of wealth that we've seen in decades, with the percentage increase on the 1% of Canada's wealthiest, the tax break, the child care, the seniors. And the Conservatives voted against it, Madam Speaker. They actually voted against tax breaks. And now on tax fairness, what do they want to do? They just want to see spinning of the wheels because they don't want any decisions that would favor Canada's middle class. The policies of this government and this Prime Minister have ended up close to 400,000 jobs in the last 2 years. We've seen infrastructure being built in every region of the country. My question to the member opposite, why does he oppose tax fairness?
The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for raising tax fairness. And in response to him, I'm going to quote what his colleague, the MP for Whitby, said about this government's approach to tax changes. She starts her email out to probably hundreds of entrepreneurs by saying, quote, "Let me start by apologizing to each and every entrepreneur, small business owner, physician, and constituent for the tone and the language that was used during the rollout of these proposals." So, Madam Speaker, the rhetoric of my friend from Winnipeg is legendary in this place. But when he has a dozen or 24 members of his own caucus disagreeing that this is about tax fairness, Madam Speaker, apologizing to entrepreneurs and to farmers and to employers for the tone used by this Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, that should be the signal to the Deputy House Leader of that party that consultation should be extended. I remember that member, Madam Speaker, when he was in the third party. And if there was a time allocation motion speeding things up, he called those, I quote, an assault on democracy, Madam Speaker. Now he seems to forget that. All we're asking is the Canadians emailing and phoning the Minister of Finance should at least have a few more weeks to receive the apologies from their MPs for this tax plan.
I just want to remind the parliamentary secretary, he knows that we've raised this on a number of occasions about when someone has the floor, that person deserves that respect, and I know that he's been around long enough to respect that. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I was actually glad for that heckle from the member for Winnipeg North because it was quite revealing. He seems to think that time allocation is an assault on democracy and yet a necessary tool. So I wonder if what we're seeing in the context of these tax changes is another thing that the government might acknowledge to be an assault on the democratic process, but also, in their view, a necessary tool. Can my colleague speak to some of the conversations that he's having in his riding? Because I've been told by business owners that they would have a hard time advising young people to start a career in small business in light of some of these attacks in terms of tax changes, that they would have a hard time making the case to the next generation. And that's a big concern that I have and that I'm hearing. So I wonder if the member could comment on if he's hearing the same.
The honourable member for Durham has just a little bit less than a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. The most poignant connection I've had on this issue, Madam Speaker, was when I was with my friend from Selkirk Interlake Eastman in Winnipeg. And MLA John Reyes and that member and I met with small business owners from the Filipino-Canadian community, Madam Speaker. There was a woman there with 3 children who started her own physiotherapist practice. She's heavily leveraged because, like any smart entrepreneur, she bought the building she's in. She's leveraged to the hilt. She volunteers with her church, her community, and you know what, Madam Speaker? She's now going to volunteer with the Canadian Armed Forces Reserves. This person is not a tax cheat, Madam Speaker. This type of person is the bedrock of our community that we should be supporting. We should be applauding her risk-taking while raising a family, while giving back to her community. These are the type of people that they're stymieing. Let's hear them out at a minimum.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the Honourable Perth Wellington. I just want to remind him, though, that the debate will end at 5:15, and therefore there might not be an opportunity for questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1952, my late grandfather came to Canada. He traveled through Quebec and ended up in southern Ontario. And then, almost by accident, he actually bought our family farm. And as family legend has it, he actually used his Harley-Davidson motorcycle as the deposit on our family farm. And within 48 hours of buying the farm, he was in the field harvesting a crop of wheat. I say that because now, 65 years later, that family farm still is in our family. My parents still actively run and farm that land. A mile and a quarter north of our family farm is my in-laws' farm. It is a century farm. And so for over 100 years, their family has farmed that land and passed that farm down through the generations. I share this because our family and our farm families are not that much different from other farmers and farm families in Perth, Wellington, and across Canada. They work hard, they raise their families, they give back to the community, and they are the bedrock of the community and the economy in our rural communities. And to them, and to our farm families, the farm is more than a business. It's a way of life, but it's also a legacy. It's a legacy that survives them, that goes on through the generations. And unfortunately, some of the tax changes proposed in the proposed legislation from the Liberal government would make it harder and harder for a farm family to pass that farm on to the next generation, for a daughter or a son to buy into the corporation, to buy into the farm family, and to preserve that legacy for generations to come. And it's telling, Madam Speaker, that the consultations proposed by this government were only 75 days. And these consultations took place in the height of the summer, when farmers and farm families were busy. I know today alone, many of the farmers in my riding are concerned with harvesting soybeans. They're out in the combines. They're combining. I know yesterday, for example, Madam Speaker, my own father was combining soybeans at my father-in-law's farm. And my wife took our 2 kids out to the farm to go on a combine ride with Grandpa. Because it's a way of life. It's important to the community. But yet, here we are, consultations, a sham of consultations, being done when farmers and farm families and small businesses are busy. As members know, Perth Wellington has a strong agricultural community, but also has a strong tourist and cultural sector as well, which of course is much more busy during the summer. So many of the small businesses in Stratford and in Drayton are busy, working hard, running their businesses, because that's when the tourist season happens during the summer. That the opportunity to provide feedback and to examine a number of these changes hasn't been possible. And that's why, Madam Speaker, to provide the most opportunity possible for the hardworking businesses and farm families to have feedback is to extend these consultations, as was proposed in this Opposition Day motion. And I find it interesting as well, Madam Speaker, that we had to wait till today, to our 3rd week of sitting, in the fall sitting, to finally have an Opposition Day motion. Right. The Government House Leader decided not to extend the courtesy to the official opposition or to the third party to have an Opposition Day to debate the important issues that matter to Canadians, that matter to our constituents. But instead, they withheld that opportunity until today, a day after the consultations closed. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable for so many Canadians who want to have the opportunity to have some input. And I know that I, like so many members of this House, on both sides, Liberal, Conservative, and the Democrats, have had hundreds of emails and correspondence, phone calls from so many people who are affected. And for me, probably the most powerful and moving email came from a farmer in my riding. She was widowed. She lost her husband in a tragic accident. But she wrote this to me, and it really reflects the determination of so many farmers. She writes, "I was left with 4 teenage children, 55 cows, and 400 acres. I had decisions to make. I decided, along with my children, to keep the family farm and to continue the legacy in memory of my husband, and to be able to keep feeding my family along with providing quality food for the world. I have never been so scared during all the struggles I've been through over the past 10 years as I am today. These new changes will affect me and my business greatly. I will not be able to pay the taxes that may be presented to me each year. My son wishes to take over the operation from me, and this will be highly impossible for him to do and to be a successful farmer, pay his bills, along with providing Mom the necessary living that I should be entitled to. We do not live high on the hog. We do not own fancy homes and don't drive fancy pickup trucks. We do not take vacations to faraway places. We try to make our ends meet and pay our fair share. Please stand up for your local family farmers, and all the small businesses, and let our voices be heard. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand and support farmers like Linda, who work hard for their families to preserve the legacy of our farm families in rural Canada. But under these proposed changes, it will be more beneficial for a farm family to sell their farm to a large corporation than to a daughter or a son. It will be more beneficial to sell the farm to McCain's than to a daughter or son. That's wrong, Madam Speaker. And we on this side of the House recognize the importance of preserving that legacy. And it's not just farmers and farm families, it's small business owners who employ so many of the people in our country. A small business owner from Listowel, Ontario, wrote me. He wrote, "As a business owner, I'm the one who wakes up in the middle of the night worrying about the future and planning to make sure that I can continue to employ the great people in my organization. If I'm successful and able to save funds with my corporation, I will have to pay extremely high tax rates to take the funds out to use personally. And if my business fails, I'm the only one who will lose everything I've worked hard to accumulate." That's reflective of the small business owners in my riding. They're not tax cheats. They work hard. They're up late at night, working in their businesses, trying to preserve them, trying to keep those jobs. They worry about making payroll. They worry about where that next check may come from during downturns in the economy. They take the risk. They take the risk without the pension plans, without the health and dental benefits. They do so because they're in it to create a good business, provide for their own families and the families of their employees as well, Madam Speaker. And that's who we on this side are fighting for. We're fighting to make sure that their voices are heard. We're fighting that they have the opportunity to have their input and meaningful input into the tax changes being proposed by this Liberal government. And I think of well as the many families in my community who don't currently have a family doctor. And I've heard from many hardworking physicians who've expressed concerns with this. I heard from one female doctor in my riding, and she wrote, "I have met with headhunters from the United States. I do not want to leave, but if these changes occur, I will have to. These tax changes on doctors is equivalent to a 30% wage cut for a salary employee." Whoa. Madam Speaker, in an era where we're already having trouble attracting physicians to rural and small-town Ontario, putting these changes in place makes it even more difficult to recruit and attract physicians. And it makes it more challenges for those families who are already having trouble finding a family doctor to finally find a family doctor, and it will affect patient care. We can't have that happen, Madam Speaker. We need to fight for all small businesses across our ridings and across Canada as well, Madam Speaker. And I know, Madam Speaker, my time is coming to close, but I want to finish on one important thought. The Liberal government has a spending problem. They are eager to latch on to any revenue-generating tool they can find, and that is exactly what's happening in this case. They are punishing for small businesses. They are punishing farm families. They are punishing those that employ our neighbours, those in our community who drive our local economy. They are punishing local businesses because of their spending problems. It must end, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise and support my constituents. I will be voting yes to this extension, and I hope the Liberal Party will finally unwhip their backbenches and allow them to vote in favour as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
At ordre, it being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves that given the proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations as outlined in the Minister of Finance's paper, Tax Planning Using Private Corporations, will have a negative impact on small and medium-sized local businesses, the House calls on the government to continue until January 31st, 2018, its consultations on these measures.
Is it the pleasure of the of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
My opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
Order. Hello. The question is the following one. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moved that given the proposed changes to the taxation of private corporations as outlined in the Minister of Finance's paper, Tax Planning Using Private Corporations, will have a drastic negative impact on small and medium-sized local businesses. The House call on the government to continue until January 31, 2018, its consultations on these measures. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Îles-Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Îles-Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. Thompson, Kamloops, Stanley.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Ms. Wong. Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Drichin.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Monsieur Lausanne, enchanté, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Ottawa North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvins.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Mr.
McCrimmon.
Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon Métis, Matane, Matapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
McDonald.
McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
The Cedar Brampton South.
The Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Portier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Boulgaris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Yeas pour 89, 89, nays contre 199, 199.
I declare the motion defeated. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you would check, the member for Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon took a seat after the vote had commenced and voted against the motion.
I'm going to ask the honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon to comment. Is this the case?
Mr. Speaker, I walked in at 5:47. If this is late, then I'll withdraw my vote.
The honourable colleagues, order. The question is not the time that someone walked in. The question is whether or not I had already begun reading the question. If the Speaker has begun reading the question already, then members should not be voting. Now, member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Okay, but you were done speaking then. I came in late, yes.
I thank that member, and his vote will not be counted. The record will be corrected. That will be corrected. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that you need to seek unanimous consent to have the vote struck from the record. We're quite happy to have that member's vote count as voting against this motion.
There is no requirement for unanimous consent where a member has come in after the question, reading the question has begun. Well, I declare the motion defeated. I said that. Alors,
Order.
Adopter le lundi.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, October 2nd, 2017, order. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-47. The question is the following one. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, moved that Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. All those who support the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chanteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chanteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Desangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragiscatas.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Vignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Vignon Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard. Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sido Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Sido Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lamopoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Yeas pour 209, 209. Nays contre 76, 76.
Je déclare
I declare the motion carried. Consequently, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development.
This bill, deuxième lecture, is approved in law.
orders of it being 6:07, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-232 in the name of Mr. Levitt, Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act.
You too, sir.
Have a nice evening.
Ask all order. Ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations to make their way to their respective lobbies or exit the chamber at least. And we'll get on with private members' hour. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to rise today to discuss S-232, Jewish Heritage Month, and I want to recognize the work of my friend, the MP from York Centre, and Senator Frum for her work with respect to bringing this to Parliament, to recognize Jewish Heritage Month, and more specifically, to recognize the important contributions that Jewish Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric, and to remember, celebrate, and educate Canadians about that contribution. Now, you might say, why is an Irish Catholic MP from Ontario rising on this? Because, Mr. Speaker, I've seen firsthand throughout my own life, and certainly in my passion for political life, for really my adult life, the critical contribution of Jewish Canadians to the Canada we all enjoy today. And so I will speak to that. Much like my father, John O'Toole, as an MPP in the Ontario Legislature, Mr. Speaker, introduced a bill to recognize Irish Heritage Day. I think the fabric, the tapestry of Canada is made better when we celebrate and acknowledge what produced it. A cross-section of people who have come here for the tremendous opportunity that Canada represents. The opportunity for them or their children to form critical parts of our political, cultural, social history, Mr. Speaker. So I want to congratulate my friend from across the way and my good friend from the Senate for bringing this today. I also want to recognize a very important person in my life, my late uncle Paul Goodman, for educating me on Jewish traditions, for allowing me to join them for Passover and a number of special celebrations for the community, and as my first relative to really challenge me to think about the world and Canada's place in it. I'm thinking of him as I stand here today, and my Aunt Jane, who remains a very important part of my life. First, I think all parliamentarians have to have great respect for Herb Gray, the first Jewish cabinet minister from the Liberal Party who became a cabinet member in 1969, and by the time he left Parliament was the longest-serving parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker. The grey fog, as someone reminded us, who was very effective at dispersing any criticism of the Chrétien government because he would get up and just dispel the grey fog to much effect. I had the personal privilege, Mr. Speaker, of helping organize a dinner in Toronto a decade ago with the Churchill Society for the Advancement of Parliamentary Democracy to celebrate him as our Churchill Award winner, Mr. Speaker, for his tremendous contributions to our parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker. I think his impact is still felt in this place, and I'm sure I can say that my friend from York Centre probably draws some inspiration from the life of Mr. Gray. At that dinner, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is how it's impacted the Irish Catholic kid from Southern Ontario. I got to meet a hero of mine, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Barney Danson, who was the first Jewish defence minister in Canadian history, and very appropriately so, Mr. Speaker, because he was a veteran of the Normandy landings and fought with the Queen's Own Rifles, our oldest regiment, Mr. Speaker, in continuous service, and I just happened to be in their armories last week as part of the Invictus Games, Mr. Speaker, and to have storied veterans like Mr. Danson serve with that regiment, I think makes that regiment and our country better. And he returned to Canada like many veterans from World War II, injured, with loss of vision in an eye. But you didn't see it impact his business career and certainly his remarkable public service as an MP and as a defence minister who understood the file from having worn the uniform of his country, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important for me to say, as a Conservative MP, how proud I am that two parliamentarians, Senator Frum and the MP from York Centre, are bringing this forward, because the history of the Jewish community, of course, like all Canadians, is not confined to the Liberal PC, Conservative, or NDP parties. I had the honour of meeting Larry Grossman, Mr. Speaker, before he died far too young, an MPP in the Ontario Legislature and the first Jewish leader of the PC Party of Ontario. He assumed that mantle in 1985, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, this Parliament saw David Lewis, leader of the New Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker, in 1971. Last week, I joined many from the business community at the launch of Nuit Blanche at Toronto City Hall. And where did we see that exhibit, Mr. Speaker? Of course, in Nathan Phillips Square, the namesake for a very, very important civic leader from Toronto, Mr. Nathan Phillips, a Jewish mayor of that city, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud to say in this House, the first leadership vote I cast as a young PC, still in the military at the time, was for my friend Hugh Segal, who was not successful in that leadership bid, kind of like I wasn't successful most recently, Mr. Speaker, but ran with honor and with integrity and with ideas for the future of the country. And I was proud that Prime Minister Martin later appointed him as a Conservative senator to our upper house. We need only look at the wonderful investiture of our new Governor General yesterday to see how the arts community in Canada and around the world reverberates. Perhaps my favorite part was the spectacular rendition of Alleluia yesterday from Leonard Cohen, Mr. Speaker, someone from the Montreal Jewish community. My previous experience with that song was hearing it sung at the opening of the Vancouver Olympics, Mr. Speaker. Now one of the most iconic and covered songs in the world with its origins in Montreal. Also out of Montreal, another contributor to the arts community, one of my favorite actors, William Shatner, Mr. Speaker. We were investing an astronaut as our Governor General. Well, who was the first space traveler we all looked to but Canada's own William Shatner? And I remembered when preparing for this speech, Mr. Speaker, my send-off to my friend Arnold Chan, who passed and left this House and left us, was an exchange on Mr. Nimoy and Mr. Shatner's famous Star Trek line, "I have been and shall always be your friend," Mr. Speaker. I was glad to see the Prime Minister also use that when he eulogized our friend Arnold. So certainly that iconic friendship was from a Canadian Jewish actor and an American Jewish actor, Mr. Speaker, and it resonates with me still to this day. How else has it affected me? The tremendous business success that some members of the Jewish community have enjoyed has often led to outstanding, in fact, trailblazing philanthropy, Mr. Speaker. I'm a graduate of the Schulich School of Law, Mr. Speaker, the Dalhousie University Law School. That is just one of 5 schools Mr. Schulich has endowed to make sure that we're educating Canadians, be they here for many years or a few weeks, to give them the tremendous opportunity that many Jewish immigrants had when they came to Canada to have success in this country, Mr. Speaker. So indeed, culturally, politically, from a philanthropic and business standpoint, you can't look around modern Canada and not see the tremendous impact of Jewish Canadians on our country. And so that's why I'm so happy that my friends have brought this to this place to make sure that we mark that each year with a month for Jewish heritage, Mr. Speaker. I'll end with saying my friends have said this is a celebration, but also important to remember and educate, Mr. Speaker. I think those are critical. I applauded, as my colleagues did today, the Minister of Heritage for getting in this place and saying they will rectify the designation at the Holocaust Memorial, Mr. Speaker. I was proud, alongside my friend from York Centre and others, to condemn the boycott, divest, sanction movement, Mr. Speaker, in this House, where members of Parliament can try to show the creeping edge of anti-Semitism, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at recent statistics, it's still the Jewish community and anti-Semitism that ranks as the highest hate crime in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So as we honor, remember, and celebrate, let's also educate, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important for Canadians to realize that this form of discrimination, anti-Semitism, exclusion, can still creep into our society, and it must be called out when we see it. And I think parliamentarians have a special duty in that regard, Mr. Speaker, for all types of intolerance. Finally, I think it is important to remember, and I'm glad I've heard by reading the newspaper, that the Prime Minister may honour and remember the merchant ship St. Louis, Mr. Speaker. And we must remember that terrible episode from our past on the one is too many era, Mr. Speaker, where we denied 900 Jews fleeing Europe at a time we should have been opening up to protect them. So we have much to celebrate, Mr. Speaker. I've tried to touch on this, but as my friends have said, celebrate, remember, and educate, and I'm very glad we will be able to do that each year as Canadians, whether Jewish or Irish, to celebrate the tremendous contribution of Jewish Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure and an honour to speak in support of this bill to create a Jewish Heritage Month. This is a bill that recognizes the scope of the contribution of the Jewish community in Canada and their important contribution to our history. It proposes creating the month of May as a month to celebrate Jewish heritage. I think it's very important to recognize Jews' contribution to Quebec and Canada. Quebec became what it is today through the presence of each one of its citizens. People from all horizons, all faiths, and all communities. A society that was built by the bricks laid by men and women who all participated in that story. The Jewish community cannot be separated from Quebec. Their heritage and traditions developed over the years in the way that Quebec represents its culture. Jews have been in Quebec for centuries. For example, there was a young French Jew who arrived from Bayonne in New France in 1628 and made an important contribution. There was also the arrival of Aaron Hart in Trois-Rivières in 1761 and founded the first synagogue in Montreal at the corner of Saint-Laurent and Notre-Dame.
And during the election of Iselin Hart, the member for Trois-Rivières, was never allowed to sit in the National Assembly because of his Jewish confession. Louis-Joseph Papineau as well, another important member of our past who adopted legislation in 1832 which declared that people who were Jewish benefited from all the rights in the province. Through this fight and through Mr. Hart and the contribution of Papineau, became the first colony to give full rights to the Jewish community. It was enriched with a number of waves of immigration, and on average some 10,000 Jewish people came to the province and to the country for many years. There are many famous families who defined Quebec, its culture, and made an important contribution. Leonard Cohen is one of the greatest poets from Montreal. It contributed to, in many ways, Phyllis Lambert as well. Contributed to architecture. David Lewis, Stephen Lewis, Erwin Kotler, Victor Goldblum were ministers in Quebec. The motion that we are addressing today identifies and stems from the contribution they made to Canada. I'd also like to point out to their contribution to the solidarity of our country, to the workers' movement, to the defensive workers. And I think about MOBAC, who organized unions and who brought together some 5,000 workers. She represented workers and fought for rights, for housing, fought against apartheid and other things. They have made a contribution, their mark on the contribution. And it's, for example, Boulevard Saint-Laurent, going from the St. Lawrence up higher, up into Jean Talon to the Fairmont Street, has a vibrant community. And if Montreal had only one public place with so many people from these communities, it would undoubtedly be Boulevard Saint-Laurent. And like so many neighborhoods, that neighborhood is a Jewish neighborhood. There are signs. And it's now an important street for the community. And Mordecai Richler, who we cannot forget, who lived on Saint-Urbain and who wrote about them in a book of novels and a story called The Street, on Jewish life in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, but also on the lives of Francophones, the Greeks, the Portuguese, and the English. In addition, we couldn't talk about the worst parts of humanity, what happened between 1933 and 1945. I speak respectfully, understanding the trauma that is felt from generation to generation and caused by these events, and which remains in the hearts of survivors. We need to talk about that in order to ensure that we never, ever forget. We must be aware, we must take action, and in recent years, I have participated at a number of events in Washington, for example, and here in Ottawa, just a few short steps from Parliament where a monument for the Holocaust was set up. We were the only Allied country which still was without a Holocaust memorial. Today, we have a place to remember, to not forget the genocide that occurred, and our role when the government here in Ottawa had chosen to accept fewer than 5,000 refugees and refused others despite the horrors of what was happening in Europe. We will not forget. We have chosen the type of society we want, the country, to protect people from violence. And through these choices, we accept with open arms people, and the future of our country is expressed through this diversity. These traditions are very prevalent in Quebec, the community centers, the places of worship, etc. And this is a mix that has always made the history of Quebec and will always be part of our reality, fortunately. We are a nation, like Boucardioux said, who lived in Longueuil, a close-knit society. It makes Quebec a place of inspiration. It makes our reputation as people who live together peacefully. And we have seen this many times through our history. There have been many debates in Quebec about politics, religion, and the place of worship, living together, and the relations that we have with others. These are important debates, legitimate debates, and I've always defended the rights of Quebecers and representatives at the National Assembly to hold these debates. We must never forget that we're talking about families, men, women, people, citizens, our neighbors, and that our first obligation is to welcome them sincerely. We, as elected officials, have a responsibility, a specific responsibility, to express that, regardless of the situation or when there are differences of opinion, regardless of the debate that takes place in Quebec. We must remember that we all share a territory, a land, and we are bound by it. We must remember that everyone in Quebec is Québécois and that all Quebecers are at home in the province. If I may, to use the words of a former Premier of Quebec, regardless of what we do or we say, Quebec will always be home to 8 million citizens from here and elsewhere, regardless of their horizon, their language, their culture. We cannot point that out enough, and I'm very proud to have the opportunity to make these remarks here this evening.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth, but I see the honourable House Leader perhaps rising on a point before we go to resuming debate. The honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an agreement cannot be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage Bill C-48, an act respecting the regulation of vessels that transport crude oil or persistent oil to or from ports of marine installations located along British Columbia's northeast. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceeding at the said stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House appreciates the notice given by the Honourable House Leader. And we'll now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking the member for York Centre for sponsoring Bill S-232 to establish Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. Preparing for this debate has had me think about what will we be celebrating, how will we be doing that? And it will mean different things for different people. And that is what I find so exciting about having Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, is it will give us an opportunity to explore and learn more about our rich Jewish heritage here in Canada. When I think about Canadian Jewish heritage, I think about our history, food, and some strong Jewish women who have paved the way for us. On history, I recently discovered that only a few blocks away from my home are two of the oldest Jewish cemeteries in Toronto. These are two small, fairly nondescript little cemeteries you might not normally notice. But I'm hoping that having a month like Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will give us an opportunity to learn more about these hidden spaces. One of the cemeteries is located on Pape, just south of Gerrard. It's behind Maddie Eckler Community Centre, and this is the first Jewish cemetery in all of Toronto. It was established in 1849, before we even had the first synagogue in the city of Toronto. Its administration was taken over by the Holy Blossom Temple, and it has been closed since 1930. But if somebody's ever walking along Pape behind Maddie Eckler, they should take a peek because it's just another little piece of our history. The other historical cemetery is on Jones Avenue, just south of Strathcona. And as you walk along Jones, you can see some Hebrew writing on a wall. But otherwise, you might not notice that it's there. This is the second oldest Jewish cemetery in the city of Toronto. It was bought as farmland in 1883, and it was consecrated in 1896. It's where the city's first Orthodox rabbi, Joseph Weinreb, is buried. And this cemetery is still in operation, but on a very limited basis. In fact, the last burial was in 2008. So there are parts of our history that are also going to take us a moment to challenge the way we see our Canadian history and our path forward. And when I say this, I think about the St. Louis, on which over 900 Jewish refugees fleeing the Second World War were seeking refuge in Canada in 1939. And the story is fairly well known. We've talked about it here. But the boat was turned away because the feeling at the time in Canada was that none was too many. And this is a dark moment for Canadian history. But what I like is to bring it back to my communities. There's a beautiful narrative arc to this story. And that is that I recently learned that one of the survivors of St. Louis made it to Canada, had a family, and members of her family are part of the Danforth Jewish Circle in my community. And where I see beautiful light and where we can learn lessons from our history is that the Danforth Jewish Circle has been active in sponsoring a Syrian refugee family. So we see this wonderful story of our own history of many Jewish people coming here as refugees and then now returning that circle and sponsoring people and welcoming to our country. I had the opportunity to meet the family that was sponsored, and they're flourishing due to their own hard work, but also because of the support they're receiving from the community. So in retelling our history as part of Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, we also have an opportunity to learn from our lessons from the past and see how we can pave a better future going forward. Now, as a Jewish woman, Canadian Jewish woman, I am proud of some of the strong Jewish women who have come before me and formed part of our heritage. The Heritage Committee, on which I sit, recently did a study on women and girls in sports, and that was tabled in the House quite recently. And when we look at women and girls in sports, we owe a lot to the leadership of a female Jewish athlete. If I could take a moment, I recently got this book of revised and updated a book of lists. And in it, I was happy to see that Abby Hoffman was included in Lanny Marchant's 7 gritty and groundbreaking athletic performances by women. And when she describes Abby Hoffman, she says, when Abby was 9, she wanted to play in a boys' hockey league, so she cut her hair short and registered as Ab Hoffman. She was known for her speed, skills, and determination that matched her better those of the boys with whom she played. She went on to compete in 4 Olympics between 1964 and 1976 and medaled at the Pan Am Games. I'm going to skip along a bit, but Abby's efforts helped to open the University of Toronto's Heart House to women after initially being an all-male facility, and that was a big change. She's part of the reason why women can now be at Heart House. And she was also the first woman to carry the Canadian flag in the Olympic opening ceremonies at the 1976 Summer Olympics in Montreal. Now, I would like to do a shout out that we can take a moment to recognize some strong Canadian Jewish women who have contributed. I'd also like to talk about another strong Jewish woman, and that is Justice Rosie Abella of our Supreme Court of Canada. Her story, as born as a refugee in Germany, coming to Canada following the Second World War, and now she serves on our highest court. It's inspirational. And this year, she was named the Global Jurist of the Year for her defense of human rights. But we need to recognize some of the strong Jewish women who we have in our community, and I think that that will be at the center of so many of our stories when we're looking at Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. Now, it might be because of the hour of this debate and feeling a bit peckish at the moment, but I can't talk about Jewish heritage without talking about food. And food is at the heart of any other culture. One of my favorite Jewish foods that has an important part of Canadian Jewish heritage is bagels. So all through university, when I studied at McGill, my late night snack was at the St. Viator Bagel Bakery down the street. It was right around the corner from me. And to this day, I love Montreal bagels. Bagels are a Canadian Jewish treat. I tried to track down the history of the Montreal bagel, only to discover that it is shrouded in mystery and controversy. Who knew? The Canadian Encyclopedia actually says, the Montreal bagel is one of Canada's most iconic and coveted snacks. Its origins are contested and murky. Food and controversy. Now, that piques my interest. I'm not going to be able to resolve that controversy tonight, but I can let you know a little bit about the history. Some say that bagels were brought to Montreal by Chaim Seligman, who helped to set up St. Viator Bagel Bakery, the store where I bought my bagels during my university years. Others say it was Isidore Schlafman, who was the person who started the Fairmont Bagel Bakery, another popular bagel shop, which continues to be managed by the same family. And for the record, I also enjoy Fairmont Bagel Bakery bagels. It's just they were a little farther from my apartment. And now, when we look at this history, the story's establishment of the St. Viator Bagel Bakery is not at all murky, and it tells a really touching story. The history does draw a story of moving from one place of adversity to building a better future in Canada. The shop founder, Mayer Lekowitz, grew up in a shtetl near Krakow, Poland. He was sent to Buchenwald concentration camp in 1942. Heartbreakingly, he apparently told a high school class about his experience at the concentration camp by saying, "At Buchenwald, all I dreamt of was a piece of bread." After the war, he remained in Germany until 1952, when he was discovered by Jewish Immigration Aid Services of Canada and moved to Montreal. In Montreal, he got a job at a bagel bakery on Saint Laurent, and in 1957, he set up the St. Viator Bagel Shop with Mr. Seligman, and that is how we have the shop today. So when we celebrate people, we celebrate food, we celebrate moments in our history, and we take our lessons forward. There are so many aspects of Canadian Jewish heritage that we could focus upon once this bill passes to recognize Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. I touched on a few parts, but the magic to me is that the establishment of this month allows us to learn so much more. And I would like to take the moment to thank once again the member for York Centre for bringing us this opportunity. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to thank my colleague from Crossway for sponsoring this bill. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in support of S232 to establish the month of May as Jewish Heritage Month. I want to discuss today Jewish history in Edmonton, and particularly in my riding of Edmonton West. I want to thank Debbie Schachter and the Jewish Archives and Historical Society for their work in gathering together the history of Jewish Edmontonians, and it is from this work that much of my speech is drawn or plagiarized. This bill is important to me as a member of Parliament representing Edmonton West because two of the Jewish congregations in Edmonton, Beth Israel Synagogue and the Chabad Lubavitch, are in my riding. Now, the two rabbis, Rabbi Friedman at Beth Israel and Rabbi Ari at Chabad, I count as two of my closest friends. It's important to recognize as well the work of Rabbi Friedman as the council chair of the National Holocaust Memorial, which just opened. Rabbi Friedman, who's the grandson of Holocaust survivors, chaired the National Holocaust Monument Development Council, which raised $4.5 million for the design and the construction of the monument. Of the museum, Rabbi Friedman said, "It's been a very long work in progress, but we've reached the goal. It's something I'm very proud of. It really symbolizes who we are as Canadians." So thank you, Rabbi Friedman, for your work. Given the history of the Jewish people in Edmonton and the prominent role that the Beth Israel and the Chabad play in the community, I'm pleased this bill passed the Senate unanimously and hope my colleagues will do the same here. Now on to the history. Abraham and Rebecca Crystal, Edmonton's first Jews, arrived in 1893, just a year after the city Edmonton was incorporated as a town. Their children, George and Rose, were the very first Jewish children born in Edmonton. Abe became a successful businessman and helped bring more Jews over from his native Bessarabia. Right from the beginning, the Jewish people played an integral part in the growth of Edmonton, dating back almost to the city's founding over a century ago. In 1905, William Boss Diamond came to Edmonton after coming to join his brother Jacob, who was in Calgary, who was the very first person of Jewish heritage in Alberta. Even back then, we had a rivalry with Calgary, and I will give Calgary this point. Together with 8 other men, Boss Diamond and Abe Crystal formed the Edmonton Hebrew Association in 1906. They hired Rabbi Hyman Goldstick of Pilton, Latvia, to be the rabbi for both the Edmonton and Calgary Jewish communities. In 1907, Abe Crystal purchased land on the south side for a Jewish cemetery, and the Shevra Kadisha was formed. In 1912, the foundations were laid for the Beth Israel Synagogue on the corner of 95th Street and Roland Road. Abe Crystal served as the first president, and William Boss Diamond served as the second, a position he held for 31 years. In 1912, the Edmonton Talmud Torah Society was founded, with classes being held in the basement of the synagogue. In 1925, the society erected its own building on Jasper Avenue, and it was incorporated as the very first Hebrew day school in all of Canada. Note, not in Calgary. One of my good friends, Jamie, and her husband, Jonah, have a young son named Benjamin. Jamie and Jonah plan on sending Ben to Talmud Torah for his education at this century-old institution, an example of the continuation of the work begun by Abe Crystal so long ago. In 1928, a second congregation was started in the basement of the Talmud Torah building, which later became the Beth Shalom congregation. A few years later, it was formally organized, and they engaged Rabbi Jacob Eisen, who became the very first English-speaking rabbi west of Winnipeg. Also that time, the new Yiddish school was open in downtown Edmonton, enjoying a brief heyday before it had to close just before the war. In 1938, just before the start of World War II, a 13-year-old boy named Peter Owen became the only Jewish child alone led into Canada during the war years by special order in council. He was sponsored by Edmonton lawyer H.A. Friedman and was adopted by the family, eventually becoming a prominent lawyer himself and a permanent resident in the city. By 1941, Edmonton's population had increased to 94,000, and the Jewish population stood at just below 1,500. 120 men and women from the Edmonton's Jewish community served Canada in World War II, with 11 of them giving their lives for our country. The post-war years saw rapid growth in both the Jewish and general population in Edmonton. As a result, a new Beth Shalom synagogue was built on Jasper Avenue. A new Beth Israel synagogue building was constructed in 1953, as well as a new Talmud Torah building that same year, reflecting the population shift of the Jewish community from downtown to the West End. In 1954, the Edmonton Jewish Community Council was formed as an umbrella organization for the community and served as such for the next 28 years. Later, it merged with the Edmonton United Jewish Appeal and became the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, which still serves today. Edmonton's booming oil-based economy brought increased Jewish immigration over the next 2 decades, with major influxes from other provinces in Canada, as well as places such as Hungary, Russia, and South Africa. The Jewish population tripled in size from 51 to 91, and now stands about 6,000 people, many of whom reside in my constituency of Edmonton West. All of these new immigrants brought with them the organizations which contribute to Edmonton's vibrant Jewish community. The community's third congregation, Temple Beth Or Reform Congregation, was founded in 1979 and is housed at the Jewish Community Center. Beth Tzedek, a new conservative congregation, an offshoot of Beth Shalom, was started in 1989 and holds services at the Talmud Torah. In 1999, a new building for the Edmonton Talmud Torah was built in West Edmonton, and the very next year, a new Beth Israel synagogue was built nearby, reflecting a further shift in the population, the Jewish community from downtown to West Edmonton. In fall of 2004, Edmonton elected its first Jewish mayor, Stephen Mandel. Mr. Mandel had previously served as a city councillor, continuing a long tradition of Jewish city councillors, including Dr. Morris Weinlos, Helen Paul, Mel Binder, Karen Leibovici, Tuka Gromberg, and Michael Oshry. Now, there's always been a strong tradition of civic involvement in the Edmonton Jewish community, with members serving on the boards and the executives of many local arts, cultural, education, and fundraising organizations, as well as the judiciary. Notable community leaders over the years include Tiger Goldstick, Joe Schachter, the Gurmezian family, of course, with West Edmonton Mall, and Daryl Cates, owner of our beloved Edmonton Oilers. The Jewish Archives and Historical Society of Edmonton and Northern Alberta was founded in 1996 to preserve and promote the history of the vibrant Jewish community. I must thank them again for supplying much of the history I've just walked the House through. I'd also like to address the specific importance of Jewish Heritage Month to acknowledge not only the contributions of Jewish Canadians to Canadian society, but also the importance of teaching Jewish history to our younger generations. We'll now be at least 2 generations removed from the horrors of the Holocaust and the Second World War. I make these comments in light of the recent anti-Semitic rallies in Charlottesville, which my Jewish friends described as sad but not surprising, as well as the growing strength of the BDS movements on our own university campuses. Hate crimes against those of Jewish faith are still the highest per capita in Canada. Now, hate crime is a hate crime is a hate crime, and any number of hate crimes greater than 0 is too many. We must not ignore crimes committed against one group, otherwise we normalize the hatred. We see evidence in this attitude in the treatment of the BDS movement in this place. When a motion was brought forward to condemn the BDS movement in Canada, I was shocked that many in this House refused to vote for the motion to condemn BDS. The boycott, divest, and sanction movement makes little effort to separate the Israeli government from those of the Jewish faith and consequently treats them as one and the same. It's fair to criticize the policy decisions of the government of the day, which we do in this place all the time. It's unacceptable to treat those of a certain faith as the same as a certain government. BDS fails to make this distinction and encourages unchecked hatred across Canada. This summer, I traveled to Auschwitz and saw firsthand this monument to human tragedy. I want to share with this House the overwhelming emotion I felt when I visited the death camp. I was struck by the simple mechanics of the Holocaust, the cold and mechanical efficiency of the Nazi genocide machine. My son and I traveled to Warsaw as well, and we visited the site of the old ghetto. The destruction was so thorough, no buildings remained. Just a small portion of the wall the Nazis built around the ghetto. My son has just entered university to study poli-sci, and I'm glad he'll be able to gain necessary perspective about the world history and the capability of humankind to commit truly unspeakable atrocities. The BDS movement is particularly active in Canadian universities. I'm glad there'll be one more educated voice on campus fighting this insidious form of anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the atrocities of the past to be repeated, and remembering the contributions of the Jewish people to our country is a good step toward combating anti-Semitism today. I'm thankful for the contribution to Edmonton and to Canada by those of the Jewish faith. I'm proud to stand today to support this motion to establish the month of May as Jewish Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too want to start by thanking the member for York Centre for sponsoring this bill that's before us today to recognize May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. Perhaps it's a surprise to some listeners that one of the three Victoria MPs is speaking on this bill, because when it comes to thinking about Judaism in Canada, Greater Victoria is not often the first place that Canadians think of, given the very large Jewish communities in both Toronto and Montreal. So it may surprise listeners to learn that Victoria has both the oldest and the newest synagogues in Canada. Congregation Emmanuel Jewish Synagogue, located in downtown Victoria, while not technically the first synagogue in Canada, is certainly the oldest in Western Canada. And having been founded in 1863, it is the oldest synagogue in continuous operation in Canada, now more than 154 years. Congregation Emmanuel marked its 150th anniversary in 2013 with the return of its Torah scrolls, which had been sent to London for restoration. These two scrolls, which contain the 5 books of Moses written on calfskin in Hebrew, are known to have originally arrived in Victoria via San Francisco more than 150 years ago, but their origin has remained a mystery. So when they were sent off for restoration, analysis of the scrolls, especially features such as the stitching and the thread work, as well as the calligraphy, helped scholars determine that they are more than 300 years old, and that the style of calligraphy means they were likely produced in Germany. An interesting side note on the restoration of the Victoria Torah was the key role of Aviela Barclay, who grew up in Victoria and was inspired by the age of the Torah in her local synagogue. As a result, she went to Israel to find a Hebrew ritual scribe known as a sofer who would mentor her as a woman. In doing so, she thus became the first, not the first woman sofer, but perhaps the first in 250 years. I understand there are now 10 women studying to become sofer, accepting the challenge not only to learn the more than 4,000 rules for writing a Torah, but also to understand the import of those rules and annotations and the background that accompanies each of the handwritten Torah. The first Jews came to Victoria with the gold rush in the 1850s, and by the end of that decade, there were more than 200 Jews living in Victoria. Their first community project, as in many communities, was the establishment of a Jewish cemetery in 1860, a cemetery which still serves the community to this day. The Congregation Emmanuel came together in 1862, and shortly thereafter, in 1863, purchased the site for the synagogue and began construction. So Congregation Emmanuel has been on the same site since 1863. The building was restored in a 5-year project from 1978 to 1983, and then expanded with a new addition in 2004, all the while keeping its very prominent place in downtown Victoria and its status as the oldest house of worship of any kind in British Columbia. Rabbi Harry Breckner has been the rabbi at Congregation Emmanuel since 2001, and it's been a great pleasure and privilege for me to get to know him and his congregation better over my time as an MP, though the synagogue is located in the adjoining riding. So today, perhaps I'm going to focus a bit too much on bricks and books history, but having returned just recently from Eastern Europe, where so many million Jews died in the Holocaust, I can't help thinking how all the great post-war accomplishments of Jewish society and culture have come in the face of enormous challenges of ongoing anti-Semitism and the shadow of the Holocaust. As I mentioned, as well as having the oldest synagogue in Canada, Greater Victoria is the home to Canada's newest synagogue, located just on the boundary of my riding. I was pleased to attend the cornerstone laying for the Chabad Jewish Center for Jewish Life and Learning on August 24th, 2016. And I must say, I was awed to see the $3 million project completed just 1 year later, with the opening of a center which contains a synagogue, Hebrew school, library, kosher kitchen, and much-needed daycare. As Rabbi Meir Kaplan came to Victoria to establish the Chabad congregation based on Hasidic traditions and an outreach model only 16 years ago, the accomplishment is truly amazing. As well as being the newest synagogue in Canada, the Chabad Center will soon have the newest Torah in Canada. In June of this year, the community held a ceremony to celebrate the beginning of the writing of a new Victoria Torah, a very special ceremony which I was privileged to attend. The process will continue in Jerusalem and is expected to be completed sometime in 2018 as a result of generous financial support from the community, and in particular, generous support from Dr. Stanley Short and Mrs. Lindy Short, who have dedicated this Torah in memory of their great-grandparents, Herschel and Sarah Gassner, and Moshe and Rushka Kleinwachs. As their Member of Parliament, I was very honored to be asked to contribute to the project by writing one letter in this new Torah, though I assure you this took place under the firm guidance of a sofer who allowed me to place my hand on his as we wrote the letter together, because if you make a mistake, you must start over. It may seem strange that I'm saying so few words today about the contributions of the Jewish community of Greater Victoria when there have been so many. Every place I go in the community where there is a need, the Jewish community is present, whether that is in charitable or volunteer sector, or serving in public life as elected representatives, or working as teachers, professors, scholars, artists, or business people. I know that one of my colleagues has pointed out earlier in this debate that Victoria MP Henry Nathan, elected in 1872, was the first Jewish MP to take a seat in this House. So not only the oldest synagogue, but the first Jewish MP was from Victoria. Now let me take just a moment to draw attention to three contemporary members of the Jewish community in Victoria. First, I want to acknowledge former BC Premier Dave Barrett, the first Jewish Premier in Canada and the first MP to hold the federal seat in which I was first elected, Esquimalt-Juan-Tefuka. Second, I want to mention the woman who I think is the greatest painter Victoria has ever produced, Phyllis Sirota. And no, I have not forgotten Emily Carr. Last, and less likely to be famous as he is a teacher, is my friend and former colleague at Camosun, Peter Maidstone, who mentored and inspired hundreds of students in sociology and Pacific Rim studies in a teaching career spanning 3 decades at Camosun. I will stop with these 3 examples of contributions to our community, both because my time in the House is, as always, limited, and also because this, to me, is the purpose of Jewish Heritage Month as we go forward, to celebrate the many contributions of Jews to our communities and to Canada as a whole. Again, today I've emphasized the long presence of the Jewish community in Victoria. And just as mainstream Eurocentric views of the building of Canada almost always leave out First Nations, they also cause us to think of all ethnic groups as somehow newcomers and as other than Canadian, and therefore somehow less important or less legitimate. So whether we are talking about the Victoria Synagogue, which predates Confederation, or the more than 1 century old Victoria Sikh Temple, Greater Victoria has always been a multi-ethnic, multicultural community, even if we have not always succeeded in being a fully inclusive society. It is my hope and belief that the creation of Jewish Heritage Month will help contribute to better understanding of just how diverse we Canadians are, and in doing so, contribute to building a Canada free from hatred and division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Okay. Accordingly, then, I invite the honourable member for York Centre for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes for his remarks, and we'll go to him now. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect on the importance of the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month Act in the closing minutes of this debate. I would like to thank colleagues from all sides of the House, particularly the members for Thornhill and Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, for their strong support of this bill. I also want to thank members of the Jewish community across Canada who have approached me and expressed their gratitude for presenting this bill in the House. And lastly, I want to thank my co-sponsor, Senator Fromm, who did the invaluable legislative legwork shepherding this bill through the other place so it could be before us tonight. None of this would be possible, though, without the groundwork laid by the former member for Mount Royal, the Honourable Irwin Cotler, who originally introduced the substance of this bill in 2015. I dedicate my efforts on this bill in his honour. Mr. Speaker, this is the time of year that is very special for Jewish Canadians. Last Saturday was Yom Kippur, 2 weeks ago was Rosh Hashanah, and this week will mark the festival of Sukkot. I cannot think of a better time for us to be debating this bill as Jewish Canadians in communities across Canada come together to celebrate with friends and family. Last week, we saw the Prime Minister inaugurate the National Holocaust Monument here in Ottawa. The monument serves to honour the victims of the Holocaust and the important lessons it so painfully taught us all. As the Prime Minister noted in his remarks, The history of the Jewish community in Canada has not always been bright. In 1939, under Canada's infamous none is too many policy, the Government of Canada turned away the MS St. Louis. There were more than 900 Jewish refugees on board seeking sanctuary here in Canada. Government-sanctioned anti-Semitism forced them to return to Europe, where 254 of them were murdered in the Holocaust, many at the infamous Auschwitz death camp. This uncomfortable truth is part of our history and one we cannot turn away from. But the Holocaust Monument stands for so much more. It also stands as a testament to the resilience and courage of Holocaust survivors. Many found a home in a more tolerant Canada and profoundly shaped our country and society. It's a source of pride that my riding of York Centre became home to so many Holocaust survivors who built new lives there. By enacting a Jewish Heritage Month, we can preserve their legacies as a lesson to all Canadians, from all faiths and backgrounds, of the consequences of hate and intolerance. Canada and the Canadian Jewish community serve as a testament to the values of tolerance and pluralism. These lessons were not learned the easy way, but tragedies like the MS St. Louis demonstrate to us the need for compassion and understanding. Even today, our society faces the challenges brought by bigotry and xenophobia. Canada is not immune to anti-Semitism, the oldest hate of them all. Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism does not just affect the Jewish community, it affects all communities and all Canadians. When it comes to hate crime, Jews are the most targeted religious minority in Canada, but Canadians of all backgrounds suffer when their fellow Canadians are targeted for no reason other than their faith. Our great country, from coast to coast to coast, is an example of how you can build a successful society through inclusion and diversity. Canada itself is a rebuttal to those who would spread hate and intolerance. This year, the 150th anniversary of Confederation gives Canadians an opportunity to reflect on the society we have built together and honour the many cultures, traditions and beliefs that underpin the very foundation of our country. Jewish Canadians from across Canada have greatly contributed to our nation's successes over the last 150 years, and they will continue to play an important role as our country continues to grow. Their stories are many. As a Scottish Jew who arrived here in 1983, I have met Jewish Canadians from all corners of the world: South Africa, Russia, Israel, Morocco, India, Iran, Argentina, and many, many other countries. Their histories and experiences shape the Canadian Jewish identity and add to the very fabric of our nation, which is why a bill like this is so important, Mr. Speaker. The enactment of the Canadian Jewish Heritage Month will ensure that these stories and contributions of Jewish Canadians are recognized, shared and celebrated across this great country, inspiring all Canadians to build a better, more tolerant Canada for generations to come. This bill demonstrates the principles for which all of us in this House stand, and that is why I ask for all honourable colleagues to stand and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the question is as follows. Mr. Levitt, seconded by Mr. Housefather, moved that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October the 4th, tomorrow, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport. Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, good evening, Mr. Speaker. As usual, I'm very pleased to be able to speak in this House. On September 19th, I had asked, or rather, I had spoken about the new Liberal tax, as I called it. And I have to say that today, with all the meetings that I've had since September 19th in my riding and elsewhere, I've realized that the government across the way is in a rush. The government is in a rush and wants to pass a bill. Earlier, we saw there was a vote about extending consultations, and the government voted against that motion. And yet it was a very common sense motion. This morning, I met with the Federation of Chambers of Commerce of Quebec, and they are very concerned, just like all chambers of commerce all across Canada are. This morning, we were told that this legislation that the Liberals want to propose would not only make it more difficult to transfer businesses across generations, but when the Minister of Finance said that he was open-minded, that he was listening, and that he was taking note of all these concerns, well, that's not exactly what we heard this morning. We met the minister several times, but the government has shown that they're really in a rush to get this legislation through. Up until now, the government has been very resistant to the suggestions and comments of small business owners. This is concerning, Mr. Speaker. It's concerning because the people who come to see us in our ridings, they don't know which party we're with. And so much the better, because we are elected to listen to the people. This proposal, which the Liberals put forward, creates a lot of anxiety. It's creating anxiety not only in Quebec, my home province, but it's become a national concern. So I think, and I mean, I've already been in the government party. Often you hear the same empty, meaningless lines, and that's what we're hearing here. I wish they would acknowledge that the consultation should have been extended, because people don't understand everything that this bill or this legislation might do. And we need to explain to Canadians, to small businesses who are afraid, that they should at least have the time to digest and understand this proposal. But that's not what the government's doing. It's a real shame, because if it goes forward, the small businesses in my riding will end up moving to the States. Why? Because they'll have a far lower tax rate there, and we are going to lose those small businesses that create jobs and drive our economy. If you want to put forward legislation, you can't put it forward on July 18th when everyone is on holiday having a barbecue, and when the farmers are out on their land. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, for raising this issue. It's an issue that we're dealing with a lot, tax fairness, following the consultations that we led with Canadians. We heard a lot of different perspectives from coast to coast.
Of tax planning using private corporations. The proposals put forward by our government on this issue are at the heart of our plan to help the middle class. Et j'ai le droit de répondre, je l'entends.
And I can hear my colleague, but Mr. Speaker, I have the right to respond in either official language. And very often in question period, I respond exclusively in French because that's important for me. So anyway, I will make an effort to do this in French since the member raised the point. Part of our plan is taking steps to address income inequality because we know that there are inequalities built into our current tax system. The government recognizes that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They are important job creators for the middle class, and we are committed to supporting them and all business owners and professionals to help them grow so that they can continue stimulating the Canadian economy. Our government supports small businesses, but, Mr. Speaker, our current tax system is very competitive. We have the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7, and that won't change. But we want to ensure that this tax system is fair. In Budget 2017, the government said that it had the intention of dealing with tax planning using private corporations. So there are strategies that allow individuals, wealthy individuals, to have access to tax advantages that the vast majority of Canadians do not have access to. We've seen a growing number of Canadians, often wealthy individuals, using private corporations in order to unfairly reduce their tax. In certain cases, someone earning $300,000 per year, for example, who has a wife and 2 adult children, could use a private corporation to generate tax savings equivalent to approximately the average salary of a Canadian in Canada, around $48,000. We don't think that's fair. It was legitimate for Canadians to use private corporations in the past, but that doesn't mean that it was fair. And that's why we want to inject more fairness into our system. That's why last July, the Minister of Finance launched consultations about tax planning using private corporations. The government's approach have engendered many debates and public comments. Of course, some business owners have said that they fear being penalized by these proposals. That's why the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Small Business have undertaken a cross-Canada tour. They wanted to hear Canadians and listen to their concerns. Our government has listened to small business owners, professionals, and experts during this consultation, and we will act on what we have heard. I'd also like to thank everyone who contributed to those discussions. I also want to thank the honourable member for her question. Thank you. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, when you start consultations in the middle of July, when everyone is on holiday, it means you have something to hide. If you want to be transparent, as they should be transparent, well, you take a lot more time than 75 days. And you try to listen to everyone. Our farmers were out on the land. They didn't have time to go to these consultations. And when people come to see me in my riding, and when they talk about this approach to taxes, I know, because I'm in Quebec, I know that the members across the way were visited as well, but they didn't listen. They didn't listen to what people had to tell them. I'm not the one saying that. They're the ones who've said it. So this is a real problem. If you want to have an open discussion, whether you like it or not, you need to be able to listen to people. But now these people are afraid. And it's not 1 or 2 people. It's not only people who voted Conservative. It's everyone. Everyone is concerned. All across Canada, not just here. So if the government had gone and met all of those people, well, I don't think that's what they did. The time's expired. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a little bit rich for the member to criticize us when she defended a government that barely consulted Canadians on anything during 10 years. Whereas we've moved forward with consultations to ensure that we can inject more fairness into our tax system so that we can ensure that we do things properly without any unintended consequences. We've heard from farmers, fishers, small business owners. We're trying to do things right. We want to make sure that transfers between families won't be affected. But now we need to realize, Mr. Speaker, that in our current tax system, there are incentives that mean that some of the wealthiest Canadians can use a private corporation to have access to advantages that the vast majority of Canadians do not have access to, like the ones I mentioned earlier. And I think that everyone should agree that we should have more fairness in our system. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on May 2nd, I rose in the House to raise questions about the impartiality of the working group put in place by the government to study the question of advance requests and eligibility for medical assistance in dying. The appointment of Dr. Harvey Schipper as chair of the working group was validated by the minister when he was opposed to medical assistance in dying and advance requests. This appointment was also criticized by several stakeholders. Even if since then Dr. Harvey Schipper has resigned from his position and replaced by Marie Deschamps, the question of medical aid in dying, and notably advanced requests, are still relevant. The former Minister of Health, the Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville, had committed to setting up committees that would look at the question of medical fitness and advanced requests, cases of medical aid in dying that were refused, and also the question of mature minors. We need to know if a minor suffering from an incurable or painful disease could have access to medical aid in dying. Once again, no concrete decision was taken by the Liberal government. Once again, Quebec is the front runner on this question compared to the federal government. In 2013, it tabled a working group report on the question of medical fitness and set up a committee to deal with advanced requests and broaden the eligibility for medical aid in dying. But Quebec's work is now coming up against the wall of federal law. It is essential that provinces and territories work closely with the federal government to avoid having a patchwork approach, as is the case in this situation. I sat on a special committee on medical aid in dying, and many of our recommendations were not taken into consideration by the federal law. I could also mention the issue of people who are suffering, who are sick, but who are not eligible for medical aid in dying because they're suffering from mental illness or dementia, for example, Alzheimer's. It's important to make a decision about whether someone suffering from dementia or mental illness can make an advanced request when they are fully aware and before the disease gets worse. This is an essential question, particularly given the murder of Jocelyne Lizotte, which was committed out of compassion by her husband. It's also essential that citizens be able to trust the system and feel supported to avoid any possible problems. With Bill C-14, you need to meet many different criteria to be able to eligible. For example, you need to be near the end of your life, have a grievous and irremediable illness, be in an advanced state of decline, have physical and psychological suffering, and so on. But the most difficult criteria is reasonably foreseeable death. The government needs to clarify this because it doesn't make sense. It's clear that we are all going to day one die, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberal government is not teaching us anything with that. It's not tolerable that people suffering from these illnesses need to go to the courts to fight for their right to die with dignity because they don't meet every single one of the criteria. We can't forget that medical aid in dying is a right, and that people who are suffering from diseases but want to die with dignity don't have the strength to benefit from that right. I'm aware that these are sensitive questions, but it's not by doing nothing that things will get solved. When will the Liberal government truly take into consideration the question of advanced requests, mature minors, and people who are not eligible for medical aid in dying? When will they really set up these committees? We are waiting for the results. Thank you.
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for her question and for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, legislation on medical assistance in dying received royal assent on June 17, 2016. The Act is designed to strike a balance between personal autonomy for those seeking access to medical assistance in dying and protection of the vulnerable. We believe that our legislation achieves the right balance. At the same time, our government committed to initiate independent reviews on a select set of complex circumstances that currently fall outside the purview of the existing Act. Specifically, the legislation obligates the Ministers of Justice and of Health to initiate independent reviews of issues related to requests for medical assistance in dying in relation to advanced requests, requests by mature minors, and requests where mental illness is the sole underlying medical condition. These are sensitive and complex issues, as the member opposite has noted, that require our careful consideration. On December 13, 2016, our government announced the selection of the Council of Canadian Academies to conduct these reviews. This decision was based on the organization's extensive expertise and demonstrated experience in conducting reviews on complex issues in an objective and rigorous manner. The Council of Canadian Academies is addressing these questions from an independent, authoritative, and evidence-based perspective. This is being done through an expert panel comprised of 3 working groups, 1 on each topic. Panel members are experts on the issues raised by the 3 reviewed topics. Strong leadership is being provided by the chair of the panel, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Marie Deschamps, and the working group chairs. This includes the new chair for the Advanced Request Working Group, Dr. Jennifer Gibson, who was selected when the previous chair stepped down. The objective of the reviews is to gather and analyze relevant information and evidence on the diverse perspectives and issues surrounding the 3 types of requests not dealt with in the legislation. This evidence will facilitate an evidence-based dialogue among Canadians and decision makers. To this end, the reports will not provide recommendations, but will communicate the findings of the reviews to inform that conversation. Mr. Speaker, the legislation requires that reports on the reviews be tabled in Parliament within 2 years of initiation. Our government will fulfill this mandate by making the reports available by mid-December 2018. The time frame identified for these reviews is intentional. These issues raise very serious questions requiring thoughtful consideration from legal, ethical, medical, and social science perspectives, just to name a few. Evidence is being considered from national and international experts, all levels of government, healthcare providers, and others impacted by these issues. In fact, to inform its deliberations, the Council of Canadian Academies put out a call for submissions from interested groups. At the start of the 5th year after coming into force, the legislation calls for a parliamentary committee to undertake a review of its provisions. The findings of the independent reviews will be available for consideration by this parliamentary committee, along with information on the state of palliative care in Canada. In addition to initiating the independent reviews, our government is also in the process of preparing regulations for the purpose of establishing a system for monitoring medical assistance in dying. We are committed to creating a system in which Canadians have accurate and timely information regarding the implementation of this legislation. Federal officials, in consultation with our provincial and territorial colleagues, are working on the parameters of the monitoring system. This mechanism will provide Canadians with a nationwide picture of medical assistance in dying. Until a permanent monitoring system is in place, federal, provincial, and territorial governments are working to produce interim reports with available data, and that first report was released April 2017. A second report is to be released this month. The well-being of all Canadians is of paramount concern to our government. For this reason, it is important that we proceed carefully when determining if and how requests for medical assistance in dying in these 3 specific circumstances will best fit within the federal framework. These are sensitive issues, and we need an approach that supports eligible individuals seeking medical assistance in dying while also ensuring safeguards are in place. Our primary objective is a system that aims to serve the best interest of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Having participated as a member of the Standing Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, I'm aware that this is a very complex and delicate matter. We heard from many witnesses, hundreds of witnesses. I read through thousands of pages of evidence, and clearly this is a complex issue. It's now 15 months later. Many people have been disappointed. They were adopted when the legislation was adopted 15 months ago, when they realized that they weren't eligible So there are people who want to benefit, want access to medical assistance in dying, and they're being told no. They're being told they have to wait. And that's too theoretical an answer for these people who've been waiting so long. We must make the Committee on Advance Requests a priority. We must acknowledge that we're talking about human lives, people who are suffering, people who wanted to invoke their right to die in dignity. The government must take action more quickly on advanced requests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to acknowledge the member opposite and all of the members who participated on the committee that examined medical assistance in dying for their tireless work, which was very useful in the preparation of the government's legislation on this matter. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that the legislation which permits medical assistance in dying strikes the right balance between honouring the choices of eligible individuals while protecting the vulnerable. In keeping with the requirements set out in our legislation, our government initiated independent reviews on 3 topics that were identified as particularly sensitive and complex, and which required further examination. These reviews are being conducted by the Council of Canadian Academies. This is an organization with a great deal of expertise and experience in conducting such assessments to support and inform public policy development in Canada. The Council has established a panel of skilled and credible experts with the appropriate leadership to ensure a comprehensive and rigorous process. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that the Council's assessments will present objective and impartial findings that will support an informed dialogue in this country. We look forward to receiving the results from these reviews by December 2018 and continuing to work on this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals formed government, they made a great number of promises with regards to Indigenous peoples. These promises spoke about taking action to address government injustices that have gone on for decades and in some cases even centuries. With the previous government, a great deal of work was done to advance the rights of Aboriginal people, including the Jordan Principle, which was put in place with unanimous consent across all party lines here in the House in 2007. Now, that was over a decade ago since that was put into place. The current Liberal government has been in power now for more than 2 years. And so the question is then, what has been done to advance the rights of Aboriginal people and to uphold the Jordan Principle? Well, the answer is quite simple: nothing. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs thought that the best use of her money was actually to hire the former Liberal candidate for York Simcoe, Miss Wesley Eskima, to write a report. Now, you might ask how much she was paid to write this report, and that would be an excellent question to inquire on. She was paid $430,000 for a mere 8 months of work on this report. Now, quick math tells me that that is $53,000 per month. Not a bad salary. In fact, $53,000 is twice the average yearly salary of most Aboriginal people in Canada. Now, when the head of First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, Cindy Blackstock, questioned this decision, Ms. Wesley Eskima, the one who was paid $430,000 for 8 months of work, accused Blackstock of using lateral violence, she said. And she said, I quote, "It would be more respectful to support and congratulate her rather than question the use of this money." Now, she went on to say that if Cindy and her bunch would work together and stop attacking, we would all get along and we would get more done. Now, this statement is rather rich, coming from someone who was paid $430,000 for a mere 8 months of work, only because she was a Liberal insider. Mr. Speaker, more than anything, though, here's what I'm hearing from Canadians. Canadians are absolutely fed up with the hypocrisy of this current government. Mr. Trudeau claims to stand up for the middle class, but all that he's done for them is increase their taxes and made life far more difficult for them. Most recently, the Liberals have increased taxes on the hardworking women and men who have had a dream, developed a plan, and taken a risk in order to start a new business, in order to create jobs. Now, according to Statistics Canada, 2/3 of small business owners in Canada are taking home less than $73,000 per year. This firmly places them in the middle class, the class that Trudeau claims he represents and takes a strong stand for. Dan Kelly is the president of CFIB, and he states, I quote, "The notion that most small business owners are rich or part of the 1% is absolutely pure fiction," end quote. Now, the Liberal small business tax hikes are in fact a direct attack on entrepreneurship. And as a result, they're a direct attack on 8.2 million Canadians who are employed by local businesses. Now, what makes this worse is that the Prime Minister had the audacity to refer to small businesses as tax shelters and label them tax cheats. Now, in truth, most small business owners are actually those within our neighbourhoods. Local businesses are the backbone to our economy. Without their vision and their leadership, Canada's economy would actually stop thriving at the place that it is today. Privately run businesses not only provide jobs to the large majority of Canadians, but they also support local charities and play a significant role in supporting the social programs that we enjoy in this country. They are the local accountants, the hairdressers, the tradespeople, the landscapers, the coffee shop owners, the farming families in my community of Lethbridge. These are the individuals who are trying to earn a living and provide jobs for others while pursuing a dream and using their talents. Mr. Speaker, it's rare for someone to be hypocritical, cruel, and blatantly ignorant all at the same time, but I'm afraid that Mr. Trudeau and his government have accomplished just that. Whether it's failing to follow through on their promise to stand up for Aboriginals or failing to defend the middle class, this government insists on saying one thing and doing another. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is this: why is this government so hypocritical?
Parliament Secretary for Crown Relations and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to recognize that I stand on traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation this evening as I respond to the member for Lethbridge to the question that she's raised. However, Mr. Speaker, I am somewhat taken back by the fact that the late show question presented was not regarding tax reform, but rather the overhauling of the Child and Family Services within the Department of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. However, Mr. Speaker, I will respond to the original question that was listed on the order paper, and that was the question regarding the Minister's Special Representative, Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo, who was mandated to conduct a nationwide engagement and to consult on comprehensive child welfare reform. She was mandated to do so because of her expertise within the field. Dr. Cynthia Wesley Eskimo is a very strong and well-respected Indigenous advocate in Canada. She is the very first chair for Truth and Reconciliation at Lakehead University and has spent her career working tirelessly with and for Indigenous people in this country. During the time she spent working on this important file, she engaged with those who have, in the past, been typically marginalized in the decision-making process, including First Nations, youth, and families, processes which affect them, as well as grassroots Indigenous organizations and advocates. And those are the voices that need to be heard, and that needs to be leading this engagement process. Dr. Wesley Eskimo spent nearly 60 days traveling to communities in Canada. She heard from more than 250 elders, experts, chiefs, families, youth, and individuals who have lived the experience of moving through the system. We all need to work together to end the cycle of children being taken into care and removed from their communities. It is very concerning that there were perverse incentives in the system where agencies would get the money and the more children were apprehended. It should be up to the communities to decide where the money for the system should go. More money for prevention means more money for communities to keep their children within the community while their parents focus on getting well. The only way to design a system that truly responds to the needs of the communities is by going out and listening to that very community, which is exactly what the Special Representative did. So in terms of the contract itself, it would be more straightforward if the Department of Indigenous and Northern Affairs following Treasury Board's guidelines and rules. The contract included paying out travel expenses and all of the costs associated with the consultations in very northern and remote communities of Canada. And the special representative did not ask for, nor did she receive, any payments that were above the norm under the Treasury Board rules. It is vital that we listen to citizens in this country no matter where they live, and that means going to them to hear what it is they have to say, which is exactly what the Minister's Special Representative did, and we look forward to seeing her upcoming report and how we can build on those recommendations to create a better child welfare system that supports and reflects the needs of First Nation children in Canada.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government sure likes to talk a lot, but when it comes to actually getting work done, their record isn't that great. The Liberals talk a lot about taking action and having plans put in place, but so far, all that this has meant so far is spending a whole lot of money in inappropriate ways, in a way that does not benefit, or has not had a direct benefit, I should say, to date, on the people. Now, there's no reason why $430,000 should have been given to this Liberal insider, Miss Wesley Eskema, in the name of so-called consultation. Meanwhile, First Nations people continue to actually go without the adequate support that they require pertaining to their quality of life. Now, what is particularly troubling about this particular example is actually the top-down elitist attitude that is adopted by this former Liberal candidate who was given the extravagant amount of money that she was. Again, $430,000 for this, for 8 months' worth of work. Now, does the member opposite then agree that other Aboriginal activists should also be congratulating this Liberal insider for her success in using the her Liberal connections to land a paycheck worth nearly $500,000?
Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the honourable member should know as well that she's citing the maximum value of the contract, and that contract included travel arrangements, out-of-pocket expenses, and any number of costs that was associated with traveling to rural, remote regions of Canada to consult with Indigenous people. And I'm sure she would not want to mislead the House with the information and the numbers that she's expressing. Mr. Speaker, I want to specifically lay out that all of the professional services that are contracted by the government, including this service, is done so under the Treasury Board guidelines, and all the rules were followed in awarding and executing the entire contract. We're very proud of the work that the Special Representative has managed to accomplish in a very short time. She has ensured us that the voices of those affected, the families and children that are affected by the welfare system have been heard, and that her engagements will guide our complete efforts in overhauling that system. In the meantime, we're continuing to invest billions of dollars in First Nations and Indigenous communities across Canada to address the needs that they have. We are not ignoring them like the former government did for nearly 10 years.
La motion importante que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.